Chapter 1151. A rain of beast chi. What Lin Mu had thrown out looked like a ball. But it was no normal ball. Its surface was flowing and twisting as if it were liquid. Its color was also changing from white to blue to green to many more. The Tao-treading realm elders who had sensed the ball appearing couldn't even touch it, and when the ball of energy reached high up above the army of the northern tribes, it exploded. Everyone defend, the commanders of the northern tribes ordered. They had no idea what the ball was, and it may as well be another chi skill meant to kill them. The ball burst apart into numerous drops of energy that fell all over the army like rain. They tried to block it with their spirit tools and skills, but it was all useless. What? The Tao-treading realm elders were surprised when even their skills couldn't block it. They all became extremely tense as the drops of energy entered their bodies quickly. The Tao-treading realm and Tao shell realm experts were the first to act and checked their bodies for the strange energy, wanting to expel if before it became problematic. Wait, it's not harming us, Elder Gunkao realized. It's just some kind of chi. Tilde. But instead of having an effect on them, the energy seemed to have a different effect on the beasts that were surrounding them. A frantic and excited look of hunger appeared in the eyes of the beasts. Their auras fluctuated madly, as if they didn't care for their lives anymore. The first beast to attack was a large wolf beast that was at the Tao-treading realm. It was similar to the bronze tribe wolf that Lin Mu had hunted first in the Kong Plain, but was slightly smaller than that. This was a wolf called as the barren tail wolf. Its tail had no fur and was thin like that of a rat. It was known for its ferocious nature and would attack anything that it desired. It was even brave against other beings, stronger than itself. The barren tail wolf was also different in the fact that it didn't really live in a pack. It mostly wanted alone, and at most would have another wolf with it that might be its mate. But this one was alone. Perhaps that might be the reason why it was so eager to attack. The barren tail wolf's claws descended like a hurricane, ripping apart all that stood in its way. Its jaws opened wide and swallowed men whole, not even caring to chew them. After eating a couple of tribesmen, it seemed to have become even more aggressive and attacked non-stop. The soldiers of the northern tribes tried to resist, but they were far too weak to go against the beast. Attack! All Dao shell elders are to resist. Elder Gunkao himself gave the order. Tilde. Tilde chirp tilde. It was at this time that the other Tao shell realm beasts also jumped into the fray. And with these leading beasts attacking, the rest joined as well. Now it was truly a beast tide, a really dangerous beast tide. The members of the alliance who were watching all this happen were left stunned. What was that? Elder Likyang couldn't help but ask. You asked us to make large teleportation gates for beasts, Jiang Luo questioned. Indeed, Lin Mu nodded his head. They will be our allies for now. How did you get them to cooperate? Patriarch Yi asked. Just like how you would train a pet, entice them with a treat, Lin Mu replied. Treat! Patriarch Mingliang was then reminded of the ball of energy that Lin Mu had thrown earlier. Was it what you threw earlier? Patriarch Yi guessed. Yes, that was beast chi, something that is irresistible to beasts, Lin Mu answered. Beast chi, this is the first time I've ever heard of something like this, Yu Yi said, wondering about it. There are truly many things we don't know of, Elder Likyang muttered. How long will this effect last? Jiang Luo asked the more important question. Oh, it's permanent, Lin Mu answered. Permanent? Even strong alchemical pills might not have such an effect, Patriarch Mingliang, who was an expert in this, said. Well, permanent as in the sense that the people of the northern tribes will be greatly tempting to the beasts, and they will do everything in their power to eat them. They will only stop when they have consumed them all, Lin Mu explained a bit more. Hearing this, they were stunned, as it truly was a dangerous effect. If such beast chi was spread in a city, it would be sure to pull in a beast tide after a while. Can you do it again? Patriarch Shandian asked curiously. He could see the potential of this. After all, Getting beasts to fight in their stead was a great tactic that saved their own strength and prevented their lives from being lost as well. I technically can, but refining that amount of beast chi will take me over a week, Lin Mu answered truthfully. Lin Mu had actually spent only 2 days in making that ball of beast chi, but it had taken his entire store of spirit chi from his danshan to refine and condense an amount large enough to cover an entire army. But this was with him replenishing his spirit chi with other materials. If it was done normally, it would take him multiple days to cultivate and replenish the spirit chi lost by his body. A week is still too powerful, Patriarch Shandian couldn't help but say. Tilda whoosh tilde. And just as he said this, a loud sound was heard coming from the battlefield. A tsunami, the people were stunned. A large wave, nearly 50 meters tall, had arrived out of nowhere in the middle of the battlefield. Run! The soldiers tried to run but were helpless against the tsunami. Zayarobao's here. Chapter 1152, A Turtle's Chance at Revenge. On the edge of the battlefield, where the teleportation gate was, a small hill could be seen coming out of it. It had just appeared out of the gate, and a large amount of water was accompanying it. Let's help Zairabo out a bit, Little Shrubby, Lin Mu said. Okay, Tilda, Little Shrubby replied before turning to the snowy peaks in the distance. The Alliance members watched as Little Shrubby spewed out his own tsunami. But this tsunami wasn't made out of water, but fire. Fire? Where the hell did this fire come from? Elder Kumi, who had just joined the battlefield, said in confusion. Elder Kumi, suppress the fire, our men will be killed otherwise, Elder Gunkao ordered. Elder Kumi quickly acted without responding to the old man. She created several hand seals as a frosty aura spread from her body. Soon, dark blue chi was swirling around her, letting off a chilly air that froze the moisture in the air, making it fall back as snowflakes. Frost Mountain Palm. Elder Kumi executed her chi skill, sending out a palm imprint that turned into a frozen mountain mid-air. The frozen mountain seemingly sucked all the snow in the surrounding towards it and turned it into ice, enlarging its own size. In less than 5 seconds, it had already become 3 times as large as its original size and was now 20 meters tall. The frozen mountain flew towards the flamed tsunami that had seemingly come out of nowhere. What? But when it came in contact with the flame tsunami, it did nothing. Rather, the flame tsunami split apart and made way for the frozen mountain to pass through it. The frozen mountain continued onwards and crashed into the forest behind. Elder Gunkao tracked the path of the flame tsunami and saw that its target was actually not the army now. Instead, it was heading towards the snowy mountains at the back. He furrowed his brows and thought, did the attack miss, or did it get deflected by Kumi's skill? A couple of seconds later, the flamed tsunami struck the many mountains in the back, melting all the snow that was covering them. The snow melted and turned into water, which soon gathered into a large river flowing down the mountains. The water gathered in the battlefield, making it harder for the soldiers to move around. Those that could fly were already floating in the air, but the rest were forced to be drenched in the chilly water. There we go, Lin Mu said as he looked towards the small hill that had finally existed the teleportation gate. Time for your revenge too, Zairabo. These are the same people that killed your parents, Lin Wu shouted. Tilda guang tilde. A loud sound was heard coming from the hill as a rocky protrusion rose from its side. What is that hill? Someone from the Alliance wondered. That is no hill, that's a turtle beast named Zairabo, Lin Mu answered. And just as he said this, the rocky protrusion rose up above the hill as 2 blue eyes opened up on its end. Tilda goon tilde. Zairabo let out another cry as he gathered up his power. The water that had just gathered up on the battlefield turned it into the habitat that Zairabo was used to and increased his powers. The water started to flow and seethe as twisters formed within it. Tilda swoosh tilde. Soon water spouts also rose from them, churning and turning in the sky. The two phenomena that might be calamities in nature were under the control of Xiaobo and ravaged the army. Whether it be Qi refining realm, core condensation realm, or even nascent soul realm cultivators, all of them were affected. Perhaps only the Dao shell realm cultivators could resist it, while the Dao treading realm cultivators were safe from it. A mere beast dares use water against the northern tribes. Elder Kumi was now furious. Gesturing with her hands, she called forth stormy frost winds that blew forwards. The water that was touched by these winds was frozen and turned solid. Even the twisters and water spouts were affected by them, freezing solid in place before crumbling to shards. Even then, Elder Kumi realized that her skill was not as good as it should have been. She was a Dao-treading realm elder who was specialized in ice elemental skills. With her capabilities, she should have been able to turn this entire battlefield into solid ice. "What's the problem, Elder Kumi?" Elder Gunko asked, seeing that the effect was not on par with her capabilities. "That beast, it can control the water to a terrifying level. Even at the Dao shell realm, it is able to resist my power of freezing," Elder Kumi said as she gritted her teeth. While she was still able to freeze the water, it took more energy that it normally should have, thus exerting more spirit chi. Elder Gunkao was surprised and looked at the small hill in the distance. "It truly is a large beast, the largest I've ever seen," Elder Gunkao said as he tried to probe the beast. But his eyes went wide as he found it impossible to penetrate the beast's shell. Lin Mu, who was watching it all, couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, they think getting past Xiaobao's defenses is easy," Lin Mu said, recalling that even he was unable to do that in the past, and even now, it was not possible for him. Xiaobao had the bloodline of two great beasts and had great potential to reach the immortal realm one day. Even now, since he had assimilated the remnant Dao crystal of his father Bao, his capabilities were beyond what a normal Dao shell realm beast had. While he may not be able to defeat a Dao-treading realm expert, it was not an issue to defend. Meanwhile, the Alliance members were in awe of the turtle beast being able to restrain a Dao-treading realm expert on its own, while the other beasts slaughtered the rest. Chapter 1153, An Immortal Ascension Realm Expert's Might. The effect brought upon by the inclusion of beasts in this battle was apparent, and no one could doubt it. The patriarchs of the Alliance, while having faith in Lin Mu, were unsure about his choice to add allies at the last moment, especially from an unexplored place like the Kong Plain. Even after all these years, the Kong Plain was yet to be fully explored. There were far too many secrets hidden in it, and over time it had grown several beings inside it that were strong. There were also dangerous areas within it that could threaten even Dao-treading realm cultivators, thus one needed to be very careful. Perhaps only Lin Mu, who had control over it and could exit at any time, was safe to explore it. Xiaobo lifted one of his giant legs and stomped hard. The earth cracked apart as a large fissure appeared. Normally, water should have disappeared into it, but instead of that, more water shot out of it. "Retreat! Retreat!" The northern tribes frantically gave out orders, but their Qi refining realm cultivators and core condensation realm cultivators were still getting downed. By now, nearly 30% of the army had been whittled down. "Enough!" A thunderous voice was heard echoing across the field. It was louder than the beasts and shook the skis. The clouds turned fragmented from it, and fierce winds blew. Lin Mu felt the shaking of space. No, not just that, the spirit Qi, it's turning. Tilde woon tilde. Suddenly, the clouds seemed to have turned white, as if they were made out of pure snow. The fragmented clouds gathered together and turned into a massive palm that covered a span of nearly 400 meters. "Frost deity palm," the thunderous voice chanted. The palm made out of snowy clouds descended like the fiercest of blizzards. The chill coming from it froze all the water all at once, and even Xiaobo couldn't restrain it anymore. Kumi, who had been struggling this entire time, looked up and smiled. "Ahha, welcome, master," she greeted. "Now you all southerners will know our true might." And just as she said that, the palm struck the earth. Tilde rumble tilde. It was as if an earthquake had occurred along with a blizzard simultaneously. Snow covered everything in a kilometer's radius and was nearly 100 meters thick. All the beasts that were caught underneath it could not be felt anymore, along with several members of the northern tribes that were unfortunately caught within it. But that was not all, as the impart of the attack created a shock wave that reached the hill where the Alliance was hiding. Everyone reinforce the barrier, Patriarch Yuyi ordered. Lin Mu joined in as well and poured his spirit chi into the barrier. Despite all that, the barrier shook as cracks appeared on it. Runes flickered nonstop, and it seemed like the barrier wouldn't be able to withstand it any longer. The formation's masters that were directly controlling it all bled from their noses and ears as a great strain pushed them. Still, after a few seconds, they managed to hold back, and the impact didn't reach them. The sounds of loud panting and multiple gasps were heard as the Alliance members felt the strain. "What was that?" someone asked. "That was an immortal Ascension Realm expert." Patriarch Yuya spoke, his eyes serious. "They're already here," Elder Likyang questioned anxiously. "No, the expert is not here. He is still over 50 kilometers away." Lin Mu spoke, having sensed an old man that had appeared far away. He had appeared from a different direction than the army of the northern tribes, which was strange. "What? He's not even here and could still create such damage." The people of the Alliance were stunned. Such is the power of an immortal Ascension Realm expert, and if not for the fact that he probably didn't want to affect his own people, the attack would have been far stronger than this. Patriarch Shandian said this time. "You mean to say he held back?" Hua-san asked. The 5 Hua disciples were also present here with their master Patriarch Hua, and had been working to maintain the formations. "Indeed," Patriarch Hua nodded his head. "SSSSS, how can we go against that?" Hua said, finding it to be terrifying. Looking at the battlefield that was now half snow, it was a stunning scene. The snow had raised the height of the battlefield by over 100 meters. The smaller hills nearby were directly buried, and the forest was also gone. And if not for the barrier protecting the hill that the Alliance was in, they would have been buried in the snow as well. Lin Mu's brows furrowed as he scanned the battlefield. While he knew that the immortal Ascension Realm cultivators would eventually join the battle, after seeing their effect, he was truly shocked. Senior Zukong did tell me about how powerful they could be, but almost all the Dao Shell Realm beasts are dead already. Lin Mu thought to himself. Other than Xiaobao, who was really resilient and tough, all the other Dao Shell Realm beasts had either died or were frozen solid. They might be able to escape, but would be greatly weakened from the chill that penetrated them. Lin Mu could sense the chill, and knew that if not for him consuming the flesh of the glacial shell snail queen, even he would have had a hard time with the cold. Lin Mu's mind ran quickly as multiple thoughts appeared about what to do next. Back at the side of the northern tribes, Kumi was controlling the snow and ice and saved some of their people. "Thank you, Elder Kumi," they all said in gratitude. Kumi simply hummed in response before looking towards the hill where the Alliance was hiding. "You all have hidden very well, but no more," she said before flying up. Chapter 1154, Master White Mountain. The cracks in the formation covering the hill were still there, and actually made it more obvious that there was someone hiding there. "Hold the formation. Only when we can't hold on anymore will we begin our direct assault," Lin Mu ordered. If not for the presence of the immortal Ascension Realm expert appearing, Lin Mu would have attacked them himself. But now, he couldn't afford the risk that would come with it. "Is your grandfather near?" Lin Mu questioned Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo anxiously held the jade slip and tried to contact Jiang Wei, but a second later his brows furrowed. "I can't contact him like this. The spirit chi in the air is too turbulent and is making the communication jade slip fail," Jiang Luo said. Lin Mu checked it with his own jade slip and found that it was true. Normally this shouldn't have been an issue, but with an immortal Ascension Realm expert attacking, The chaos in the spirit chi was not easy to pass through. In fact, if not for the protection of the formation, the pressure in the air itself would have rendered the weaker cultivators helpless. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and wondered if he needed to jump in early on. Patriarch Hua and the others were watching Lin Mu and had heard everything. They could easily guess what Lin Mu was intending to do. Wait, we still have the immortal Ascension Realm cultivators of the top sex, Patriarch Hua said. Yes, they should have already sensed it the moment the Northern Tribe's immortal Ascension Realm expert approached the border, Patriarch Shandian added. Lin Mu didn't know if the three sects were to be believed or if it was worth to do that. But in the current situation, it was the best option. I still have the final option anyway, Lin Mu remembered. He had not come without multiple backups, but didn't want to use them right away. All right, we'll hold on until they appear. Just continue reinforcing the formation array for now, Lin Mu stated. Yes, Alliance Leader, the formation masters stated. With that decided, the formation array glowed as new runes appeared in the air, repairing the cracks. And while this happened, the immortal Ascension Realm expert of the Northern Tribes finally appeared on the battlefield physically. The expert was an old man as expected and was carrying an ash-white cane in his hand. His back was straight, though, unlike his bearing. His eyes were sharp and gazed around the battlefield like a hawk, taking everything onto him at once. Seems like you weren't unfairly suppressed, Kumi, the old man spoke. That turtle beast is not simple. I can sense the Tao traces of water from it. What? How can a beast at the Tao shell realm already have that? Kumi was surprised. No wonder it could resist my control. It is hard to say, but one thing I can tell is that beast is possibly older than you. It might also be its bloodline, but whatever it is, you cannot take it lightly, the old man said. I understand, Master White Mountain, Kumi replied to her master, but now that you're here, does it matter? She added with a grin. It certainly does not, Master White Mountain said with an arrogant expression. He turned towards Xiaobo, who was trying to turn the ice into water again, and raised his hand. You might have lived long, but it's time to die now, beast, Master White Mountain said and executed a skill. His index and middle fingers joined with his thumb to become a tripod-like shape. He then twisted them and pulled his hand back. Chilly air condensed within the fingers as a small object seemingly formed. The object was thin like a chopstick and was almost the same length, but one of its sides was sharp while the other was flanged. Let's see if your shell can withstand my ice edge's dart. Master White Mountain threw out the dart. Tilde whoosh tilde. The dart soared across the battlefield, creating long trails of ice underneath it. In less than 3 seconds, it had already reached the large turtle. Xiaobo let out a furious cry, knowing that he was being attacked. But just as the dart was about to touch its shell, the beast disappeared into thin air. Tilde schlack tilde. The dart struck empty ground and exploded, creating icy spikes that were nearly 100 meters tall. What? Kumi exclaimed. Master White Mountain furrowed his brows as his spirit sense checked the area from where the beast had disappeared from. Strange. At first, he didn't sense anything. Spatial fluctuations, but when he delved deeper, he realized something. Master White Mountain, these beasts had appeared out of nowhere earlier, too. I think they might have teleportation arrays hidden somewhere here as well, Kumi stated. Is that so? Master White Mountain lifted his cane and seemingly chanted something under his breath. Chilly spirit chi swirled around him as the ice elemental in the air concentrated like crazy. The ash-white cane started absorbing it all, and a few moments later had sucked it all in. Shattering glacier cane, Master White Mountain threw the cane toward the ground. Surprisingly, though, the cane didn't directly drill into the ground. Instead, it was only embedded into it, about 3 inches deep. But then the ground started to freeze at a blinding speed, and more ice formed over it. The cane rose along with the ice and stayed on top as the entire battlefield became a glacier. The army of the Northern Tribes was fine, though. and the old man controlled his skill to simply lift them along with the ice. The effect of this skill was soon seen. The first to break down were the teleportation gates. They simply couldn't bear the cold and turned brittle from it, so much so that the gusts of wind alone were enough to break them. But that was merely the start. "The barrier is falling," the formation masters of the Alliance shouted. Chapter 1155, Centennial Sword Ancestor. The attack of Master White Mountain was beyond the limits of almost everyone here. And with the barrier array falling, the Alliance members wouldn't have much of a space to hide. It wouldn't be unusual for them to succumb to the attack as well. But just as the barrier was about to go past the point of no return, Lin Mu appeared. Tilda dang tilda. 3 large piles of spirit stone chunks fell around him, and he directly channeled the spirit chi into the array. "Good, you're back," Jiang Luo said in relief. "We were surprised seeing you disappear. One moment you were here and then you were not," Patriarchia said, finding it confusing as they had not sensed it at all. "I had to save Xiaobo. I could not let him die here since I promised Kong Hudao before. I sent him back to the Kong Plain before he was struck," Lin Mu explained. While Lin Mu didn't mind the other beasts dying here, as that was entirely his purpose in bringing them here, he couldn't let the turtle die. He was part of the legacy that Kong Hudao had left behind. Besides, Lin Mu couldn't help but be reminded of Little Shrubby. From what he had heard, the relationship between Kong Hudao and the father of Xiaobo was the same, of a master and beast. Lin Mu wouldn't want Little Shrubby to suffer, and thus decided to save Xiaobo from the attack. While he had no idea whether the turtle could bear the attack of the immortal Ascension Realm expert or not, it was best not to take any chances. Additionally, Lin Mu also got to witness the power of the attack firsthand. "I avoided it at the very last moment, but that feeling of threat was still there. I will not die from it, but I will certainly be injured," Lin Mu assessed. It could certainly be said to be an important experience for him, and allowed him to know where he stood now. But now to focus on the problem at hand, Lin Mu thought to himself as he channeled all the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stone chunks. He had saved up a few of them, just for situations like these, and they were perfect for this. "The array, it's holding up," the formation masters were stunned. What Lin Mu was doing was the same as essentially patching up a leaking dam with some mud. It would not hold for longer than a moment and was not very effective, but doing it fast enough made it so that the leaks were still being held back. "We don't need to repair it fully, just hold on for a bit more," Lin Mu said, having sensed another presence appearing on the horizon. Master White Mountain, who saw his attack behind resisted, was surprised. "They certainly do not lack skill. Let's see if they can resist my next attack then," Master White Snow said as he threw out another palm imprint. Chilly air spread and froze everything in its path. The might of the immortal Ascension Realm expert was clearly displayed. The attack not only contained the power of spirit chi, but also Dao traces. That was what brought the qualitative difference between the attacks of a Dao-treading realm expert and an immortal Ascension Realm expert. While a Dao-treading realm expert was also able to use their comprehension of the Dao traces and implement them with skills, it was barely anything compared to an immortal Ascension Realm expert. It was like trying to compare the drawing of a child in kindergarten and an art school student. While both could draw, the difference in quality was almost incomparable. Such was the might of the immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, and why they were titled Master in the northern tribes. They had reached a point where they were no longer referred by their names, but rather the title of Master. They would get different titled depending on their skills and abilities. In the case of Master White Mountain, he was the peak expert of Ice Dao in the northern tribes, and thus he was given the title of White Mountain. He was not only the master of Elder Ku Mi, but had also made many chi skills and other ice attribute techniques that the northern tribes used. The Alliance members watched as the large palm imprint approached at a blinding speed, threatening to freeze them. But just when it was halfway to the barrier, a miracle happened. Centennial Slash. A sword light appeared from the south and pierced through the palm imprint. Tilde. The icy palm imprint was split apart into 100 segments from the sword light, dispelling its power. I was doubtful if I would get to fight a worthy opponent again, but seems like I wasn't lied to. A voice was heard as the clouds parted. Centennial Sword Ancestor, so you finally decided to act. Master White Mountain recolonized. Tilde whoosh tilde. From the clouds appeared the figure of an old man. His back was straight, while his shoulders were broad. His long hair hung from his back, held in place with a steel pin while his long brows were like hanging sword. His white beard looked almost like the snow and couldn't be differentiated easily. He was dressed in slim robes, like what a wandering swordsman would wear. Then there were 2 words written on the back of his robes. They read, Centennial Sword. He was none other than the ancestor of the Centennial Sword sect, one of the 3 immortal Ascension Realm cultivators of the Great Zhou continent. He's finally here. Patriarch Yuye and the others were relieved. Lin Mu gazed at the newly arrived old man and found him to be different and familiar at the same time. That sword aura almost reminds me of the Severing Heart Sutra's aura. It is weaker, but still close to it. Lin Mu muttered to himself. And the sword intent, he certainly has it. Chapter 1156, Sword Intent Centennial Sword Ancestor exuded a similar feeling to when Lin Mu used the Severing Heart Sutra. But at the same time, there were major differences as well. The Severing Heart Sutra is more fierce. The Centennial Sword Ancestor does give of that feeling, but the intensity is not the same. Lin Mu thought to himself. Other than the major difference in cultivation base, perhaps the effect would be the same for Lin Mu. His aura might become even stronger than that of the Centennial Sword Ancestor. The man in question held a rather plain-looking sword in his right hand and gazed at Master White Mountain. So you know who I am, Centennial Sword Ancestor spoke. How can I not know one of our greatest enemies? Though I was hoping you all would be ignorant for a while more, would have made things easier for us, Master White Mountain taunted. But the Centennial Sword Ancestor did not mind it at all. His expression didn't change at all, and he continued to gaze at the opponent. And you are called Master White Mountain, I'll remember that, the Centennial Sword Ancestor said before raising his sword. Tilde shing tilde. The sword hummed lightly before it was slashed out. The winds tore apart as the sword lights shot towards Master White Mountain. Humph! The old man, though, simply harumphed and threw out several palm imprints. Each palm imprint met a sword light, and they canceled each other out. It was evident that the 2 old men were relatively matched in strength. Good, at least now I know I can go further, the Centennial Sword Ancestor said with a smile. He raised the sword up high, as a heart-stilling aura rose from him. The aura condensed upon the sword before turning into the figure of a sword as well. The Alliance members that were watching it were stunned. Sword intent, that is true sword intent, Jiang Luo recognized. Lin Mu's eyes locked onto it, observing it deeply. He too had the potential to develop sword intent, but he hadn't done so because he was not focused on it as much. Originally, Lin Mu had picked the sword as a weapon for him because it was the most common weapon to him. But later, he got the 1,000 armament blade scripture, and he thought that knowing how to use several weapons was better. And while this did come in handy for him and was useful, recently he couldn't help but think that just using his body along was good too. He found the boulder collapsing fist to be his choice of skill to use, but that was when his own raw strength was not enough, which most of the times it was. His body was, after all, comparable to that of a Tao-treading realm expert at his peak, and perhaps even more. And when combined with his chi cultivation base, it had gone even past that. This had also put a strange dilemma before himself. The many weapons he had weren't actually able to withstand his strength. Only those that were high-grade spirit tools and weapons could do so for now, and even among them. Only those that were pure forging type, like his short sword, were able to do so with no issues. Lin Mu knew that if he exerted his full power, his spirit weapons might simply break from the force. He became greatly aware of it when he broke the armor made with the remains of the troll demon beast. If even a spirit tool made with the sole purpose of withstanding damage could not bear his strength, then spirit weapons meant for offense certainly wouldn't be able to. One of the ways to go past this was to condense weapon intent. Lin Mu had learned that not only could it increase the strength of weapons, but also made them greatly durable. It was even said that masters with great weapon intents could use anything as their weapon. For example, a swordsman with sword intent could utilize a blade of grass or a random stick as a sword, and its might not necessarily be less than a peak-grade spirit sword. Lin Mu had confidence that he would comprehend and condense his own sword intent if he worked on it for a bit with the help of the Severing Heart Sutra. But now that the opportunity had presented to observe someone who had not only comprehended and condensed sword intent, but had raised it to a good level, Lin Mu did not let it go. He observed how the centennial sword ancestor fought, and how each of his slashes contained the intent. The sharpness within them was astounding, and they represented something entirely new. Lin Mu seemingly entered a trance, and his lips started to move automatically. Faint chants came out of his lips, but others could not hear it over the noise of the battle going in the front. Minute by minute passed, as Lin Mu's comprehension only deepened. Jiang Luo, who had been focused on the battle as well, suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from near him. What? He quickly turned around, only to see Lin Mu staring at the battle. His eyes were a little dull, but the aura coming from him was strange. It was as if danger and stillness intertwined and fluctuated within it. Lin Mu, Jiang Luo called out lightly, but received no answer. A minute later, he was just about to move head and nudge Lin Mu when a change occurred. Tilde. Lin Mu's eyes gained a sharp tone as his aura transformed. Kia. The low cry of swords was heard as everyone felt goosebumps appearing on their body. Jiang Luo, who saw the change in Lin Mu, was shocked. Sword intent. He's developing sword intent too. Jiang Luo was surprised. Tilde. All of a sudden, Lin Mu's aura spiked and condensed into the illusory figure of a sword. The sword shot up into the sky and exploded into sharp winds that rained upon the army of the northern tribes. Chapter 1157, Intermediate Sword Intent in the battle between the Centennial Sword Ancestor and Master White Mountain. No one dared to interfere. They were fighting in the area between the Alliance and the tribe's army. This made it so that they couldn't fight directly for now. And since they couldn't do that, they were simply watching the fight between the two immortal Ascension Realm experts. After all, this was something that could only be witnessed once in several lifetimes for them. Most of them might not even live 10 of their lifetime to see something like this. Thus, they decided to learn from it and hope that they too could improve from it. Because of how focused they were on the fight, the soldiers of the northern tribes couldn't react when a rain of sharp winds slaughtered them. ARGH. NOOO. WHY. A cacophony of cries could be heard as blood was spilled and limbs flew apart. Those that were unlucky were directly reduced to mincemeat and couldn't even let out a word before they were killed. The Alliance members were stunned too, as the sound of painful death cries were hard to ignore. What? The patriarchs of the Alliance saw a part of the army getting slaughtered and also felt the aura of Lin Mu. Their brows furrowed before their eyes went wide. Sword intent. They all said in unison. Jiang Luo, who was the first to witness Lin Mu condensing sword intent, was surprised too. You developed sword intent. Jiang Luo couldn't help but want to confirm it first. Seems like it. Lin Mu replied as he looked at his short sword, which was constantly emitting waves of energy. This energy was different from spirit chi. Lin Mu recognized this to be the sword intent. It was strange as it needed no chi to work, and neither did it need vital essence or vital energy. It seemed to be running without a source. Weapon intents don't need chi or other kinds of energy to work. While they can be enhanced and amplified with them, they don't absolutely need them and can work on their own. What they are influenced by, however, is the willpower and comprehension of the user. As long as your comprehension of the sword increases, your sword intent will grow, and as long as your willpower is firm, the sword intent will never end. Zhukong suddenly spoke. He had been deep in cultivation for a while and knew that he was close to a breakthrough, thus had been focusing on that. But the awakening of Lin Mu's sword intent had woken him out of his trance. After all, he couldn't really focus on cultivating when the ethereal altar in the ring's space was letting off a sword aura. Lin Mu, who heard Zhukong's word intrinsically, understood them, and his understanding went even deeper. "I see," Lin Mu muttered and looked at the army of the tribes. Splitting apart his 5 fingers, he pointed them to the skis. "Rise," Lin Mu called out as his short sword shot into the sky like an arrow. But it wasn't just the short sword that did that. Every spirit sword that Lin Mu had in his storage all shot out simultaneously without him even needing to control them. Most of them weren't even branded with his spirit sense, and were random ones that were simply there after he had collected them from the spatial storage treasures of others or other such places. Direct sword control, it's not just sword intent, it's intermediate sword intent. Patriarch Shandian spoke. He too had weapon intent of his own, but his wasn't sword intent, but rather axe intent. Still, he knew how the weapon intents were and that there were differences in their levels. Weapon intents were separated into several grades, depending on how deep the comprehension of a person was. Most swordsmen who had a certain level of understanding of the sword will develop preliminary sword intent. It couldn't really have any direct effects on the sword, and was merely something that enhanced their understanding of sword skills. This was something Lin Mu had developed long ago when he had met Wu Hai at his mansion in the Wu Lim city. After this was the novice sword intent. In this, one could use sword intent to enhance the power of their swords, but they still needed to use their spirit sense to control them. In the case of Lin Mu, he had never actually reached this stage and had halted before that. Then came the intermediate sword intent, in which one didn't even need spirit sense to control a spirit sword. They would simply respond to the users, well, as long as the user's sword intent could reach that far. Lin Mu had progressed to this level directly after having comprehended sword intent for a bit, and observing the centennial sword ancestor display his own sword intent. The centennial sword ancestor, though, was on a higher level. His sword intent was on the advanced level, and at this level, one didn't even need spirit swords to display the same power. Even normal swords would work the same as spirit swords and could be controlled. Along with this came the increase in power and intensity as well. Seeing the hundreds of swords floating in the sky above Lin Mu, the Alliance members were awed. Grandfather's intuition was right. No wonder he was willing to give him the short sword. Jiang Luo thought to himself. Lin Mu gestured towards the army, and all the swords hovering in the sky shot forwards. The slaughter began once more, and the tribals couldn't do much other than running and defending. "Damn you!" The Dao Shell and Dao Treading Realm elders of the northern tribes were furious and used their own skills to protect their men. Ancestors save US. The northern tribesmen couldn't help but call out in fear. Master White Mountain had witnessed it all as well, but was occupied with the fight earlier. Enough! Now he couldn't hold back anymore. Chapter 1158, the direct battle begins. The deaths of so many members of the northern tribes early on was not acceptable to the elders. By now, they had lost nearly 40% of their numbers, which was far more than they had ever expected. They knew that a war would ensue some time after they entered the Great Zhou continent. Even if it was not right away, there would certainly be a reaction some time later from the Southerners. And this would inevitably lead them to lose their people. But losing them right at the cusp of entry was simply unthinkable to them. And that, too, without any of the Southerners actually suffering either. It was one of the worst insults that could have been delivered to them. Enough! Master White Mountain could not take it anymore and made a few hand seals, erecting a dome around the army. Tilde rumble tilde. Ice rose like saplings sprouting from the ground and twirled around the northern tribesmen, forming a large dome that not only defended from the incoming swords, but also repelled the ones that were already there. All the weaker swords were pushed back almost instantly, and only those that were either mid-grade or high-grade were still holding their ground. The short sword even managed to carve out a part of the ice dome before it was forcefully blasted away by an icicle. "Die!" the Master White Mountain shouted as he sent several palm imprints towards where he had sensed the sword intent from. After all, Lin Mu's sword intent was oppressive for most and could be felt easily. It was like a beacon of light shining in the darkest of nights. But before the attacks could reach Lin Mu, they were stopped. In fact, the attacks had not even reached the barrier. They were stopped by the Centennial Sword Ancestor. He himself had jumped in front and nullified the attacks with a flick of the sword. No damage was done, and the force was only reversed. "Attacking juniors now. Even being a tribal, you must have some honor, right?" the Centennial Sword Ancestor taunted. "Humph, you Southerners are not worthy of that," Master White Mountain retorted. "I see, then I must force you then," the Centennial Sword Ancestor stated before raising his sword. Tilde hum tilde. A blue glow covered the sword as turbulent winds shook the area. Even the barrier started to tremble and crack under it, and this was when it wasn't even being targeted. "10 Lake Splitter," Centennial Sword Ancestor slashed out. Tilde woong, tilde woong, tilde woong, tilde. It was as if 10 slashes were done, but only one was performed. The 10 slashes rained down upon Master White Mountain, who was forced back. The intensity of the attacks made it so that he could only defend and not attack. 10 Lake Splitter. The Centennial Sword Ancestor didn't stop there, though. He kept up his tempo and continued to use his sword skill, not letting Master White Mountain have time to react. A few attacks later, the two immortal Ascension Realm cultivators had traveled over 100 kilometers away while fighting. "Come on now, time to join in ourselves," Lin Mu called out. "Yeah," all the Alliance members shouted as the barrier lowered. Tens of thousands of cultivators were revealed to the Northern Tribe's army as the Alliance joined the fray. Elder Gunkao and Ku Mi were surprised at seeing such numbers. "They have almost the same number of experts as us," Elder Ku Mi spoke. But the number of lower-leveled cultivators among them is lower," Elder Gunkao replied. "Seems like we are gonna have an open battle," Elder Niu said as he readied himself. Pulling out a huge mace from his spatial storage treasure, he directly rose into the sky. "Attack!" he yelled as the mace exploded with great power. "Attack! Join the elders!" the commanders of the army also ordered. The army of the Northern Tribes moved, and the soldiers unleashed their fury. Tilde shing tilde shing tilde. Lin Mu released his sword intent once more, and the hundreds of swords all joined him once again. Gesturing with his hand, the swords shot toward the army. Not so fast, but before they could reach the army, they were interrupted. Elder Niu of the Northern Tribes moved in before the attack could reach the soldiers and swung his mace. Tilde hung tilde. His mace rocked the very air, and several orbs of energy spread out from it. Each of these orbs transformed into what looked like beetles and blocked the swords. The clash of the swords and energy beetles was fierce, but Lin Mu was still blocked in the end. "He's not weak," Lin Mu thought to himself. He knew how much power was in the swords, but all of them were still blocked by the man alone. This was something that another Dao-treading realm expert, Elder Ku Mi, was unable to do so, and had needed the help of Master White Mountain to block. "Who might you be? I don't think I've heard about you," Elder Niu questioned. The elders of the Northern Tribes certainly knew about the strong experts of the Great Zhou continent. It was the basics of what they needed to know after all, since they were going against them. Especially when considered those that were in the Dao-treading realm, everyone needed to be aware of them. But Elder Niu was sure that Lin Mu wasn't mentioned in any of the information. Anyone with such strong sword intent should have been well known. Not to mention, They had seen him appear earlier as well when he had thrown the ball of beast chi at the army. They were still confused about what that was, as they were actually not harmed by it. Even Elder Niu had a drop of beast chi in his body from that surprise attack, and didn't know what that was. "I am Lin Mu," he said before disappearing. Elder Niu's eyes narrowed as his senses alarmed him. "And I am the alliance leader of the Great Zhou." A voice spoke from behind him. Chapter 1159, Small Victories. Lin Mu appeared behind Elder Niu, surprising him. "Wah!" And before Elder Niu could react, he was struck by Lin Mu's fist. Tilde dang tilde. Surprisingly, the sound of metal hitting metal was heard, and Lin Mu's golden fist hummed. Elder Niu was sent several tens of meters back, but still managed to hold up. No chi in that attack. Elder Niu was even more surprised. His hand tapped on his back, where he had been hit, and stroked something there. Tilde thud thud tilde. Several small fragments of a metal plate seemingly fell down from within his fur robes. Lin Mu, who saw it, finally understood why the man had actually managed to bear his attack like this. Most other Dao-treading realm experts should have had their bones broken from that. That was definitely some armor, Lin Mu thought. His spirit sense swiped over the fragments of the armor, sensing the traces of a formation on it, confirming that he had indeed been protected by it. To withstand my attack, that armor must have been strong, Lin Mu said, before lunging at the man again. Won't let you do that again, Elder Niu said as he defended with his mace. Tilde clang tilde. Metal hit metal once more, but this time the impact was far from the same. Impossible, Elder Niu watched as a crack spread from the top of the mace. Lin Mu didn't just stop at that attack either. He flipped and spun on his right leg, using his left leg to kick Elder Niu on his flank. Once more, it seemed like Lin Mu had hit metal again. A few fragments of a metal armor fell from Elder Niu's robes once more, making him nervous. Let's see how long your armor can last. Lin Mu continued to attack non-stop, using blink to change his position in between, making it hard for Elder Niu to predict. His attacks continued for 2 minutes, putting Elder Niu on the passive and preventing him from doing anything. The man could only focus on defending himself and couldn't even use any other chi skills than defending himself. Damn it, what the hell is this man? Is he really the leader of them all? Elder Niu thought to himself. Lin Mu was confusing to him since his power of his attacks was at the Dao-treading realm, but no spirit chi fluctuations could be perceived from his body. Elder Niu even tried to probe Lin Mu, but couldn't even reach his body since it moved so fast. The best he could do was to try and track the course of his attacks, but even that was only useful for blocking. After 5 minutes passed, the last segment of Elder Niu's armor was broken. My 100 Facets armor, Elder Niu felt his heart ache. The 100 Facets armor was a peak-grade armor that was one of the original treasures of the northern tribes. It was something that was given to only a select person, and the elders of the councils might be one of the few that were able to use it. Elder Niu had been given it a long time ago, and was suited to using it since he was specialized in fighting directly. But it seems like he had met the antithesis of his specialty with Lin Mu. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore, and Lin Mu's fist struck his chest. Argh, Elder Niu directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His sternum and ribs were shattered, as Lin Mu's fist dug into his flesh. Die! Lin Mu spread apart his fingers and directly stabbed into Elder Niu's chest using them. Elder Niu couldn't do anything to stop Lin Mu, and resisting was useless against his strength. In less than a second, Lin Mu's hand had burrowed into the man's chest and was now wrapped around his heart. No. Elder Niu could barely let out an unwilling cry before his heart was crushed into paste. Elder Niu's body fell to the ground lifelessly before Lin Mu stomped on his abdomen, eradicating his nascent soul as well, truly killing the man. One down, several more to go, Lin Mu said as he turned his attention to the others. While it was a bit surprising to him that Elder Niu could hold on for this long under his blows, He also understood that the man was just a little lucky with the armor he had. Even Jiang Luo's peak-grade armor made with the troll's remains was unable to bear Lin Mu's force, after all. Other fights were ongoing as Lin Mu finished his. The elders of the northern tribes were clashing with the Alliance's Dao-treading realm elders and were almost equally matched. Tilde roar tilde. At that moment, a loud roar was heard and intense heat was felt. Lin Mu's eyes snapped towards that direction, and he saw little Shrubby. What beast is this? How is it this fast? Little Shrubby was fighting with one Dao-treading realm elder and 4 Dao shell realm cultivators of the northern tribes at once. And that, too, with ease. With his speed, the northern tribes' cultivators could only hope to defend. But their opportunities for defending weren't useful any longer as little Shrubby charged up his attacks. His long claws glowed brightly, almost turning white in color as a scorching heat spread in the air. The snow around them directly melted, and the snowflake falling from the sky stopped instantly. Run! The Dao-treading realm elder of the northern tribes warned his companions upon sensing the power of the attack. Unfortunately, though, he was too slow, and little Shrubby's claws struck. The superheated claws swung and tore through the air, and ripped apart the defenses of the elders like they were paper. Ayochechechech. Itburns. They could only cry in pain, as little Shrubby's flames ate up their flesh and bones. No, the Dao-treading realm elder watched in horror as his companions turned to ash in just a few seconds. Chapter 11, 60, a petrification skill, and Yu Yi in trouble. Little Shrubby's flames raged like the fires of hell and burned everything they touched to ashes. The Dao-treading realm elder watched on, and couldn't even react in time when his own back was slashed apart. His spine and ribs were ripped apart from the back and turned into black coke. No blood or flesh was spilled as it was burned away instantly. Argh! He cried in pain and tried to resist, but it was too late. The flames spread throughout his body and turned him into a living torch in a matter of seconds. Even his Danshan and nascent soul couldn't survive and was burned away as well. The Dao traces of fire in little Shrubby's fires weren't something that could be resisted just by anyone. Not to mention his power was built upon the foundation of multiple bloodlines, all of which were powerful. Having 2 bloodlines that specialized in the Dao of fire alone meant that no one would be able to compare to him in terms of that. Elder Gunkao sensed when 2 of their elders died within moments of each other and was stunned. What in the world? Elder Gunkao looked over and saw Lin Mu slaughtering the army with ease. It was the same for little Shrubby, and he was even more efficient than Lin Mu. Lin Mu at least targeted the higher-ranked experts that were at least at the Dao shell realm first, but little Shrubby eradicated anything that came in his path. The best thing was he didn't even need to attack them directly. Just heat coming from his body would burn most of them, and the residual flames that sparked form that heat also burned most of those that were at core condensation realm and below. Even the nascent soul realm cultivators were significantly injured and unable to fight well after that, thus giving the Alliance an advantage. You should probably focus on me. It is bad manners to look away from your opponent. Patriarch Yuya said as he made a claw with his hand and slashed at the elder. You! Elder Gunkao was infuriated and pushed back, defending from the attack for now. All of the Dao-treading realm elders of the northern tribes had been occupied by the Dao-treading realm experts of the Alliance, and they were now equally matched, especially with Lin Mu and little Shrubby killing 2 of them. Dang tilde dang tilde. Patriarch Yuya's hand was covered in a white smoke that had solidified. It almost looked like a beast's claw and enlarged his hands. You Southerners will pay for this, Elder Gunkao said before he threw out several stones. The stones grew in size and turned into boulders that slammed into Patriarch Yuye. You certainly are worth being the strongest elder of the northern tribes, Patriarch Yuye said as he reeled from the impact. Humph, you haven't seen anything yet, Elder Gunkao said as he threw out more stones that turned into boulders. Patricia Yuya struck the boulders with his solid smoke claws, but found it hard to break them. Strange, they are too tough to be normal boulders. Is this a skill? But it doesn't have any spirit chi fluctuations. Patriarch Yuya was confused. The two of them battled for a few minutes before Elder Gunkao smirked. This should be enough. Stone anchor shackle, Elder Gunkao chanted. Patriarch Yuya became alert and felt a strong spirit chi fluctuation coming from his body. It wasn't his own, and he knew he had been tricked. Heavy. He felt like his body was weighed down by a mountain, and he couldn't move at all. You think I was fighting you weakly? No, Elder Gunkao said as he made several hand seals. Stone heart seal. Patriarch Yuya felt his body turning still, and a stony layer started to spread from the bottom of his feet. Petrification. Wasn't this the original skill of one of the Immortals Ascension Realm experts that were killed in the past? Patriarch Yuya was stunned. As far as he knew, this was a skill that one of the Immortal Ascension Realm experts of the Great Zhou continent had. He had perished in the great battle against the northern tribes, and thus it was a mystery as to how this man obtained it. The stone layer reached Patriarch Yuya's chest in a matter of seconds and continued to spread rapidly. Your cultivation base and soul will serve as a fine sacrifice, Elder Gunkao said with a smile. Patriarch Yuya wanted to call for help, but was unable to move even a muscle. Even his spirit chi was getting stagnant and wasn't responding to his mind. It truly is that skill. Patriarch Yuya was alarmed. His eyes darted around, looking for a way to save himself. It is useless. All this is temporary and resistance is futile. The northern tribes shall claim the south as a whole soon, Elder Gunkao proclaimed, the confidence in his voice eerie. But then in the next moment, someone appeared next to Patriarch Yuya. WHO. Elder Gunkao was alarmed at the sudden appearance and couldn't understand why he had not sensed the other person approaching. It was as if he had appeared out of nothingness. Eat this, Patriarch Yuya, Lin Mu said as he pushed a pill into the man's mouth. Patriarch Yuya forced his throat to swallow the pill and almost immediately felt its effects. The stone layer on his body that had spread due to the petrifaction skill crumbled to dust, and he was freed. HAA. Patriarch Yuya drew a breath of relief and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Thank you, Lin Mu, Patriarch Yuya said before focusing on Elder Gunkao. You should thank Patriarch Mingliang. He saw you and passed me this pill for you, Lin Mu replied before he punched out towards Elder Gunkao. Elder Gunkao defended against the attack, but was still pushed back. You bastard! Chapter 1161 Cloud Dragon Lift. And battering Elder Gunkao, a stone shield had appeared in front of Elder Gunkao, but was inadequate against Lin Mu's punch, crumbling into fragments upon impact. Oh, you use earth elemental skills and spirit chi too, huh? Lin Mu sensed the earth spirit chi from the man. It was in a different state, though, and was a lot more condensed than him. But at the same time, it felt dull and mixed to Lin Mu. This was the second person he was encountering that could use earth elemental skills and spirit chi like him, thus he was intrigued. That petrification skill was of the earth element too. Lin Mu wondered if the man had it on him. And while Lin Mu thought all this, Elder Gunkao had recovered and raised his hand high, summoning a rock hammer and slamming down on Lin Mu, who skillfully dodged it. Keeping up the momentum, Lin Mu stomped with his leg mid-air and flipped, sending out tens of spirit swords to assault Elder Gunkao. Tilde clang tilde clang tilde. Even with the assistance of the sword intent, Lin Mu's attacks were still being blocked, which showed the strength of Elder Gunkao. Patriarch Yuya, on the other hand, had taken this period of respite to heal himself and restore his own condition. It was at this time that Patriarch Yuya was contacted by Patriarch Mingliang and was told to be careful of the petrification skill. Avoid that at all costs. I do not have another pill to heal that, Patriarch Mingliang warned. Petrification was a unique condition that could be inflicted by several methods, such as poisons, curses, and even skills. While the method might vary, the end effect was often the same, causing the target to become rigid and stone-like. And depending on the degree of petrification, it might be on the surface level, such that it might just restrain a person. Or it could be internal as well, causing them to die. The lucky ones might just lose their bodies, and if they were at the nascent soul realm and above, they would be able to escape with it. But in the case of more severe petrification, it might even lock the nascent soul of a cultivator inside the body which had turned into a stone statue and leave it to die slowly. It was a horrible condition and would be the same as imprisoning them in their own bodies. That was exactly what Elder Gunkao was intending to do, as it would still keep Patriarch Yu's cultivation base intact along with his soul. It would be the best condition for the use of a sacrifice. Can't risk the same thing again, need to end this quickly, Patriarch Yu thought as he took a deep breath. Bringing his hands together, he touched them and spread them apart in a triangle such that only the tips of his fingers and thumbs were meeting. Then he twisted his hands with his thumbs as the axis and created a few runes. Spirit chi spread out from his body in waves as his aura rose rapidly. Seems like I finally get to use it again after all these years, Patriarch Yu thought as more smoke appeared around him. The smoke started to concentrate and gather around him, and after a minute, it had reached such a level that it now looked like clouds. It was at this moment that Patriarch Yu called out to Lin Mu, "Dodge now." Patriarch Yu swiped up with his hands, as if he was flicking a wet cloth. Cloud Dragon Lift. The clouds around Patriarch Yu rushed forward and twisted. Turning into a vortex, they crashed into Elder Gunkao. What? Elder Gunkao was caught a little off guard by this, but still managed to erect a barrier around him at the last moment. Tilda whoosh tilde. But surprisingly, no damage was actually done to him. Lin Mu watched on in confusion, wondering why Patriarch Yu had used such a skill. He got the answer after just a couple of seconds. Attack him when he's at the peak. He won't be able to move during that time, Patriarch Yu instructed. Just like he said, Elder Gunkao was carried directly into the sky with the vortex of the clouds surrounding him. Tilde woon tilde. The sound coming from the clouds was rather loud now and caught everyone's attention. Is that what I think it is? A few disciples of the Long Cloud sect spotted the clouds moving up. It's the Cloud Dragon Lift. I can't believe we get to see the peak signature technique of our sect today. The disciples felt a little excited. Cloud Dragon Lift was a skill that came with the cultivation technique of the Long Cloud sect. It was a complex skill that didn't deal much damage, but was very good at trapping a person inside it. The vortex formed from it would carry the target high up into the sky, even going up to a height of several kilometers. But if this was all it could do, then the skill wouldn't be much effective on those that could fly. It was the secondary effect of the skill that was the main killer move. The Cloud Dragon vortex formed due to it was full of turbulent spirit chi that prevented the target from using any skills. Even spirit sense was useless, as it would simply be ripped apart by the vortex. It was the same for Elder Gunkao, as he found himself being sent flying without any control. Damn you all! He tried to struggle, but couldn't get past the dense cloud vortex. It was nearly 100 meters thick at this point, and Elder Gunkao couldn't even be seen clearly behind it. And just when Elder Gunkao reached a height of over 2 kilometers high, Lin Mu was ready. That's enough, Patriarch Yu. Lin Mu said while in a stance as his hand thrummed with great power. Yu nodded his head and stopped the skill, letting Elder Gunkao fall. Boulder Collapsing Fist, Third Form Metal Sword Devastator. Lin Mu punched out, and a ribbon of dense energy shot, illusory swords mixed with chupped, 1162 exploding a peak treading realm expert. This metal sword Vustata was something that Lin Mu had come up with on the spot, or more like it felt the most natural to him to do it this way. Swords were innately considered to be of the metal attribute, and the sword gave birth to sword chi, which was a derivative chi made from metal spirit chi and many others. Since Lin Mu had comprehended the sword intent, he didn't need much effort to attach it to the metal devastator. In fact, unless he had reached the advanced level of the sword intent, they would have been unable to create such sword imprints. They were similar to the sword lights shot out by the centennial sword ancestor and were composed of pure sword intent made with a sword. But in Lin Mu's case, it was different. Instead of the pure energy form of a sword light, they had turned into physical imprints that accompanied the metal devastator. The metal devastator had the property of sharpness and severance, which was highly compatible with the sword Da, and thus the sword intent, allowing it to meld with it effortlessly. Not only did this take the power of the metal devastator to the next level, but also helped enhance Lin Mu's own understanding of the sword intent. So it can resonate with the power of severance like this, and it's not just the power, there is more a trace of Da, Lin Mu pondered while using the skill. For him, time seemed to have slowed down as he entered a momentary trance. He would have liked to spend more time in this, but unfortunately for this was not the time or place for it. He automatically left the state of trance when the metal sword devastator reached Elder Gunka. Cloud Dragon Lift's restrictive effects were still present even if the vortex itself had stopped, but it was enough for the Elder to not be able to dodge. Tulda rup Tulda. Elder Gunka's eyes went wide as the ribbon of metal sword devastator tore into his body, as if it was tofu. The sword intent imbued into it directly tore apart his defensive tools, while the energy itself infiltrated into his meridians. There it swam and slashed, ravaging them all before finally reaching the Duntoan. Elder Gunka felt endless pain filling his body, but he was unable to let out even a peep. It was the kind of pain that would leave one breathless and paralyzed. After a momentary pause, the back of Elder Gunka blasted open as a part of the energy, along with the imbued sword intent, exploded out, spraying minced flesh, bone, and blood. The rain of blood stained the white snow below, turning it a pale red. The people of the northern tribes that witnessed this were left flabbergasted, while the other elders couldn't help, but let out shouts of unwillingness. "NOO. Head Elder G1KO. You bastards think this is the end. Even if you kill Elder G1KO, our endeavor will not end," Elder Kami yelled. Elder Gunka fell to the ground and sank into the red snow stained with his own blood. "The snow is so cold, and yet I feel so hot," Elder Gunka thought as the burning pain kept him awake. Throngs of northern tribe members rushed to him, while Lin Mu stopped Patriarch Yuyi from going after Elder Gunka. "Why are we stopping?" Patriarch Yuyi questioned, feeling confused. "The attack is not over yet. It's best we retreat before the main phase of the skill activates," Lin Mu answered, while also sending out a message to prevent the Alliance members from approaching the area. "Main phase," Patriarch Yuyi repeated in doubt before a thought appeared in his mind. "You mean that wasn't the full extent of your skill?" he asked, while continuing to retreat alongside Lin Mu. The skill has a delayed effect, and it's perfect for when there are so many foes around the target," Lin Mu said as he kept his gaze on the dying elder. "It seems like the metal sword devastator is even better than I thought. The man can't even speak, unlike the patriarch of the West Ocean sect," Lin Mu remembered. The people of the northern tribes had already tried to feed Elder Gunka pills, but they seemingly had no effect, their medicinal efficacy being destroyed by the energy of the metal sword devastator almost immediately. And just when Lin Mu and Patriarch Yuyi had retreated to the hill, it happened. Elder Gunka's body exploded at a moment's notice, and a force unlike anything before was seen. It was even stronger than the attacks of the immortal Ascension Realm cultivators who had fought before and killed everyone that was around it almost instantly. "This, what in the name of heavens is that?" Patriarch Yuyi was left speechless. "That is the same as the self-detonation of Peakda Treading Realm cultivator," Lin Mu explained. Patriarch Yuyi couldn't help but take in a mouthful of cold air, as he was sure that even he would be reduced to smithereens if he was within the radius of that attack. The self-detonation of an expert that was close to the immortal Ascension Realm was no joke. Its power could easily reach the level of the immortal Ascension Realm and was terrifying. If not for the fact that Lin Mu and Patriarch Yu Yi had reached far from the main site of the battle, the people of the Alliance would have perished as well. Lin Mu had decided to use the metal sword Devastator only after checking for others around it. But even then, the area of effect was a little too much and beyond his expectations, as the people of the Alliance along with the northern tribes were pushed back from the impact. The snow melted and evaporated directly from the explosion, and the bare soil was scorched until it was black. Deep cracks were even left behind as the entire battlefield looked nothing like before. Chapter 1163, the battle intensifies. The scene of devastation was stunning for most people and made them pause their battles. It was simply too big of a commotion to ignore. Even the immortal Ascension Realm cultivators who were fighting far from the battlefield sensed it. After all, their spirit senses could reach 100 kilometers with ease, just like Lin Mu's. Master White Mountain's expression darkened, and his hands trembled in rage. "You all shall pay," he said in a low voice, focusing on attacking his opponent. The Centennial Sword Ancestor, on the other hand, smiled widely. "Oh, seems like an interesting junior. Is he that infamous Lin Mu?" The Centennial Sword Ancestor muttered to himself. "And intermediate sword intent? That is impressive for a junior like him. Why is no junior from my sect even half as good as him? Doesn't seem like he had focused on the sword either, and yet he has greater attainments in the sword da." The Centennial Sword Ancestor couldn't help but get impressed. He could see the power of the attack and feel the fluctuation even here. And from the explosion, he sensed the intermediate sword intent that was imbued into the metal sword Devastator. When Lin Mu had comprehended and used the intermediate sword intent earlier, the Centennial Sword Ancestor had indeed sensed it, but had little attention to pay since he had an equal opponent in front of him. But now, despite having the same opponent, he couldn't ignore it and had to acknowledge. "Seems like once this is over, I'll have to have a word with Jia Qianli and other juniors of the sect. Their judgment has been getting worse and worse over time." The Centennial Sword Ancestor muttered to himself. They would have almost killed themselves if they went ahead with their original plans. The Centennial Sword Ancestor obviously knew about the plans of Jia Qianli, the patriarch of the Centennial Sword Sect, and the others. But he didn't interfere in it, nor did anything, simply staying in seclusion. As an ancestor, he wasn't supposed to interfere in such matters after all. He had done his share of the work in the past and was now absolved of it. The only time he would act was if a huge crisis that threatened the world arrived, or if he felt like there was a worthy opponent for his sword. And now both of the conditions had been fulfilled, thus there was no way he couldn't come. Seeing the end of a treading realm expert like Elder Gunka, who had a great chance of becoming another immortal Ascension Realm cultivator, made the Centennial Sword Ancestor aware that the people of his sect would stand no chance against Lin Mu. And if they went ahead with their plans of antagonizing Lin Mu, they would most certainly end up dead, possibly before he could even react. Perhaps this invasion was a blessing in disguise. At least the foolishness still has a chance of being rectified. The Centennial Sword Ancestor reckoned. Tilde Honglang tilde. But while he was thinking all this, the loud ringing of a bell was heard. "Who dares kill G1KAO?" A booming voice echoed across the mountains. It was so loud that massive avalanches occurred across 400 kilometers of the mountain range. The rocky faces of the mountains that had been hidden for thousands of years were revealed today due to the snow sliding off from the avalanches today. The pupils of the Centennial Sword Ancestor constricted as he sensed a powerful wave of spirit chi coming from the distance. So they were telling the truth. There are more of them. The Centennial Sword Ancestor muttered to himself. He had been informed earlier that there were 3 immortal Ascension Realm experts among the northern tribes as well. And as much as he trusted the information, he still hoped that it was not true. But now that had just been proved, and the Centennial Sword Ancestor could only intensify his attacks. "Ha, you all are done. Once the ancestral bell arrives, your fate will be scaled." Master White Mountain rejoiced upon hearing the loud voice. Back at the battlefield, there was no one that had not heard the booming voice or felt the spirit chi wave that turned their knees weak. Lin Mu's brows furrowed, as he knew exactly what this meant. Where are the ancestors of the Sky Precept sect and the Rainbow Pill sect? We need them more than ever, Lin Mu said, as he sensed another presence in addition to the one that had spoken. That was right. Lin Mu had felt not one, but two immortal Ascension Realm presences approaching. Patriarch Yuya's face fell as he frantically contacted the others. No way, the communication jade slip doesn't work, Patriarch Yuya said. What? Lin Mu took out his own jade slip and tried to contact others but found it useless. The effect was similar to the jamming formations that the northern tribes had set before, but Lin Mu was sure that this was not due to any formations, because if it was, he would have known well beforehand. Tilde Hunglong tilde. The ringing of a bell was heard once again as the air thrummed along with it. Lin Mu could sense his skin tremble with the sound of the bell and knew that their worst scenario was possibly coming true. Be ready, Lin Mu. That is definitely an immortal tool, Zukong warned. I know, Senior. What do you think its effects are? There is certainly a restrictive effect from what we can see now, Lin Mu quickly asked. From the initial impression, I can guess that it is an immortal tool with composite effects. It should be able to restrain and control areas. That barrier blocking the entry to the Forbidden Continent was definitely made by it as well, Zukong replied. Lin Mu's brows furrowed, as he knew that things were about to get really tough. A crystal appeared in his palm and he stared at it, unable to come to a decision. Chapter 1164, Master Kull Mountain. Lin Mu stared at the crystal for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. Not now, we still have time, Lin Mu muttered as he stored it back into the ring. He raised his head and gazed in the distance, sensing the two immortal Ascension Realm presences getting closer. But after a minute, Lin Mu realized something. One of them is slow, Lin Mu said in confusion. One of them, THRES more. Yi heard him and almost yelled. Yes, there are now two immortal Ascension Realm cultivators approaching, Lin Mu replied. And one of them is using an immortal tool which is restraining the communication jade slips, he added. Damn it, what top sex, useless. Patriarchy couldn't hold back any more and cursed. With two more immortal Ascension Realm cultivators approaching, Lin Mu knew that only the other two immortal Ascension Realm cultivators would be able to hold them back. And even if Jiang Wei did join in, Lin Mu didn't know how much the immortal tool would be able to assist with it all. Not to mention, the northern tribes had their own immortal tool as well, and they didn't know the difference in the grades either. If the sword made by Jiang Wei was not adequate enough for it all, they might not be able to get through it all. Time turned into a raging river and passed away quickly. Soon the first of the two immortal Ascension Realm cultivators could be seen on the horizon. Go, kill them all, a woman's voice was heard. The second immortal Ascension Realm cultivator that had just appeared was an old woman that looked to be in her 50s. One could see from her appearance that she was certainly talented, as most other cultivators looked a lot older than her. Perhaps only Lin Mu and Jiao Feng were younger looking than her, but they weren't at the immortal Ascension Realm either. But what caught Lin Mu's attention the most wasn't her appearance, but the fact that she had just given out orders. Whoosh tilde. All of a sudden, several figures appeared in the sky out of thin air. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed as he could see that they had just been hiding behind a formation similar to what they had done with the hill earlier. But the problematic fact was that these were all emitting the spirit chi fluctuations at the Dao treading realm. 1, 10, 22, Lin Mu counted and was left stunned. All Dao treading realm, 22 Dao treading realm experts. His words were heard by Patriarch Yu Yi, and he quickly shouted out to the others, informing them of the arrival of reinforcements by the northern tribes. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and knew that he would now have to go all out. Little shrubby, Lin Mu called out in his mind, we'll have to fight hard now. Tilda roar tilde. Little Shrubby's roar was heard from the distance as he just killed another Dao treading realm, elder of the northern tribes. He looked towards Lin Mu and then at the reinforcements. I'm ready, Little Shrubby replied as massive spirit chi waves rose from him. The area around him heated up and the snow all melted into water. But even the water couldn't last long and turned into steam that quickly rose into the skis. Little Shrubby's body started to bulk up and swelled. His aura continued to rise as a dominating pressure was exerted all around him. What is happening to the beast? The nearby northern tribes members were scared. Tilda roar, tilde. Little Shrubby raised his head and let out an earth-shaking roar. It was loud enough to forcefully pull the attention of everyone on the battlefield, including the newly arrived Immortal Ascension Realm expert. The woman stared at where Little Shrubby was and felt her skin prickle. What is that beast? She could feel a great sense of danger from the beast. Deciding to trust her instincts, she sent out an order. Get rid of that beast first. It's too dangerous to be left alive. As you command, Master Cull Mountain, the Dao Treading Realm experts replied. The woman was titled Master Cull Mountain and was one of the 3 Immortal Ascension Realm experts of the northern tribes, along with Master White Mountain. Now there was only one of them left to arrive. While the Dao Treading Realm experts were approaching Little Shrubby, the beast had continued to change. Flames ignited all over his body and increased his size even more. The flames were also of different colors as well. A major part of his body was filled with orange flames, but his claws were covered with red flames. On his head, a pattern was formed with yellow-colored flames mirroring the pattern that was naturally on his fur. Lin Mu, watching Little Shrubby increase in size, was impressed. Little Shrubby was now the same size as that of Zaya Abo. The massive beast towered over the entire battlefield while scorching heat melted all the snow around. The snow close by to him had directly evaporated, but the snow that was distant was now turning into streams and rivers that flowed to the south. It was possible that a flood might occur somewhere down south now. The nearby northern tribes members all died from the heat, while those that were strong were burned before they retreated in panic. Master Cull Mountain was right. The beast is too dangerous. Everyone surround it. The Dao Treading Realm experts spoke amongst themselves. Despite being at varying stages of the Dao Treading Realm, all of them felt pressured by the beast, while they could tell that Little Shrubby was also at the Dao Treading Realm. The dominating aura coming from him was something that even their Immortal Ascension Realm experts didn't have. It was an entirely different feeling that could only come from a true predator that could extinguish their lives. Little Shrubby, on the other hand, felt no pressure despite 22 Dao Treading Realm experts rushing at him. He only felt excited. Chapter 1165, the power of 7 beasts burst. A power far greater than before flowed through Little Shrubby as the 7 beasts burst activated once more after years. It was as if 7 beasts were roaring at once and announcing their authority. The cultivators that were weak-hearted directly fell unconscious upon hearing it, while those that were a bit more firm shook in their boots. Only the most valiant and brave could withstand the oppression contained in the roar. Even Lin Mu could feel it, as the great slumber bear bloodline within his body stirred upon hearing it. It's truly powerful. I felt that deep in my soul. Lin Mu spoke. The 7 beasts burst unearths the latent potential of Little Shrubby when it's used. With the improvement from the beast chi has been giving him, the quality should have increased greatly. And we can certainly see it now. Zukong spoke up as well. The Dao Treading Realm cultivators of the northern tribes that were heading towards Little Shrubby couldn't help but pause in their tracks momentarily. But they quickly recovered and even increased their speed. We can't let the beast take the initiative first, they thought. Die, foul beast! One of the Dao Treading Realm cultivators took the lead and attacked Little Shrubby. Tilda whoosh tilde. But before they could even react, the man who had just attacked disappeared. Huh. Where did Lao Zia go? His companions were left confused. A second later, though, scorching heat spread in the area, burning the robes of the Tao treading realm who had come a little too close. But that was just the start as a loud explosion was heard, as if the very air had been torn apart. Argh! The Tao treading realm experts that were closer were knocked back and felt the impact of the shockwave. Master Kull Mountain, who was watching from afar, trembled slightly upon witnessing it all. While others might not have seen it, she had seen it all clearly. That beast, just what speed is that? It's many times faster than even mine, Master Kull Mountain realized. Retreat, retreat, activate the formation array, Master Kull Mountain ordered, knowing that the Tao treading realm cultivators she had just sent out were no match for the beast. Even if they could overpower the beast with collective numbers, it would be impossible for them to match up with that speed. And speed was something that would easily flip the odds of the battle. After all, even if they could match in quantity with Little Shrubby's speed, he would take them out individually, and the others won't be able to react at all. Master Kull Mountain had seen the Tao treading realm who had taken the lead in attacking Little Shrubby die instantly. And what had killed him was a claw, Little Shrubby's claw. The shock wave from the claw was what had knocked everyone away and spread the scorching heat as well. Back at the scene of battle, Little Shrubby's flaming eyes gazed upon the humans that had approached him. 1 killed, 21 to go. Little Shrubby spoke, though it could only be heard as a growl to everyone other than Lin Mu. Tilda whoosh tilde. Little Shrubby finally moved, turning into a flaming comet that streaked across the skis. No! Master Kull Mountain saw that her men would not be able to retreat in time. Gritting her teeth, she took out what looked like a withered branch. There were no leaves on it, and the bark on the branch was peeling off. She held the branch with both her hands and firmly snapped it. As soon as the sound of the crack spread, it was as if the world had stood still. Master Kull Mountain disappeared from where she was standing and appeared in the path of Little Shrubby. Propping up her hands at the front, Master Kull Mountain blocked Little Shrubby, who slammed into her. Even then she was pushed back several meters, but the beast had been halted. Lin Mu felt the spatial fluctuations in the air and knew that Master Kull Mountain hadn't just moved fast. She had teleported. What was that branch? Lin Mu wondered. I believe that was a branch of the broad expanse void tree. How it got into her hands, though, is mysterious. Zukong spoke, finding it all to be strange as well. This was not the first time Lin Mu was hearing about the broad expanse void tree either. He had read about it in the memoirs of the lost immortal and knew that it was one of the few trees that were of the spatial element. The tree was unique in that it grew in places where there were natural spatial cracks. Its roots would spread over the crack and absorb the spatial energy from the void. It was technically not a rare tree, but obtaining a branch from it was very difficult. The tree itself was surrounded by spatial energy that would destroy most things, and damaging the tree would be even more problematic as it would react appropriately, killing all that wandered next to it. How would she get a branch here? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. There is no doubt the northern tribes have been obtaining them from the higher worlds. The branch she used was an old dead branch that had been shed by the broad expanse void tree, so it cannot be used for much, but even then, this is alarming. Zukong replied. Seeing that he had just obtained more proof of the northern tribes' interaction with the higher worlds, Lin Mu decided to rush into the battle. The Tao treading realm cultivators, who had just been saved by Master Kull Mountain, now became Lin Mu's targets. Little Shrubby had already moved away from Master Kull Mountain and was now running around, attacking her whenever there was an opening. Master Kull Mountain could only block for now, while trying to find openings during which she could attack. Give it your all. The Savior Beast and Alliance Leader are holding them back for us, Patriarchia said to the Alliance members. Chapter 1166, Earthen Devastator, with Little Shrubby holding up Master Kull Mountain. Lin Mu was free to attack the 21 Tao treading realm cultivators. While their numbers meant that Lin Mu might not be able to kill them all quickly, it also meant that they wouldn't be able to do much to him either. The Tao treading realm cultivators were currently gathering in a certain order and setting up a formation array. Each of the Tao treading realm cultivator was a node of the array, and it was hard to tell what kind of a formation array it was. Lin Mu would have liked to stop them before they managed to set it up, but the constant movements of Master Kull Mountain and Little Shrubby had made it difficult. But now that they had settled on one part of the battlefield, Lin Mu could finally act. First to get them split up, Lin Mu thought as he rose up in the sky. His hand was pulled back as vital essence and spirit chi stirred within it. But the spirit chi this time was different and was not a tribute less. And neither was it fire or metal elemental spirit chi. This time, the spirit chi swirling within his hand was brown in color and gave off a feeling of heaviness. Boulder collapsing fist, third form earthen devastator. Lin Mu punched out as a brown ribbon of energy shot out from his fist. On the first glance, it looked the ribbon was a muddy stream, but it seemed to be changing its state, turning from solid to liquid and vice versa. This was the devastator that was made with Earth's spirit chi in it. Lin Mu hadn't really used it in a battle before, even if he had been able to for a long time, because the way it worked was rather different. It wasn't like the flaming devastator or the metal devastator that could be used on a single target directly. And if one looked at the area that Lin Mu was aiming at right now, they would find that it wasn't actually any enemy, but rather an empty spot on the barren ground. "Careful!" the Tao-treading realm cultivators of the northern tribes shouted. But much to their surprise, the attack didn't strike them. "What?" The Tao-treading realm were confused at first, but then their pupils constricted. The brown ribbon of energy directly entered the ground, and no explosion or loud sound was heard when it did. It was vastly different from the other three variants of the devastation, and no quick effect was displayed either. For about 10 seconds, the Tao-treading realm cultivators were alert and watched out for any sneak attacks, wondering if Lin Mu was simply pretending. But once the 10-second passed, they met the true power of the attack. Tilde rumble tilde. The ground shook as if a quake was approaching, and then in the next second, hundreds of spikes rose up from the ground, spreading out in a circle from the site of entry. The spikes grew faster than what the Tao-treading realm could react to, and quickly spread to a radius of about 200 meters. Only those that were outside this area actually managed to dodge this attack, but the rest were not so fortunate. ARGH. No. Pain-filled cries were heard as the Tao-treading realm cultivators were stabbed and struck by the spikes. The spikes were of various thickness and sharpness. Some were as thin as a chopstick at the top, while others were as thick as a barrel. Such differences made it hard for the Tao-treading realm to react. If they defended using some barrier or other spirit tools, they would be pierced by the sharp spikes, while some would be knocked up into the sky from the blunt barrel-sized spikes. Either way, they were hurt, and their process of making an array was foiled. "Damn it, the nodes are all misaligned now," the Tao-treading realm that were out of the radius of the attack complained. Since the spikes all shifted the ground, the nodes that were set up for the arrays were now all moved around, thereby making them useless. "Perfect," Lin Mu said in joy as his goal was accomplished. The destruction of the array was his main goal right now, and killing the Tao-treading realm could come after that. After all, if the array was established and was controlled by the 21 Tao-treading realm cultivators, its power would be really great. If it was an offensive array, it would even be able to get through Lin Mu's defenses. Lin Mu certainly didn't want that and got rid of it using the earthen devastator. Though it had actually not killed any of the Tao-treading realm cultivators that were stuck by it, that was the issue with the earthen devastator. It was actually the weakest one out of the 4 variants. But its other effects could be really useful like in the current situation. Not to mention, even if it had not killed any of the Tao-treading realm cultivators, it had still managed to injure them. Lin Mu teleported next to one of the Tao-treading realm and slashed with his short sword, chopping off the arm of the man. Tilde splat tilde. "ARGH, why you?" the man cried in pain as he quickly ate an alchemical pill to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately for him, Lin Mu was able to teleport around and moved on to the next target. Tilde bam tilde. Tilde bang tilde. Lin Mu's golden fists rained down upon the different Tao-treading realm cultivators, either hitting their bodies, defensive spirit tools, or chi skills. Some of these broke apart while some managed to hold back. Just how strong is this man? How can his fists withstand so many of our defensive methods? The Tao-treading realm cultivators were left wondering. Lin Mu didn't give them much of a chance to think, though, and let his fists do the talking. Chapter 1167, Tao Embryos Released. Lin Mu's golden fists shone from time to time as they slammed into the Tao-treading realm cultivators of the northern tribes. Damn it, what kind of a man is this? Why can't we even put one scratch on him? One of the Tao-treading realm cultivators said in frustration. They had been fighting for a bit now, and were unable to get through Lin Mu's defenses. It was rather terrifying for them, as despite being many times in numbers, their powers were still not enough. Tilde clang tilde. Oh no! Another Tao-treading realm cried as his spirit sword finally shattered under Lin Mu's fist. A chance! Lin Mu blinked to the man's side and let his fist meet the man's temple. Argh! The man cried momentarily before being knocked out. His temple cracked and blood spilled from it. He's tough. Normally this should have burst his head open, Lin Mu thought. This was the biggest thing he had discovered about these Tao-treading realm cultivators he was fighting. They seemed to be a lot more tougher than the ones he had fought before. Not just that, but their fighting experience also seemed to be higher, as they could actually keep up with Lin Mu. They had already seen Lin Mu teleporting around and had become wary about it. While it was shocking to them initially, they soon adapted to it. After all, hesitating in a battle like this would spell their death. Which was also why Lin Mu couldn't just keep on using blink and teleport around, attacking them. With the numbers these Tao-treading realm experts had, they could take turns in blocking him if Lin Mu attacked one of them. Little Shrubby had only managed to kill one of them instantly due to the great speed and increase in power he had experienced after activating his innate skill of 7 Beasts Burst. Even now, the beast was fighting the immortal Ascension Realm expert, Master Kull Mountain, and keeping her in one place. This allowed Lin Mu to hold back these experts, though he didn't know how long this was possible, as he could sense the third immortal Ascension Realm expert approaching. How is he so slow? Lin Mu wondered. Lin Mu couldn't fully check on the expert since he was being guarded by a barrier through which his spirit sense couldn't penetrate. It was the strong spirit chi fluctuation coming that were telling Lin Mu that the man was approaching. But what confused Lin Mu was how slow he was. In the time it had taken for the man to travel this far, even a chi-refining realm cultivator would have reached the battlefield, which only made Lin Mu think that perhaps there was something else slowing him down. This was extra worrying to him, as there was no telling if some big scheme was being plotted by the immortal Ascension Realm expert. Defend him! The Tao-treading realm experts of the tribes shouted upon seeing their companion being hit by Lin Mu. Tilde shua tilde shua tilde shua tilde. All of them rushed towards the man, but Lin Mu was faster than them. Too late, Lin Mu muttered as he flicked his hand. Tilde shing tilde. 6 spirit swords shot out in a formation, with the short sword being at the center. All of them were joined together through a net made from Lin Mu's sword intent. This was something that was mentioned in the 1,000 armament blade scripture, but Lin Mu had rarely used it. And now that he had sword intent, the true power of these small sword formations were unleashed. Tilde clang tilde. The 5 spirit swords protected the short sword and amplified its power while warding off the attacks of the Tao-treading realm experts. Shit. Tilde splat tilde. The short sword burst through the unconscious Tao-treading realm expert's chest, destroying his heart and spine in the process. But it didn't just stop there. The short sword did a quick U-turn and stabbed into the dantian of the man from the back, erasing his nascent soul that was trying to wiggle out as well, thereby killing him completely. 20 left to go. Lin Mu muttered as he looked at the furious faces of all. He knew that the speed at which he was killing was just not enough, and he needed to be a lot faster. He wanted to reduce their numbers as much as possible before the arrival of the third immortal ascension realm cultivator of the tribes. At the same time, he was cursing the top sex being so late. He had heard that they were arriving soon and had become hopeful at seeing the Centennial Sword ancestors' appearance, but now it wasn't like that. As for Jiang Wei, Lin Mu had another guess. He's waiting for the immortal tool of the tribes to appear. He's definitely going to suppress it first, Lin Mu thought. It wasn't hard for Lin Mu to guess it, and Jiang Luo had done the same before. It was also the right option, as Jiang Wei was supposed to be their trump card. The northern tribes knew about the top sex immortal ascension realm ancestors and could prepare for them. But they couldn't do the same for Jiang Wei, who was thought to be dead to them. Enough. We have to kill him at once, or we won't be able to last long. Yeah, we still have a long conquest ahead of us. The Tao-treading realm cultivators of the northern tribes made their decision, and suddenly their auras spiked. Strong spirit chi fluctuations came from them, and Lin Mu became alert. Tao embryo release. The Tao-treading realm experts made different hand seals of their own. Spherical shells rose up from the top of their heads and expanded to become large. Most of them were around 2 meters wide, but some had reached a width of nearly 5 meters, which was rather large for a Tao-treading realm expert. But what was even more surprising was that each of the Tao shells contained the same kind of Tao embryo. Chapter 11, 68. Snow Bell Tao embryos. Lin Mu glanced at the Tao shells and saw the Tao embryos within. All of them were shaped like bells, and their size was the same as well. This was strange since the size of their Tao shells varied. Why are they the same size? Shouldn't the ones with bigger Tao shells form bigger Tao embryos? Lin Mu wondered. The last time he had seen so many Tao embryos of the same time was when he fought the Tao-treading realm cultivators who had been forcefully nurtured using pills of grace. But those cultivators were very weak and had the same sized Tao shells as well. Their foundation and quality couldn't compare to the Tao-treading realm cultivators Lin Mu was fighting right now. These were true Tao-treading realm cultivators who had cultivated from scratch. Lin Mu could not sense even a trace of the mudded chi of the pills of grace, and neither did he feel the trace of invader on them. The Tao shells all floated up, and a wave of energy spread from them. Snow Bell embryo resonance, the Tao-treading realm cultivators chanted. Tilde ding tilde. The bells in the Tao shells all rung at the same time, and a melodic chime was heard. Lin Mu's spirit sense was alert and was scanning for danger at all times, but didn't sense any threat from this. What are they? But soon Lin Mu felt the change. He looked at his hand and saw a layer of ice covering it. How? But that wasn't all, as his leg was soon covered by ice too. Realizing that he needed to reassess the threat, Lin Mu used fade and disappeared, leaving the Tao-treading realm cultivators confused. Where did he go? Back in the parallel world, Lin Mu broke off the ice on his hand and leg. How the hell did they do that? There was no spirit chi in that attack, and I didn't sense any threat either. Lin Mu couldn't help but question. They executed a Tao embryo skill. Normally you would have felt it, but since they are using it in unison, its power is amplified, Zukong answered. And not just that, because it is not a chi skill, your spirit sense won't sense it either. It is a pure Tao skill, albeit only a weak one that works on Tao traces. I see, but how can they all have the same kind of Tao embryos? Lin Mu asked. It is quite possibly due to them comprehending it all from the same thing. Not all of Tao-treading realm cultivators form their Tao embryos on their own. Some might take the guidance of a senior expert, or some might even use a tool to gain an insight from. Zukong replied. Perhaps the immortal tool did this. Could they have gained their insight from it? Lin Mu guessed. It is certainly possible, and it makes it even more dangerous. In large numbers like this, same Tao embryos can resonate and increase their power to levels that are beyond what could be possible normally for them. You should be careful this time. Tao skills cannot be defended against easily. Zhukang warned. Lin Mu nodded his head and had already experienced it. Normally, he should not have even been affected by it, and the mortal strengthening scripture's armor would have blocked it. But when ice formed on his hand and arm, it had directly bypassed the armor and covered both the armors and his skin. If it were not for the fact that his body cultivation was also at the Tao treading realm, and he had cultivate the true gold body forging arts, he might have lost both his limbs. I think you should use it too. It is ready right, Zhukang suggested. After the breakthrough, I could instinctively feel it that I can use it, Lin Mu replied. Good, use it then. No sense in hiding it anymore, Zhukang stated. All right, Lin Mu said as his eyes glinted with determination. He then moved some distance away from his initial location and deactivated Fade, reappearing back in the Xia world. There, as soon as he appeared, the Tao treading realm cultivators sensed him. They were left confused and wondered if Lin Mu had left using teleportation. That was one thing they couldn't guard against, and were betting that Lin Mu would not leave without a fight. And just as they had guessed, Lin Mu returned soon after. Don't let him escape again, the Tao treading realm cultivators said out loud. Tilde ding tilde. The snow bell embryos chimed once again, the melodic sound spreading in the surrounding. Crack tilde. But this time Lin Mu was prepared and broke the ice just as it formed on his body. Spirit chi continually poured out from his body, creating an outward pressure, preventing the ice from forming. It won't work anymore, Lin Mu said as he distanced himself a little from the Tao treading realm cultivators. Again, the Tao treading realm cultivators controlled their Tao embryos and rang the bells non-stop. Tilde ding, tilde ding, tilde ding, tilde. It felt like tens of wind chimes were ringing in strong winds, and the melodic sound turned a little irritating. Icy winds blew all around the area, freezing it. The bare ground, which had been revealed due to little shrubby, was now covered in white snow again. But the snow only lasted off a moment before turning into solid ice under the effect of the bells. Even Lin Mu felt his spirit chi curtain weakening. What he was doing was actually pushing out his store spirit chi out of his body in order to prevent the ice from forming on it. This process was really wasteful and was the same as letting one's spirit chi that was collected after tireless cultivation free. Only Lin Mu was someone who could willfully waste spirit chi like this. It wasn't like he would have a hard time absorbing it back anyway. You aren't the only ones who can use Tao embryos, you know, Lin Mu said as a heavy aura spread from him. Chapter 1169, True Earth Heart Tao Embryo. As the heavy aura spread from Lin Mu, a yellow and brown object rose from his head, shining brightly like a flood light in the night. A few seconds later, the object became clearer, and everyone could see it now. The object was none other than Lin Mu's Tao shell, and it was in the form of a 7-sided shield. There was a flat, circular indent in its center as well. The different sections of the shield had 2 different colors. 4 of it were yellow in color, while 3 sections were brown in color. The circle in the center, though, was clear and could be seen through, and there was actually another object hidden inside it. What kind of a Tao embryo is that? The Tao treading realm cultivators of the northern tribes wondered. But that was not all, as a peculiar sound was heard coming from the shield like Tao shell. Is that a heartbeat? The Tao treading realm cultivators finally realized. The sound coming from the shield like Tao shell was the same as heartbeats, albeit heartbeats that were loud enough to be heard in the entire area. Not just that, but with each beat, they felt like the pressure on them was oscillating. Lin Mu gazed up at his Tao shell and let it expand. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters. The Tao shell had reached a massive 10 meters in size now. The Tao treading realm cultivators could only watch on in shock as the heartbeats coming from the Tao shell intensified as well. Tao shell condense, Lin Mu called out. Tilde rumble tilde. The Tao shell shook before starting to condense. Its size reduced until it became 2 meters wide. Though at the same time, the Tao shell became a lot more denser. The heartbeats coming from it also became a lot more clear and now felt like drum beats. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Lin Mu took out a spear from his spatial storage. It was none other than the iron thorn spear and stabbed it into his Dao shell. What? The Dao treading realm cultivators were confused and wondering why Lin Mu was harming his own Dao shell. But much to their surprise, the scene of the Dao shell cracking or getting damaged was not seen. Instead, the iron thorn spear freely inserted into the Dao shell as if it was meant to fit it from the start. Around 1/3 of the spear disappeared into the Dao shell before Lin Mu held it in his hands. True Earth Heart Dao Embryo, Lin Mu chanted. The Dao shell shook once more and let out waves of energy that covered the entire Dao shell. The energy solidified around the Dao shell while the outline of an object could be seen. The object was none other than Lin Mu's Dao embryo, which was in the shape of a heart. The Dao embryo looked like a heart made out of rocks and stones, with soil clumped around its surface forming the fine veins and arteries. It throbbed non-stop and liberated a lot of energy. This was the Dao embryo that Lin Mu had birthed after having comprehended the Dao of Earth. It was a unique Dao embryo that even Zukong had not seen before, and Lin Mu instinctively knew its name when it was born within his Dao shell. He had broken through to the Dao treading realm not long ago and had been stabilizing his Qi cultivation base. It was also why he had not used it right away, but now he felt like it had become just perfect. This was one of the reasons why Lin Mu had gotten interested in Elder Gunkao, who also used the earth element. Lin Mu wanted to know just how much of a difference there was between their Dao embryos. And now he had seen several Dao embryos and was confident in his own. Even more so for the Dao skill that he had automatically comprehended when he had broken through. Lin Mu's understanding of the Dao of Earth had deepened, and the Dao traces present in his Dao embryo was great. The concentration of Dao traces in his Dao embryo was supposedly a lot more than there normally should have been, according to Zukong. Of course, Lin Mu didn't mind it and was rather happy with it, as it only meant that his capabilities would be that much higher. And now, he was about to display those very capabilities. HAA! Lin Mu held the handle of the iron thorn spear that was now attached to the entire Dao shell and poured in his spirit Qi into it. The spirit Qi reacted with the energy coming from the true Earth Heart Dao embryo and solidified, turning into rocks that covered the entire Dao shell as well as the shaft of the iron thorn spear. The two things were now combined and had taken an entirely different form. True Earth Heart, great sword form. In Lin Mu's hands was now a great sword over 3 meters long. Its stony blade was 2 meters long, while the handle alone was 1 meter long. Sword intent rose from Lin Mu's body and infused into the great sword. Tilde crumble tilde. The two edges of the great sword chipped and crumbled under the power of the sword intent, forming a razor-sharp edge. Lin Mu's sword intent had ground the rough and blunt edges until they were proper. Tilde swoosh tilde. Lin Mu swung the great sword through the air and propped it up on his shoulder. The large great sword looked comical compared to Lin Mu's size, as it was large enough to hide 3 of him behind it. Now then, where were we? Lin Mu muttered as he gazed at the Dao treading realm cultivators of the northern tribe that turned nervous from the pressure coming from Lin Mu. Then, in the next moment, Lin Mu jumped up into the sky, swinging the great sword. Chapter 1171, Great Sword to shake the earth. The great sword tore through the air while rising up, not even giving a hint of the weight that it carried. Tilde dang tilde. Finally, the great sword struck its first target, a Dao shell. Tilde cough tilde. The Dao treading realm cultivator to whom the Dao shell belonged to directly coughed out mouthfuls of blood as cracks spread over his Dao shell. The Dao shell couldn't bear the force and was directly split apart, with the edge of the great sword hitting the snow bell Dao embryo inside, shattering it as well. "Nu!" The Dao treading realm cultivator unwillingly cried out, but couldn't stop Lin Mu in time. The others tried to do it as well, but Lin Mu's momentum was simply too fast. Lin Mu stepped off a broken half of the Dao shell and shot towards another enemy. Tilde clang tilde. This time, though, he met a barrier and was blocked by several of the Dao treading realm cultivators. "We won't let you do as you please any longer," they said as rage overflowed from their faces. Lin Mu paid no heed to their words, though, and simply spun around with the great sword, gaining circular velocity and turning into a top. Tilde woo tilde. Winds blew from the momentum as Lin Mu accelerated towards the barrier again. Tilde deng tilde. Break! Lin Mu exerted more power as the great sword shone in a brown and yellow light. Hold it! Hold it! The Dao treading realm cultivators said as they too poured their powers into the barrier. While they did that, the other Dao treading realm cultivators approached Lin Mu from the behind, intending to attack him. Lin Mu, though, was tracking their every move and knew where they were at all times. Flicker, blink, phase, flicker. One skill after the other was used as all of their attacks were dodged with astonishing efficiency. Lin Mu appeared behind one of the Dao treading realm cultivators and used the man's back as a pivot and swung sideways, not only slashing the man, but also his companion that was 10 meters away. The power of the slash was astounding, creating a clear imprint in the air with the amplification from the sword intent. ARGH. Don't let the sword get near you. It will make you sluggish. One of the Dao treading realm cultivators finally understood what the effect of Lin Mu's Dao embryo was. The true Earth Heart embryo was a unique type of a Dao embryo, and since even Zukong didn't know about it, Lin Mu would have to depend on himself to understand it. When the Dao embryo had been born, Lin Mu had innately understood some aspects of it as well as the initial Dao skill that came with it. But there was a lot more to the Dao embryo than just that. First of all, the basic ability of the true Earth Heart Dao embryo was to use the Dao traces within it to convert spirit qi into a solid form, turning it into any form of earth, whether it be soil, stones, or rocks. Then there was the skill that came with it, that allowed Lin Mu to exert a heavy aura on those that were near him. Currently, the limit of this skill was just 2 meters around Lin Mu, but he hoped to increase it after using it enough times. These two things combined made a terrifying Dao skill, which Lin Mu had termed as earthen armament aspect. It allowed him to create certain weapons with the use of his Dao shell and spirit weapons. The Dao skill borrowed the structure of the Dao shell and the qualities of the spirit weapon to form an entirely new weapon. The true Earth Heart Dao embryo would become the core of the weapon, or more accurately its heart, allowing it to directly exert a power that could not be blocked by conventional methods. The strength of his Dao embryo and Dao shell was now presented immaculately as he tore through the enemies, breaking their Dao shells and splitting their bodies. A cacophony of noises were heard as Lin Mu's battle became a lot more boisterous. Not just that, but the cries of pain coming from the Dao treading realm cultivators of the northern tribes were also attention-grabbing. Enough, defend against him now. We can't be on the offensive like this. The leader of the Dao treading realm cultivators group spoke. Tilde ding tilde. Snow bell embryo, icy fields. The Dao treading realm cultivators chanted in unison as the bell-like Dao embryos all rang together. A chilly aura spread all over the area while snow and ice started to appear. The energy waves coming from the snow bells was affecting the entire battlefield, changing its looks once more. Humph, the ice is useless now, Lin Mu said as he raised the great sword up high. He brought it down with all his power, splitting apart the solid ice that was trying to block him. And not just that, but even the ground itself was split apart, creating a deep fissure that extended for nearly 500 meters. Ay. The Dao treading realm cultivators caught in the area of the attack were knocked back, while ice shards and fragments broke off from the ground, shooting far into the distance. Watch out, Lin Mu warned his allies. He had not expected his attack to have such a wide-reaching effect, and even some of his allies were caught in it. Whoa! Lin Mu's voice alerted them, and they barely managed to dodge the incoming ice shards. If this was just normal ice, they would have had not issues. But this ice was made from a Tao skill executed by the Tao treading realm cultivators, and thus could pass on the freezing effect onto their bodies. It was best to avoid it, as any injuries sustained would only make them weaker. Tilde ha tilde. Lin Mu took a deep breath and rested the great sword on his shoulders as he observed his body. Using the Tao embryo is certainly a lot more tiring than I expected, he thought to himself. Chapter 1171, Master Bell Mountain Lin Mu could feel his powers exhausting a lot more than normal when using the Tao embryo. The exhaustion was not only just for his spirit chi either, but also his mind. Guess this is the strain that I need to bear when using Tao traces, Lin Mu thought to himself. Done with his momentary period of rest, Lin Mu charged forth again, brandishing the great sword and slashing apart the foe in front of him. Die quickly so that I can move on to the next one, Lin Mu said as he sped up his attacks. Tilde hung tilde. But his momentum was interrupted by the ringing of a loud bell. Tilde deng tilde. Enough of this, you southern wretches need to be shown your place. A booming voice was heard alongside the ringing bell. Lin Mu's eyes went wide as he felt a crushing pressure descend all over the place. It was strong enough to make him descend to the ground forcefully, and the same thing happened to everyone else as well. Seeing that even the northern tribe's members were affected, Lin Mu guessed that this might not be a targeted skill. His spirit sense, which was also being restricted, somehow felt the strong spirit chi wave nearby. The third immortal Ascension Realm expert is here, Lin Mu sensed. In his fight and use of the Tao embryo, he hadn't sensed when the immortal Ascension Realm expert had sped up and arrived at the battlefield. Master Bell Mountain. Master Bell Mountain is here. The elated shouts of many northern tribes members could be heard as they all looked towards the north above the mountains. There stood a withered old man. His back was crooked and his limbs bony and thin. His skin looked like the bark of a dead tree, while his eyes couldn't even be seen with how sunken they were. He had no hair on his head nor on his face, as it had all fallen out over the ages. Despite him looking old and weak, though, strong spirit chi locutions could be felt coming from him. They were so strong that the undulations could be seen in the very air itself. What's that behind the mountains? A tower. No, it's a temple. The voices of the Alliance members could be heard as they all discovered a large figure appearing above the mountains. The figure was blocking the view behind the mountains as it only got bigger and bigger. But soon, they realized that the object wasn't getting bigger. It was simply coming closer. Tilde hanglong tilde. The loud ringing of a bell could be heard coming from the object, and soon it became clear what it was. It was a temple floating in the sky, with a tall bell tower attached to its top from which an ancient-looking bell was hanging. There were esoteric patterns carved on the bell that showed demons, humans, beasts, and various other beasts fighting and warring. Along with this, there were many old runes that were hard to read. A temple with a bell tower. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. That's an immortal tool for sure. You need to be ready to use that now. This has gone beyond what you might be able to handle further. Zhu Keng's voice was heard. A frown appeared in Lin Mu's face, as he knew just what they were facing now. The third immortal Ascension Realm cultivator, titled Master Bell Mountain, gazed upon the battlefield as the bell on the temple kept on ringing behind him. Tilde shua tilde shua tilde. One of the Tao treading realm, elders of the tribes, rushed to the side of the Master Bell Mountain. Greetings, Master Bell Mountain. We are honored to have you grace us with your presence and the protection of the ancestral bell. The Tao treading realm elder greeted. Right now, the entire battlefield seemed to have frozen, as barely anyone could move from the pressure. Only Master Cull Mountain, who was fighting with Little Shrubby in the distance, as well as Master White Mountain and the Centennial Sword Ancestor, could move around. But even Little Shrubby was getting a little restrained, as his speed had fallen too from the pressure. But he wasn't stopped the same as Lin Mu, who was feeling like a great anchor had been put upon him. How is it that we still suffered such losses, even with so much preparation? Master Bell Mountain questioned. Master, it was the Southerners, they all were ready. It seems like our preparations were still not enough. But that's not all. They seem to have some exceptional people and beasts among them. The Dow-treading elder answered, feeling a little anxious under the gaze of the old man. The Dow-treading realm elder trembled slightly, as the gaze of the old man was hard to bear. It quite literally was crushing to him, and he wondered if he would be punished. Seems like I need to take it all into my hands, Master Bell Mountain said, before raising his hand in a praying gesture. He brought them all the way to the top, before pulling them apart as a string of runes condensed from his palms, forming a long ribbon. O ancestral bell, bestow upon us the spirit sealing array. The old man prayed as the string of runes hanging from his palms started to change. The string seemingly weaved itself into a small fabric before flying off towards the ancestral bell and attaching to the eaves. If one looked closely, they would see hundreds of small fabrics hanging off from the eaves of the large temple. Tilde hung tilde. A pattern lit up on the ancestral bell as it rang. Tilde hung tilde. The pattern then flew out from the bell and expanded in the sky, turning into large formation array that spanned for kilometers on end. The formation array descended upon the ground and merged into it, disappearing completely. My spirit chi, I can't control it. The spirit chi in the air, it's gone. Cries of panic were soon heard all over the battlefield as the Alliance members shuddered. Chapter 1172, Spirit Sealing Array. The disappearance of spirit chi was something that was the most terrifying thing for most cultivators of the battlefield. But what was even more terrifying was that they were unable to use spirit chi while their foes still could. And that was exactly what was happening here. Ahhha, Master Bell Mountain is invincible, the Dow-treading realm elders of the northern tribes said out loud. The spirit sealing array is the northern tribe's legacy array. No southern can match it or go against it, Master White Mountain said while fighting the centennial sword ancestor. You won't be able to last much longer, and nor will your people will live for long, he taunted. The centennial sword ancestor pursed his lips but didn't say anything, though he tried to contact the other ancestors secretly, but was unable to. Damn it, they are restraining all communications too. That immortal tool is too much, the centennial sword ancestor thought to himself. He knew about the powers of immortal tools and how dangerous they could be in the hands of an immortal Ascension Realm expert. Their own sect didn't have an immortal tool, and neither did they have a pseudo-immortal tool. I wish the sword of the first ancestor was still intact. If it was, then I might have had some chance, the centennial sword ancestor thought to himself. The sword he was using right now was a peak-grade spirit sword and was very good. But it was still not enough to match against an immortal tool. He could match a pseudo-immoral tool if he combined his sword intent with the peak-grade sword, but going another level above was impossible. It was simply an impassable wall. The same could be said for the other two top sects. They didn't have an offensive pseudo-immortal weapon or tool either. At least, not one that could be used here. The Rainbow Pill sect's pseudo-immortal tool was a cauldron that was used by the Patriarch to refine the top-quality pills, while the Sky Precept's pseudo-immortal tool was even more restricted. It was a pillar that was restrained to the sect itself and could not be moved. It was a defensive treasure that was very limited in use. Lin Mu, who was watching Master Bell Mountain levy this spirit sealing array, couldn't help but remember the time when Ku Weiowen had done the same. That array was definitely made with this one as an inspiration, but that one had a lot of restrictions. This one, though, was set up without much trouble, not to mention its scope and power is too great, Lin Mu thought to himself. The weight put on everyone was also similar to the chains that restrained Lin Mu back then. At least now, Lin Mu could bear to go without spirit chi, as he had his body cultivation too. Having refined 4 treasured organs, Lin Mu would still be able to fight if he got past this restriction. Just what restriction is it? A chi skill or a formation? Lin Mu wondered. It is the work of that immortal tool, no doubt. If it was a Qi skill, you would have sensed it already. From all that we've seen till now, I can ascertain that the Bell Immortal tool is a restrictive and supportive immortal tool. It can apply vast formation arrays with no preparations needed, stop the flow of spirit Qi, and suppress spirit sense, while also creating a dominating field that can suppress the movement of everyone. Zhukang explained. Lin Mu's lips curled in a frown, as he didn't want all this to happen. I can't even use the crystal like this, Lin Mu muttered. You simply need to tear through this restriction with enough strength, just like little Shrubby is doing right now, though I think his bloodline and aura is contributing in resisting it all too, Zhukang suggested. And just as Lin Mu was considering the Zhukang's suggestion, a series of cries were heard. AAH. No, stop. Let go of our disciples. Lin Mu's eyes darted around but couldn't find the source of cries as they were behind him. With his spirit sense restrained, he couldn't check it all either. Save me, elders. A disciple of the Alliance cried out before he was slashed in half. Ha, how do you like now that Ancestor is here too? A tribal laughed as blood dripped from his sword. You all are useless without your experts, aren't you? The others joined him in laughing as well, seeing that they were now free to kill. Slaughter them all, the Tao-treading realm elder Ku Mi ordered. She was now free from the attacks of the Alliance's Tao-treading realm members, and had already killed her foe. Lin Mu, though, saw it all happen as Ku Mi was in the field of his vision, and the one who had died was a Tao-treading realm elder from the Black Dune sect, but he was merely one of the hundreds that had died in that minute. With their movement and spirit Qi restrained, there wasn't much the Alliance members could do. They were simply fish on a chopping board now, helpless and fettered. HAA. At the same time, another cry was heard in the distance. Dauntless Ember Fury. An explosion happened as a burning figure tore through the ranks of the northern tribes. Who said that we are helpless? King Hong's voice was heard. His body was glowing, and his hair looked like it was literally on fire. The patterns on his body were also glowing, and a fiery aura was felt from him. How? Elder Ku Mi was surprised. Even Master Bell Mountain was not expecting someone to be able to escape the restriction. Another one? I thought the beast alone was an anomaly. Kill him first, Master Bell Mountain said in a low voice. As you command, the Tao-treading realm elders nearby replied, flying towards King Hong. Come on, I'll kill you all, King Hong said fearlessly. Chapter 1173, The Dauntless King Hong, Humph, we'll see how long you can stay arrogant. A Tao-treading realm elder said as he swung his axe. A mere Tao shell realm cultivator dares to go against us. A second Tao-treading realm elder said as he executed a Qi skill, creating a bull imprint. King Hong didn't falter against them, though, and met their attacks head-on. Tilde clang tilde. The axe met King Hong's palm, which was burning with red flames. The flames spread out from his palm and shot forth like a jet, creating a cushion that prevented the axe from touching him. Tilde hiss tilde. The metal surface of the axle sizzled under the heat as it was subjected to the jet of flames. Ha, got you. King Hong gripped the sides of the axe head with his fingers. The Tao-treading realm elder who was using the axe was surprised and felt the burning heat over his hand. But this was just the first attack. The second Tao-treading realm elder who had used the Qi skill and created a bull imprint was also blocked. King Hong directly used his head and slammed into the bull imprint's head. Too weak, King Hong said with a wide grin and pushed back the bull imprint. No way, the Tao-treading realm elder using the bull imprint said. But then, a moment later, he recovered and poured more spirit Qi into the bull imprint. Much to his shock, though, King Hong didn't move at all. Or rather, he extended his free hand and curled it over the bull imprint's head, gripping its horns. Then pivoting his legs, he twisted, causing the axe and the bull imprint to collide. Tilde bam tilde. Ha! King Hong jumped back with a flip, letting the attacks of the Tao-treading realm elders cancel each other out. The resulting impact from the two attacks stunned the Dao-treading realm elders for a couple of seconds, which King Hong didn't forget to take advantage of. He lunged towards the Dao-treading realm elder who had used the bull imprint and clenched his neck from the back. "Let me know whether the flames of hell are hotter than mine," King Hong said, and let his hands ignite. They turned bright orange before turning red, looking like coals in a furnace. "AHH," the Dao-treading realm elder cried as he felt his defensive barriers break and burn. The next to burn was his skin, which didn't even last for a second, and his flesh started to burn next. "Impudent," the axe-using Dao-treading realm elder recovered in this time and swung his axe at King Hong again. Seeing the axe come, King Hong didn't dodge, as doing that would mean letting go of the Dao-treading realm elder that was in his hands already. Tilda slick tilde. The axe cut into his flesh, and blood was drawn. Tilda sizzle tilde. The hot blood dripped to the ground and sizzled. The axe stuck on the right side of King Hong's chest looked gnarly, but the man in question seemed unfazed. He didn't wince in pain, but rather smiled. "Got you," King Hong smirked. The Dao-treading realm elder felt danger and was about to let go of his axe, but was too slow. King Hong freed one of his hands from the neck of the other elder and curled it around the neck of the axe-wielding one. For the other elder, too, he changed his grip from his hand to the entire arm. "Let me give you a nice, warm hug," King Hong said as he pulled both his hands together, brining the two Dao-treading realm elder close to him. Let go." The two Dao-treading realm elder could barely breathe under the crushing grip of King Hong. While King Hong wasn't a body cultivator, due to his physique and the bloodline of the Flame Drake, the quality of his body was very high. It was safe to say that just his physical strength alone would be enough to compare to that of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. The other Dao-treading realm elder who were watching the clash were left overwhelmed. In less than 30 seconds, the entire situation had been flipped on its head. With the two Dao-treading realm elder in his grasp, King Hong laughed out loud and chanted, "Dauntless flame pillar. Tilde whoosh tilde." In the next second, his entire body lit up in flames and rose high up in the sky. King Hong looked like a living, breathing torch. "NOOO. AHHHH, ITBURNS." The two Dao-treading realm elders suffered under the flames and couldn't last long. Each of their defenses melted like ice, and so did their skin and flesh. A few seconds later, their cries were nothing but echoes in the wind, and King Hong let go. Tilde crumble tilde. Two black bodies fell to the ground and crumbled into fragments of coke. The two Dao-treading realm elders were no more. "You dare," Elder Kumi was infuriated. And she wasn't alone either. 6 Dao-treading realm elders all rushed towards King Hong, not wanting for him to live any longer. "Yes, I dare," King Hong retorted as he brought his hands together. A flaming ball condensed within it before he threw it out. The fireball exploded halfway to the Dao-treading realm elders, having been blocked by one of their skills. Again, King Hong threw out more fireballs, but they were all blocked. Soon the Dao-treading realm elders managed to reach him, and the 3 of them entered close combat with him, while the other 3 inducing Elder Kumi attacked from a distance using chi skills. Blow after blow was exchanged, and injury after injury was sustained by King Hong as he fought valiantly. All the members of the alliance who watched it were filled with fury as well, wanting nothing more than to cut down the foes that made their ally suffer. Unfortunately, even if King Hong was brave, he was but one man against 6 Dao-treading realm elders. Tilde shing tilde. Ugh! An ice spear tore through his stomach. Chapter 1174, Sudden Reversal. The multitude of attacks were a lot for King Hong to bear, and eventually he couldn't keep up, ending up in his current situation. Tilde cough, tilde cough, tilde. Damn, already. King Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. The ice spear stuck in his chest was already starting to melt under his body's fiery heat, but the damage done was still there. Even with his enhanced healing, a wound this large and deep couldn't be healed automatically. He would certainly need pills and other supportive measures to heal himself. I can't even use my spatial storage ring with my spirit chi restrained, King Hong thought as he looked around. The northern tribes people looked at King Hong like hyenas, gazing at an injured deer. While it seemed like King Hong was using his flames as a chi skill, it wasn't like that. All his spirit chi was still restrained, and the only thing he had broken out of was the physical restriction. The flames and strength he was using were coming directly from his physique and bloodline, and to use it, he was exhausting his vital energy in exchange. Doing something like this for the normal cultivator was very dangerous. Only those like Lin Mu and King Hong with massive vitalities could do it. For others, if they used up their vital energy beyond a certain level, they would start burning away their very life itself. The prospects of this were understandable, and King Hong might end up the same if he didn't stop fighting soon enough. The injury he had sustained only made things harder for him now, too. Finish him quickly. We have a lot more to go through, Kumi ordered. The other Dao-treading realm experts rushed at him, and one attack after the other landed, injuring him further. King Hong's entire body turned bloody in a minute, and the flames on his body had dimmed a lot as well. He now looked like a lamp that was about to go out and could barely keep his eyes open. Ha, bastards just need a little more time, King Hong panted. More time? No, it's now time for you to die. One of the Dao-treading realm cultivators said as he stabbed towards King Hong with a knife. I can't move, shit, King Hong thought as his eyes went wide. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and his body itself felt like a mountain was put on it. He knew that he had expended too much of his vital energy in order to use the flames. King Hong could only watch on helplessly as the tip of the knife reached for his throat. The Alliance members who were watching it felt humiliated and furious. They too felt helpless at being unable to rescue their comrade who was doing his best to buy them more time. The Dao-treading realm elders of the Alliance felt like this status and cultivation base was all useless, and they were sham if they couldn't even rescue one person with a lower cultivation base than them. It just had to be the original spirit sealing array. If it was one made manually, I might have been able to break it, but with an immortal tool applying it, it's impossible, Jiao Fang thought to himself. Since he had gotten the inheritance of Yulong, who was a spy from the northern tribes, and even had his soul and memories merged into him, he knew a lot more than others. And he certainly knew about the spirit sealing arrays as well as the method to break them. But even those spirit sealing arrays were of different types and complexities. It just so happened that the spirit sealing array activated by Master Bell Mountain was the original spirit sealing array on which all the others were based on. This one had no flaws that Jiao Fang or Yulong knew about, thus all he could do was watch. It was at this moment that an earth-shaking roar was heard. It didn't feel like it belonged to a beast or a human, though. It was entirely different. And when that roar echoed in the battlefield, the people on it felt fear. It was the primal fear one would feel when encountering a predator, but it went a step beyond it. It was as if the existence of the being that had just appeared was essentially created to kill them all. A blood-curdling and deep crimson aura rose from a certain location on the battlefield, shrouding it entirely. AGH! King Hong took advantage of this opportunity where his attacker was distracted and tilted his neck just enough. The knife still cut the side of his neck, but didn't hit any artery preventing him from dying right away. Tilde bam tilde. King Hong gritted his teeth and knocked onto the hand of the Dao-treading realm cultivator with the knife, making him drop the knife and letting King Hong retreat. The man didn't miss a beat and was ready to retaliate, feeling a little vitality return to his body. But then he saw the state of his foes and found them to be stunned. Narrowing his eyes, King Hong looked in the distance and only saw an area filled with deep crimson fog. It was as if the blood hundreds of being had been turned into vapor and was filling it. But that was merely the start of it. A moment later, everyone felt shivers going down their spine, King Hong even more so. What's this feeling? Why does it feel like my bloodline itself is screaming out to run? King Hong wondered, trying to calm his frantically beating heart. Tilda roar, Tilda. It was at this time that another roar was heard, from the area filled with deep crimson fog. The fog, it's moving, someone said out loud. Unknowingly, everyone that was frozen until now moved. The restraints on their body loosened up, and they turned their necks to face the deep crimson fog. Chapter 1175, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Patriarch Yi had been battling one of the elders of the Northern Tribes Council, but had frozen like many others after Master Bell Mountain appear. He had struggled a lot to get free of the control, but was unable to. That was until... I can move again. Patriarch Yi felt confused. It wasn't just him either. All those that were at the Dao Treading Realm were the first ones to be freed, as their cultivation bases were the highest. The ones to be freed next were those at the Dao Shell Realm, and so on and so forth. And just like everyone else, Patriarch had heard the roar as well, and soon felt the soul-chilling aura. What is? Patriarch Yuya turned to face the direction, and saw the mass of deep crimson aura that was churning and roiling. His words stopped in his mind, as he knew what the location entailed. Wasn't Lin Mu there? Patriarch Yuya recalled. Tilda whoosh tilda. While Patriarch Yuya was thinking of this, the deep crimson aura started to move. It condensed together and took shape of a 10-meter-tall figure. The figure had a broad and tall body covered in fur, with claws that were 12 inches long, looking like knives. Then there were 2 patterns on its body, an inverted triangle on the chest, and an inverted pentagon on the back that joined together with lines that extended from this vertices over the entire body. But that was not all, as on the head of the figure 2 small horns could also be seen. The horns were about 5 inches long and compared to its head were quite small. Even the fangs in the figure's mouth were longer than that. Tilda roar tilda. A bear's roar was heard as the figure lifted its head and let out an earth-shaking cry. The roar swept over the entire battlefield, wiping away the influence of Master Bell Mountain's physical restrictions from everyone, though the spirit chi restriction due to the spirit sealing array was still there. Tilda dang tilda. Master Bell Mountain looked back in surprise as he heard the temple bell ring on its own. Tilda dang tilda. Tilda dang tilda. Tilda dang tilda. The bell continued to ring, as if responding to the roar of the deep crimson bear figure that had just appeared. A thought came to Master Bell Mountain as he recalled something from the past. This is just like back then. A decade ago, the ancestral bell rang just like this. Master Bell Mountain muttered to himself. He was especially surprised since the bell was doing this of its own volition. While Master Bell Mountain could control it, the control was actually limited. The ancestral bell was said to have its own sentience and could do things on its own as well. That was also why it was a true immortal tool, since it had its own spirit or consciousness. The bell tolled and spoke in its own manner. It was not understood by others, but Master Bell Mountain understood it very well. A warning, Master Bell Mountain said as he looked up at the bell. Tilda dang tilda. It rang again, but this time a few runes appeared on it. The runes swam on the surface of the bell until they settled on a specific pattern and merged into it. The pattern lit up in a bright blue light, enhancing its appearance. Without the glow, it would be hard to accurately tell what the pattern was due to the weathered surface of the bell, but now it was fully revealed. Demon, a demon here, how is that possible? Master Bell Mountain said in disbelief. He turned back to look at the deep crimson figure of a bear, which had now started to shrink. The aura condensed rapidly before it was only half as tall and wide. The large bear turned into a 5-meter-tall being that didn't look exactly the same. It had long hair that reached its lower back and had a metallic sheen. The same inverted triangle and pentagon patterns on its chest and back, along with long claws that were 6 inches long. Sharp fangs jutted out of its lips, while crimson color spread over its skin. What was different from the bear's figure, though, was the thin golden lines that spread all over his body, reaching each and every finger and toe. The three colors, black, crimson, and golden, contrasted, forming a mix that sparked fear in one's heart. Finally, the newly formed being opened its eyes, revealing red sclera and yellow pupils that gazed with a malevolent look. Tilda Gwyeth, Tilda. The figure raised its head and let out a war cry. The dense muscles on its body ripped with pure, unadulterated power that almost overflowed and shook the air. The figure pressed upon the ground with its feet before rising up into the air like a rocket. The ground shattered as spiderweb-like cracks spread all over it. The crimson figure tore through the air like a bullet before falling towards a certain location, drawing an arc in the sky. Tilda bang Tilda. Upon landing, the figure directly made the ground beneath him collapse 5 meters deep. But this didn't slow him down at all, as the figure lifted its head and gazed straight into the eyes of the Tao-treading realm experts of the northern tribes. "You what?" Before one of them could speak, though, his head was split apart. No noise was heard as the cut was smooth. The head of the man split apart into slices just like a watermelon would under a fine cleaver. Tilda splat Tilda. The crimson figure didn't just stop there, though. He stabbed his long claws through the torso of the headless Tao-treading realm expert and picked it up before shoving it down into his mouth. Tilda crunched Tilda. Chewing a couple of times, he swallowed the entire body down and looked at the rest. A terrifying hunger was present in its eyes, and the Tao-treading realm experts were the food it desired. King Hong, who saw it all closely, shuddered. Lin Mu, Chapter 1176, a demon. King Hong had a hard time believing that the being in front of him was Lin Mu. But in the end, he could only trust his instincts. Even if he had greatly changed and looked like a monster, King Hong could still feel the familiar trace of Lin Mu's aura from him. It was an aura unique to Lin Mu, and King Hong was sure of it. After having awakened the dauntless Ember physique and getting the Flame Drake bloodline, King Hong was highly sensitive to auras, similar to strong beasts, and Lin Mu was someone to whom he owed a great debt. There was no way he wouldn't recognize him, even if he died and reincarnated. The confusing thing for him, though, was how did Lin Mu become like this exactly? The difference was massive, and it was obvious that Lin Mu wasn't a human at all in this moment. The hunger in his eyes and the deadly aura spreading along with his own natural aura was simply not something a human could have. Tilda Girarar Tilda. A low growl was heard coming from Lin Mu's throat that woke up King Hong from his trail of thoughts. Lin Mu's claws moved at a blinding speed, tearing through the air and skewering 2 Tao-treading realm cultivators of the northern tribes at once. The victims were far too stunned to react or even speak in time before Lin Mu simply stuffed them down his jaws, where they were crushed and mashed in a couple of bites and swallowed. Not even the nascent soul of the Tao-treading realm cultivators could survive this and was directly consumed into Lin Mu's body, leaving no chance of revival. "Run," Elder Kumi said after gathering her wits. She knew very well that the being in front of her was not something she could deal with. Killing the Tao-treading realm of cultivators like this, and even consuming them with ease, was beyond normal. "What is that, beast, monster, demon?" Kumi tried to rack her brain but couldn't come up with an answer. The strange thing was, she couldn't sense any cultivation base from the being either. All she could sense from the being was endless amounts of vitality and an aura that could knock one out. Tilda dang Tilda. The ancestral bell continued to ring in the sky, as if beckoning and warning everyone. Tilda whoosh Tilda. Kumi and one more Tao-treading realm elder retreated, taking advantage of the moment when Lin Mu was eating the other 2 corpses. Even if Lin Mu ate them quickly, it still took him 10 seconds to swallow them entirely. 10 seconds was more than enough time for the Tao-treading realm cultivators to run away. Unfortunately for them, Lin Mu never cared for if they ran away or not. Tilda whoosh Tilda. In the next moment, Lin Mu gathered strength in his legs, veins bulging on his calves and thighs as great power was spread out from the base of his feet. The ground cracked and split apart, making even King Hong stumble. "He's certainly Lin Mu," Seems like he still has his consciousness in that state, King Hong thought. While King Hong was shocked and also a little scared of Lin Mu's state right now, he didn't detest him. He understood that the situation demanded for it, and no power would be worth denigrating. If he could do it too, he would have already done it no matter the cost. Argh! Another cry was heard in the sky as Lin Mu slammed into the Dao-treading realm cultivator who was just behind Kumi. The impact directly broke the man's back, as well as several of his bones. Tilda rip Tilda. Lin Mu's claws then grabbed him from the back and tore through his chest and abdomen, splitting him in two. Lin Mu let out a taunting cry and stuffed the two halves of the man into his mouth, swallowing it down. Having killed another Dao-treading realm cultivator, Lin Mu rushed towards Kumi, who was just a short distance away. But just as he was about to reach her, Tilda clang Tilda. Lin Mu slammed into a barrier that had materialized out of thin air. He stared past the barrier and saw an old man appearing close by. He waved his hand and made a grasping gesture at Kumi, pulling her towards him with ease like a straw doll. Master Bell Mountain. Kumi was relieved at being saved. This isn't what you juniors can handle anymore, Master Bell Mountain said, his expression serious. Kumi saw the look on his face and felt a little taken aback. She could tell that even Master Bell Mountain was wary of the being killing them. Master Bell Mountain, do you perhaps know what that thing is? Kumi asked, her voice trembling slightly. That thing is for whom the ancestral bell tolls. Nearly a decade ago the ancestral bell did the same, Master Bell Mountain replied. Hearing this, Kumi recalled the warning that had been issued in the tribes. They were told to prepare for a disaster that might come any time by Master Bell Mountain. And yet, even after a month of wait, nothing had happened. They had mostly forgotten about it, as there was no other occurrence like that again over the years. Even Master Bell Mountain had thought that it was merely a fluke, or maybe the danger that the ancestral bell was warning them about had disappeared somehow. But now, after nearly a decade, the ancestral bell rang once more, warning of the being. That thing, just what is it exactly? Kumyu asked, feeling afraid now. She knew what it all entailed after all. If even the ancestral bell was warning them, it meant that the thing in front of him could perhaps even threaten the ancestral bell itself. I cannot tell for sure, but the ancestral bell has given its signs. The ancestral bell has signaled that the thing is a demon. A demon, Kumi shuddered upon hearing that word. She knew about demons and how they were. In fact, nearly every person in the world would know what a demon was. The only thing different was that their perception of demons and their information was greatly different. As a Dao-treading realm expert and an elder of the Council of the Northern Tribes, she had access to information that most others didn't have. Not to mention, the Northern Tribes weren't unacquainted with demons either. After all, they had summoned a demon beast from another world in the past. It was this very same demon beast that had detonated and caused the collapse of the entire Western continent. That was a matter of great pride among the Northern Tribes and was one of their biggest victories. But at the same time, it was a warning for the tribes themselves. They had witnessed the effects of their summon and knew just how dangerous the demons were. If one had been summoned to their land somehow and went to wreak havoc, it would possibly meet the same fate as the Western continent of the past. And it wasn't like their immortal Ascension Realm ancestors would be able to protect them either. After all, they had the example of the Western continent's own immortal Ascension Realm ancestors who had perished in the explosion. If it could happen to them, it could very well happen to them as well. One needed to know the dangers of the weapon that they used, for the very sword they used to kill others might return to slay them one day. How is a demon here? There are no demons in this world, right? Did someone summon it somehow? Kumi questioned. This demon wasn't summoned. It was already here, Master Bell Mountain said as he watched Lin Mu hammering the barrier. Lin Mu attacked the barrier non-stop, making it tremble and shake while sparks flew off from each attack. It was evident that the barrier blocking him was not going to last. Master Bell Mountain made a gesture with his hand and channeled more power into the barrier, reinforcing it more. He could have attacked the demon right away, but he needed to know more about it first. He couldn't be careless about a being like that and risk being injured somehow. If he was gone, the ancestral bell would lose most of its capabilities, and the northern tribes would only return to their previous disadvantage. Master Bell Mountain hadn't missed the fact that the demon in front of them wasn't using spirit chi at all. It was doing everything entirely with its physical strength. Not just that, it was even flying without using spirit chi. It was a matter rather surprising to Master Bell Mountain, as he couldn't figure out the method at all. "How can it already be here, Master? Did it come back then?" Kumi questioned, not being able to figure out. "No, it didn't come from elsewhere. Rather, it was someone who turned into a demon," Master Bell Mountain answered, his gaze darkening. "The demon is tearing through the weak points in the nodes. How can it even sense them?" Master Bell Mountain noted. "Turned into a demon? Who can do that?" Kumi was even more terrified now. "It was that young man they called Lin Mu, the same one who killed most of our elders at the start," Master Bell Mountain answered, much to Kumi's surprise. And just as she heard that, the barrier was broken. Chapter 1177, Pushing Back and Wariness, the barrier's breaking, was something a little out of expectation for both Kumi and Master Bell Mountain. "I just reinforced it. How?" Master Bell Mountain was surprised. While he knew that Lin Mu was targeting the weak points in the nodes, with the reinforcement that he had done, it should have still taken him a while more to do this. Until then, he would have reinforced the barrier once more. In fact, Master Bell Mountain was actually changing the form of the barrier and turning it into a dome that was secretly surrounding Lin Mu. It was an illusion that made it look like a flat wall, when in reality it was only flat for a small distance, and the rest was curling around Lin Mu at a certain radius. While it was a good plan, it was unfortunately left incomplete after reaching the 60% mark. And not just that, Lin Mu directly shattered the barrier. "Die!" Lin Mu's distorted voice was heard. It was vastly different from his normal voice, and felt like it had been scratched and turned hoarse. "It speaks," Kumi was surprised. Lin Mu's eyes locked onto the woman and diverted towards her. She was the weakest person here, and if he took her out, it would be easier facing the immortal Ascension Realm Master Bell Mountain next to her. "Humph, you think you can harm my people in my presence?" Master Bell Mountain was infuriated. While he was wary of Lin Mu and his demonic appearance, Master Bell Mountain couldn't just watch on and let one of his people die. He clawed towards Lin Mu, creating waves in the air. Tilde dang tilde. Tilde whoosh tilde. The ancestral bell rang in sync, and a gust of wind assaulted Lin Mu. The wind was like a large claw that pushed back Lin Mu. But he was not one to back down from this at all. Gathering strength into his waist, Lin Mu twisted and kicked out, splitting apart the wind claw. Then, stepping on the air once more, Lin Mu lunged forward. Ku-Mi frantically retreated, while creating tens of ice walls in front of her, trying to block as much as possible. Crack, crack, tilde. The barrier was the same as glass to Lin Mu, and broke apart with ease. He isn't affected by the ice spirit chi either, Kumi wondered. Each of the ice barriers was made from ice spirit chi, and had the side effect of tainting anyone who touched them with the cold frost. The frost would slow them down, and might even affect their circulation of spirit chi if it reached deep enough. But all that seemed to be useless on Lin Mu, as the frost couldn't even come close, seeming dissipating just upon touching the violent aura. Tilde clang tilde. This time, Ku-Mi had to physically defend against Lin Mu, and took out a blue rod from her storage. The blue rod was another inheritance treasure of the northern tribes, and she was given the authority of wielding it. And worthy of being a legacy treasure, it actually managed to block Lin Mu. Unfortunately, while Ku-Mi blocked Lin Mu's claws from touching her, the impact from the attack wasn't something that would just dissipate automatically. The force transferred through the blue rod and spread through her arms and then into her body, sending her hurtling back. Her arms felt very sore, almost as if they had been broken. But upon checking, she could tell that they weren't broken, just that the flesh around her wrists was strained. Enough, Master Bell Mountain acted, throwing out 6 small talismans that were barely the size of a coin. "Oh, ancestral bell, bestow upon us the hexathorn formation," Master Bell Mountain chanted. Tilda dang tilda. The ancestral bell rang in response, and a pattern lit up on the bell. Then a small tapestry hanging from the side of the temple flew out. It was the size of a handkerchief and had a diagram drawn on one side of it, while on the other runes seemed to be written. The tapestry flew towards the 6 small talismans at a great speed, almost looking like it had teleported. It then attached to the 6 small talismans, which started stretching out from the tapestry. In just a couple of seconds, it turned into a 3-meter-wide tapestry, and the diagram on it became clear. It looked like a wide hoop that had 6 long thorns on the inside. The tapestry flew over Lin Mu and turned to dust, which then transformed into runes and brought forth the real formation. Just like the diagram that had been drawn on the tapestry, a hoop formed around Lin Mu, and thorns rose from its inside. Tilda shing tilda shing tilda. Lin Mu collided with the inner side of the hoop, with the thorns, and was stopped in his place. Feeling irritated, Lin Mu hit the hoop but didn't deal any damage to it. Instead, the thorns started to grow more and locked Lin Mu in the center of the hoop. "Your efforts are futile. The hexathorn formation can even trap and kill a pseudo-immortal Ascension Realm cultivator," Master Bell Mountain spoke, his tone cold. One of Lin Mu's arms was also locked in place from a thorn, while the other was free. Lin Mu gripped the thorn and tried to break it, but found it hard to do. It was as if the thorn was made out of tempered iron and was impossible to bend. Soon the thorns increased their force and finally pierced into Lin Mu's body. Finally, Kumi, who watched it all from a distance, felt relived. Lin Mu was no less than a bomb to her that could explode at any moment and needed to be contained. The hexathorn formation should pierce through him entirely soon enough, Master Bell Mountain thought. But just a few seconds after he had this thought, his eyes narrowed. "How?" he questioned upon seeing the surface of Lin Mu's skin crumble. Chapter 1178, Breaking the Hexathorn Formation according to Master Bell Mountain's understanding. The hexathorn formation should have already pierced through the entire body of Lin Mu. But that didn't happen. Instead, the surface of his skin crumbled like plaster. And once that part of the skin fell off, one could see the pure golden surface beneath it that stopped the thorns from progressing. Lin Mu continued to exert counterforce to the thorns and stop them from growing any further. Master Bell Mountain and Kumi, who saw the golden skin underneath the crimson layer, were stunned. And it wasn't just because of the color, but because they could feel a pure metal energy from it. How is that even possible? Pure metal energy like that is only formed when materials containing them are refined endlessly. And it isn't something that can be put in a body like that. It's simply incompatible. Kumi couldn't wrap her head around it at all. Who knows? He's a demon. Maybe it's possible for demons. Master Bell Mountain can only guess this much. At least he's still restrained by it, even if the formation can't kill him, Kumi said, finding it all to be overwhelming. She had never expected the Southerns to hide such a trump card. If it were in the hands of their northern tribes, they would have made use of it long time ago. Even the invader that they had used seemed to be inferior compared to a demon for her. Though they did have the advantage of having multiple beings at once, Kumi thought. But just as she was thinking this, Lin Mu seemed to have done something new. Lin Mu raised his free hand as energy gathered within it. It was pure vital energy and was being amplified by the aura released by his body. Master Bell Mountain, who saw him act, was surprised at first, but then, when he felt the energy fluctuations that were coming from Lin Mu's hand, he knew he couldn't let him proceed any further. No, but before he could take any action, Lin Mu struck the thorn. The concentrated vital energy, spread through Lin Mu's claws and tore through the thorns as if they were straws. The hoop holding the thorns cracked as well, and 3 of the thorns broke off from it. Ha! Lin Mu pushed the hoop with his free hands and got out from its restraints. With 3 of the thorns broken, it was easy for him to get out using the extra space created. Damn it! Master Bell Mountain made a gesture with his hand and was about to summon another formation when he was interrupted. Ah! His hand was struck with something and actually started bleeding. Kumi, who barely saw the incoming object, realized what it was. The thorns from the hexathorn formation. Lin Mu's red eyes narrowed for a moment, seeing the effect of the thorn and an idea presented to him. Instead of letting the thorns and the hoop fall off, Lin Mu grabbed them and started throwing them. First, he threw 4 thorns each in the 4 cardinal directions, and then the final thorn toward Kumi. The woman's pupils turned into pinpoint as she saw the thorn shooting towards her at a blinding speed. Eek shit! She tried to dodge, but still got hit on her flank. The thorn tore through her skin and exposed her organs and bones underneath. She tried to take out and eat a healing pill while being careful about Lin Mu, only to realize that he wasn't even looking at her. Instead, he had broken the hoop into 2 semicircles and hurled them towards the ancestral bell. Tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde. The 2 halves of the hoop accurately struck the ancestral bell and disturbed its rhythm. Lin Mu had noted that the bell didn't just toll randomly. There was actually a pattern to it, and while he didn't know the exact mechanism of it, he had a hunch that breaking this pattern might just do this. He was in a desperate situation anyway, and anything was up for an attempt. "No!" Master Bell Mountain, though, let out an unwilling cry as if something really bad had happened. Lin Mu didn't pause there and rushed towards Kumi, who had just consumed a healing pill. Resistance was futile for her as Lin Mu's charge shattered her bones and smashed her head apart. Grabbing the remains of her body, Lin Mu crumpled them like a badly made meatball and stuffed it into his mouth, restoring a part of the energy he had expended. And just a moment later, a strange fluctuation spread in the entire area. Tilde rumble tilde. Tilde clang tilde. Tilde clang tilde. Tilde clang tilde. Tilde clang tilde. From the 4 cardinal directions, sounds of something being hit was heard. Look, there are cracks appearing in the air. A few of the Alliance members who were on the periphery noticed. The cracks were accompanied by a rumbling sound, as if the very air itself was shaking. Master Bell Mountain's expression darkened as he knew his plan had failed. But the cracks were only the start, as the sound of an explosion was heard. It was strange as the sound seemed to be coming from just next to the cracks, but there was nothing there. The sounds of explosion didn't stop and continued, getting louder by the second. Master Bell Mountain scrambled to get to the ancestral bell and made several runes trying to fix the situation. "Little Shrubby, there," Lin Mu shouted hoarsely. Tilde roar tilde. Little Shrubby responded with a roar and left his foe aside for a moment. He had been keeping Master Cull Mountain occupied and had prevented her from interfering in the battle for a while. Both Little Shrubby and Master Cull Mountain had sustained injuries, but they couldn't be seen on Little Shrubby's body since it was hidden under the flames. Master Cull Mountain took the chance to strike Little Shrubby, but the beast didn't care. He instead rushed to another spot where the air had cracked and hit it with all his strength. Chapter 1179, Shattering the Secret Barrier. Little Shrubby's impact created a shockwave that caused the air to crack even further. The cracks now covered an area of over 100 meters. The cracks weren't spread out in a flat surface either. Instead, they seemed to be curving around the area. HAA, break! Lin Mu did the same and stuck another spot that had cracked. The cracks expanded there as well and grew denser. In the distance, the Centennial Sword Ancestor was still fighting Master Bell Mountain. The 2 of them barely had paid attention to the battlefield due to being too involved with each other. Their clash was deadly, and the area's topography had already been changed due to their clash several times. But with the huge commotion that Lin Mu made, they ended upon looking over as well. This can't be, Master White Mountain gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the centennial sword ancestor had a realization. That's it. He quickly turned around after slashing at Master White Mountain and gathered his sword intent. 100 years slash. The centennial sword ancestor executed his sword skill, sending out a sword light over 100 meters long. It was vertical and sped towards another crack near him. The effect was evident as the cracks started to extend there as well. Everyone attack the crack behind us. Give it your all. Patriarch Yuyi gave the order. While he didn't exactly know why Lin Mu and the others were doing it, he followed height suit and got everyone to attack at once. Tilda Shing Tilda. They attacked with anything they had. Some threw out their weapons, some threw talisman, some even detonated their spirit tools and weapons. With their spirit chi being restrained, this was all they could do. But the power was simply too low to affect the crack much. It was now that another voice was heard. Everyone get back, Jiao Fang ordered. He was holding his hand over his chest, and something was floating over it. If one looked closely, they would see that it was none other than his nascent soul. Jiao Fang then did something astounding. He used his fingers and directly ripped off a hand from his nascent soul. Argh, he grunted in pain but held on while gritting his teeth. Just work, he thought. The arm of the nascent soul quickly turned into a small glassy marble, which he then threw out with all his strength. The marble collided with the cracked air, and a fearsome pressure spread from it. It was as if the very air was churning and getting sucked towards it. Then, after a momentary stillness, the marble imploded. Tilda kaboom tilda. The people who watched it were forced to close their eyes due to the bright explosion. It wasn't fiery or hot, just very bright to look at. Most of its destructive power came from the air being expanded rapidly. Most of the cultivators were confused as to what Jiao Fang had done, but the Dao Treading Realm experts were a little aware. He detonated a part of his nascent soul. That's a risky and crazy move, Patriarch Hua thought, but at the same time he couldn't help but commend the man for his determination. Normally something like this should have been impossible for most cultivators with nascent souls. But Jiao Fang had already experienced fusion and interaction of souls, thus he could control it enough such that he didn't harm his own nascent soul too much. If someone inexperienced tried something like this, getting crippled would be the best outcome and death the most likely one. Regardless of the repercussions, the explosion of the marble did what it was intended to and cracked the air apart even more. Tilda woong tilda. The ancestral bell thrummed in a strange and awkward pattern, feeling more like noise instead. This shouldn't have happened. How is this even possible? How did they crack the grand confinement array? Master Bell Mountain was lost. He still continued his attempts at establishing control over the ancestral bell once more, but his efforts were too slow and inadequate for it. The cracks from the 4 cardinal directions swam through the air like worms and joined together. Tilda shatter tilda. Then, like a 1,000-year-old glacier collapsing, the entire thing shattered apart. Fragments of solid air fell down, still having the image of the scenery behind it. The fragments didn't last long and soon dissipated into a mix of runes and disappeared. Finally, the barrier is broken. Charge. As if an illusion had been dispelled, millions of people appeared around the battlefield. Patriarch Yu Yi and the other patriarchs saw it and recognized them all. Rainbow Pill sect is here. Centennial Sword sect is here. The Sky Precept sect has arrived. The armies of the top 3 sects finally ran towards the northern tribe's members. My spirit chi, I can use it again. The people of the Alliance felt the restrictions over them fading away as well, and their cultivation bases returned. Tilda shua tilda, shua tilda. 2 streaks of light flew out from behind the army of the top 3 sects. One could faintly see 2 figures hidden within them, and they were exuding strong spirit chi fluctuations. One of these streaks of lights headed towards where Little Shrubby and Master Cull Mountain were. Hundreds of pills were thrown out by the figure who appeared from the light streak. It was an old man dressed in multicolored robes and had a 7-colored leaf collar attached to his neck. My, this will be some good practice for my old fingers. The rainbow pill ancestor spoke as he snapped his fingers. Boom tilde. All the pills that he had thrown exploded, creating dense smoke that covered Master Cull Mountain. Meanwhile, the other streak of light stopped near the Centennial Sword ancestor and waved his staff, creating hundreds of runes that shot towards Master White Mountain and stuck to his clothes and skin. So you're finally here, Old Man Sky, the Centennial's Sword ancestor spoke. There were some unexpected delays, but it seems like you all held on well enough. The Sky Precept's ancestor replied, Chapter 1180, the Alliance's reinforcements are here. The arrival of the top 3 sects and the 2 ancestors was a welcome surprise to everyone of the Alliance. Cursed heavens, all the effort has been wasted, Master Bell Mountain shouted in anger. Everyone could hear it and were a little confused. Patriarch Yu looked at the patriarchs of the top sects that were approaching them. What exactly happened? Patriarch Yu questioned. There was a large barrier surrounding the entire area. We've been trying to break it for a while now, but it was simply too tough. Even the ancestors couldn't do much to it. Patriarch Tian was the one who answered first. These northern tribes people have gotten simply unfathomable if they have means like these. Patriarch of the Rainbow Pill said, a hint of irritation present on his face. He had been opposed to the proposal of the Alliance in the earlier meeting, and despite having been convinced by the facts shown by the High Elder of the Sky Precepts sect, he didn't like it. It wasn't as about being right or wrong, rather that he had been opposed. Still, there was nothing he could do for now, and simply focused on the situation at hand. We were racking our brains in breaking the barrier, but then suddenly, cracks appeared on it. It didn't take us long to figure out that attacking those points would break the barrier. The ancestors joined us and we finally managed to break it. Patriarch Jia chewingly said. At least you all are here. That's all that matters now. Patriarch Mingliang's voice was heard. He had just killed his foe and gotten free from the conflict for a moment. That's right, we can chit-chat later. For now, we need to kill these savages, Patriarch Shandian said as he raised his axe and swung at the army of the northern tribes. Patriarch Yu Yi and the others nodded, joining back into the fray. With the reinforcements of the Alliance here, the battle changed its flow once more, and the northern tribes fell into a disadvantage. Master Cull Mountain was being occupied by Little Shrubby and the Rainbow Pill ancestor, while Master White Mountain was being occupied by the Centennial Sword ancestor and the Sky Precepts ancestor. With 2 of the Immortal Ascension Realm experts of the tribes locked in battles, the only one that was left free was Master Bell Mountain himself. He was currently trying to get a hold of the ancestral bell and was frantically fixing the errors. A few seconds later, he let out a strained grunt and took back the control of the ancestral bell. An angry expression was present on his face as he gazed at the Alliance. I had to split my attention with the barrier and couldn't act with all my power, but now that ends, Master Bell Mountain said as he raised his hands high. Thousands of runes formed in the air and swirled around the ancestral bell, while crushing spirit chi waves spread out from it. The waves were strong enough that the hills below it were directly flattened. Now die. Master Bell Mountain controlled the ancestral bell and let it fly forward. The bell shot through the air along with the entire temple while letting out crushing waves. Tilde deng, tilde deng, tilde deng, tilde. Each time the bell rung, a wave of energy was released and attacked the people of the Alliance. ARGH. MY legs. No. Various cries of pain were heard as hundreds of Alliance members were affected. The patriarchs of the Alliance wanted to stop Master Bell Mountain, but they were being blocked by the other Dao-treading realm experts of the tribes. There were still 15 Dao-treading realm experts of the northern tribes left, and if left on their own devices, They would kill all the juniors of the Alliance. Damn it! Patriarchy accursed as he saw several of the juniors die. Sky Precept's ancestor, you should go and block Master Bell Mountain. I'll handle it here. The Centennial Sword ancestor said, seeing the situation turning bad again. The Sky Precept's ancestor nodded his head and rushed towards the ancestral bell. Tilda hung tilde. He made a few hand seals and executed an unknown skill. Ribbons of spirit chi formed in the air and made circles around the ancestral bell. Tilde deng, tilde deng, tilde deng, tilde. Humph, you think that little trick can stop me? Master Bell Mountain was pissed. The ribbons of spirit chi actually managed to contain the crushing waves of energy coming from the ancestral bell, much to his surprise. Guess he's not the ancestor of the Sky Precepts sect for nothing, Master Bell Mountain thought. The Sky Precepts sect ancestor was the oldest exert here right now, and was even older than Master Bell Mountain himself. It was unknown just how long the man had lived, but seeing his condition, it was evident that he didn't have long to live. The Patriarch of the Sky Precepts sect knew this very well and was not happy with it all. There was a reason why the Sky Precepts sect had kept to themselves for a long time, the reason being that their immortal Ascension Realm ancestor was at the end of his lifespan. No matter how much he tried, the old man found no way to break through to the immortal realm and was forever stuck there. And in the recent years, he had entirely stopped trying. The reason behind that the Sky Precepts sect couldn't afford to lose an immortal Ascension Realm expert to Ascension. After all, breakthrough meant that the Sky Precepts sect ancestor would be forcefully sent to a higher world, leaving the Ziofen world behind. Without the support of an immortal Ascension Realm ancestor, the Sky Precepts sect would no longer be in the top 3 ranking. There was simply no one to take the place of the ancestor, and the Patriarch was far from the immoral Ascension Realm. The Sky Precepts sect originally wanted to hold back for as long as possible, but the invasion by the northern tribes left no choice for them. With how things were going, if they didn't act now, forget about keeping their position in the rankings, their entire sect might not exist. The Centennial Sword sect and the Rainbow Pill sect were in a relatively secure position, and their ancestors still had enough lifespan left, thus they were not as desperate. But Patriarch Tian knew that once this war was over, their ancestor might not live for long. Tilde deng tilde. The sounds of clashing were heard, while the Sky Precepts ancestor and Master Bell Mountain fought non-stop. Still, the power of the ancestral bell was too much in the end, and it pushed back. Argh! Sky Precepts ancestor cried in pain and was knocked back several meters. You should have just stayed put. At least you might have lived longer that way. Now you're just going to die at my hand. Master Bell Mountain said as he controlled the ancestral bell to ram into Sky Precepts ancestor. Tilde hung tilde. The bell let out a loud hum and rushed towards Sky Precepts ancestor. Tilde shing tilde. But just when it was a few meters away from the old man, the sound of metal grinding against metal was heard. What? The people watching were surprised to see the bell stopping in place. So this is the immortal tool you northern tribes people have. A new voice was heard over the battlefield. Hooray you! Master Bell Mountain couldn't help but question. His eyes narrowed, and he assessed the person in the distance. The spirit chi fluctuations coming from him were at the Tao treading realm, but that was not all. The old man in the distance was holding a sword by its handle, but what was shocking was the blade of the sword. The sword's blade was holding the ancestral bell in place. What? Just how long is that sword? The people watching were stunned. Immortal weapon. Sky Precepts ancestor, who got to see the sword blade, closely felt the energy emanating from it. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes and had to do a double take. But no matter how many times he checked, he got the same result. It really is an immortal weapon, Sky Precepts ancestor said out loud. Impossible. Ancestor Bell Mountain, too, felt the energy coming from the sword and was alarmed. Even the ancestral bell was humming in response, warning him. How can they have an immortal weapon? They promised they would never sell to anyone else. Master Cull Mountain couldn't help but say. Oh, so someone sold you the immortal tool. Interesting. Rainbow Pill Ancestor took note. A few ideas appeared in his mind, and their earlier assumptions of how the northern tribes had chanced upon an immortal tool were almost proved. Grandfather, Jiang Luo called out as his eyes brightened. The one who had appeared was none other than Jiang Wei, the person he and Lin Mu had been waiting for a long time. Jing Wei glanced at his grandson and spoke. Go assist Care. We'll get rid of them all at once. Where is she? Jiang Luo asked. But just as he did, the air started to shake. Then, in the next moment, it was as if a crack had appeared in the sky. Tilde hung tilde. The crack expanded, and from it appeared a massive structure. The structure was over a kilometer in size and covered the sky of the battlefield. What is that? Everyone was stunned upon seeing the large structure. Myriad Armament Canopy Abode is here. The voice of a woman was heard while Jiang Luo flew toward it. Chapter 1181, The Jiang Clan's support the appearance of the Myriad Armament Canopy Abode was a great surprise to everyone. Not only was it huge, the power it was exuding was next level. Is that an immortal tool, too? The people couldn't help but wonder. There was already the ancestral bell and the sword that Jiang Wei was using. A third immortal tool would be a little too much for their understanding. Its power is close to that, but it is not a true immortal tool yet, Patriarch Hua said after thinking for a bit. Tilde hung tilde. While they were talking about the Myriad Armament Canopy Abode, a woman had appeared. She stood upon the large manor that was built in the land of the Myriad Armament Canopy Abode and looked impeccably beautiful. Who's that? Many men couldn't help but wonder. A woman this beautiful was hard to find, and one that was exuding a power like this even more so. It's her. There was one man among the crowd that recognized her, though. You know her? One of the high elders asked. Yes, that's the granddaughter of Jiang Wei, patriarch of the Jiang clan, Wu Hai answered. He had after all met her a long time ago, and while she looked a little different now, he could still recognize her. Additionally, Lin Mu had talked to him about her as well. Jiang Wei's granddaughter. Then that man is really him. The patriarch of the Centennial Sword Sect Jia Chuanli said with awe in his eyes. If there was someone that looked unto Jiang Wei, then it was the people of the Centennial Sword Sect. Jiang Wei was someone who had once pursued the art of sword and was a great swordsman who had comprehended the sword intent. Not to mention, he was also the best blacksmith in the world, and any spirit sword made by him was highly prized. To the people of the Centennial Sword Sect that pursed the sword, he was someone they would kiss up to no matter what occupation. In his peak days, Jiang Wei had created a lot of legends that the people of the Centennial Sword Sect still read about. Even if the rest of the world had mostly erased the information about the existence of the once great Jiang clan, they still kept it. In fact, the Centennial Sword Sect still had swords made by Jiang Wei. Tilde hum tilde. And one such sword was currently present on the battlefield. Ha! The Centennial Sword ancestor felt the spirit sword in his hand suddenly hum. He looked towards the distance and saw Jiang Wei blocking the ancestral bell. It really is him. Jiang Wei is alive. The Centennial Sword ancestor muttered to himself before looking at his sword. Is this why you are excited? You want to meet your creator. The peak-grade spirit sword that the Centennial Sword ancestor used was actually made by Jiang Wei himself. It was commissioned by the Centennial Sword Sect a long time ago and had since been in the hands of the ancestor. It was their inheritance treasure at this point and would be passed down to the next heir when the time was right. Complex emotions appeared in the eyes of the Centennial Sword ancestor's eyes, and regret was present in it. We should have never allowed that to happen. If the Jiang clan was still present, perhaps this situation would have never happened. The Centennial Sword ancestor thought to himself. Tilde clang tilde. You should focus on the battle at hand. Hump! Master White Mountain threw an ice disc toward the Centennial Sword Ancestor, taking advantage of the momentary pause. The Centennial Sword Ancestor still blocked it at the last moment and focused on the fight from here on. If Jiang Wei is here, then we don't need to worry as much. I should first get rid of this foe first, he thought. Back in the sky, the myriad armament canopy abode glowed brightly as hundreds upon hundreds of formations appeared over it. There were many kinds of formations in them, with the majority being offensive kinds of formations. Care! Jiang Luo called out upon reaching the borders of the myriad armament canopy abode. Come in, Duan Qi said and opened up a path for him. A small gap opened up for Jiang Luo and he flew in, taking his place alongside Duan Qi. Let's get this started. No use in letting the underworld wait for them, Jiang Luo said as his eyes turned sharp. Indeed, Duan Qi said while her gaze swept all over the battlefield, searching for a particular person. Where's Lin Mu? She lightly asked. Lin Mu, he should be. Jiang Luo was about to reply when he realized he couldn't find Lin Mu anywhere. Huh, where did he go? When did you last see him? Duan Qi asked, a little nervousness in her voice. He was right there. He was the one who had begun the attacks on the hidden barrier, Jiang Luo replied. Narrowing her brows, Duan Qi looked at the supposed site where Lin Mu should have been, but didn't find him there. Use the myriad armament canopy abode's offensive formations to begin the attacks. I'll search for Lin Mu, Duan Qi stated. Okay, Jiang Luo agreed. As much as he wanted to look for Lin Mu, he knew that it was important to continue the battle. And thus, Jiang Luo controlled the myriad armament canopy abode, and all the offensive formations outside it activated. Thousands of attacks were shot out from the formations as a myriad of effects were presented. Fireballs rained, thunder blasted, waves drowned, rocks fell and wind tore. The combined effect of thousands of offensive formations being activated all at once was terrifying. Watch out! An elder of the Alliance warned his disciples upon seeing a few attacks reaching them as well. What? But much to his surprise, the attacks automatically changed direction and only struck the enemies. I'm not controlling the myriad armament canopy abode just for show. Jiang Luo laughed as he saw several such scenes. Chapter 1182, The Profundity Carving Shield. While the Alliance saw the barrage of attacks raining from the myriad armament canopy abode, Jiang Wei was still fighting. The Sky Precept's ancestor had joined him by his side, and the two of them were teaming up against Master Bell Mountain. So you are that vile Jiang Wei, I remember you. You tore through our lands and ravaged our cities. Master Bell Mountain spoke. That is correct, but I don't know you. Who even are you? I'm sure there was nothing like you back when we sieged the tribes, Jiang Wei replied, not caring about the taunting tone in Master Bell Mountain's voice. Humph, impudent. But Master Bell Mountain didn't reply to him, only finding the man displeasing to his eyes. A mere Tao-treading realm cultivator like you thinks you can stop me just because you have an immortal tool. You are dreaming, he added. Oh, that's where you are wrong. I don't just think, believe, Jiang Wei said as he slashed out the extremely long sword once more. But much to everyone's surprise, the extremely long sword shrank. The blade receded, and it turned into a normal-sized sword. But this was only until Jiang Wei was halfway through his slash and pulling his hand back. When the sword was slashed out, the sword elongated once more, springing forth like a bamboo in the spring. Tilde Xing Tilde. The sword tore through the air and touched the side of the temple on which the ancestral bell was hanging. The stone walls of the temple cracked, and a few fragments fell off from it. You, Master Bell Mountain was left enraged. So it really is a composite immortal tool. No wonder you all could hide it till now, Jiang Wei understood. When he had appeared, the first thing he had done was to assess the so-called ancestral bell that the immortal Ascension Realm Master Bell Mountain was using. And upon doing so, he learned a few things. Such as the fact that while the immortal tool was called the Ancestral Bell, it was actually a whole temple. If it was like that, Then they should have named it differently, like the ancestral temple or something. But they didn't, which prompted Jiang Wei to look deeper and discover that the energy signatures of the bell and the temple it was attached to were actually different. There was a clear discrepancy between them, which was only detectable by someone like Jiang Wei, who was not just a spirit tool refiner but also an immortal tool refiner. The ancestral bell itself had a field around it that hid most of its fluctuations. This prevented others from knowing how it operated exactly. And after seeing how the ancestral bell could lock down a large area covertly and create a barrier that could block even immortal Ascension Realm experts, Jiang Wei had understood its functionality. He understood that the actual immortal tool was simply the bell that hung on the temple, while the temple was a separate tool. The temple itself was a pseudo-immortal tool and was seemingly the second component. Jiang Wei already had the perfect example to compare it with, War Castle Jiang. And if he could use the same understanding he had about War Castle Jiang, Jiang Wei was sure that the ancestral bell had a lot more to it than could be perceived. Jiang Wei and Master Bell Mountain clashed several times, while the Sky Precept's ancestor supported him. Unlike the other two ancestors of the top sex, the Sky Precept's ancestor wasn't actually someone that specialized in offense. Rather, most of his skills were centered around support and defense. Profundity Carving Shield, deploy. The Sky Precept's ancestor chanted and threw out a small metal shield that was barely the size of a palm. Profundity Carving Shield, deploy. Profundity Carving Shield, deploy. Surprisingly, when he did that, he wasn't alone. All the elders of the Sky Precept sect, including the Patriarch, threw out a similar palm-sized metal shield. The people of the Alliance and the enemies were a little confused upon seeing this, but were still alert. Tilde Shua Tilde, Shua Tilde. The multiple palm-sized shields all arranged into a pattern in the sky, before glowingly brightly. Jiang Wei glanced at the large array that was forming in the air and was intrigued. Your sect actually managed to finish the first form of the Profundity Carving Shield, Jiang Wei asked with interest, while continuing to fight against Master Bell Mountain. His opponent was irked seeing how Jiang Wei could be this causal in a fight, but he had to admit that the power of the sword in his hand was really dangerous. The ancestral bell kept on informing him about the damage it was sustaining. We actually finished it a decade ago, the Sky Precept's ancestor said while controlling the shield with his gestures. The many palm shields suddenly released strings of light that interconnected with each other, forming a net that soon solidified. A few seconds later, a massive shield had condensed in the air. It had several facets and had 18 sides. G.O. The Sky Precept's ancestor thrust his hand forward, and the Profundity Carving Shield followed his command. Tilde dang tilde. The shield and bell collided, creating a harsh screech that forced the weaker experts to block their ears. It was simply too loud and created ripples in the air. The snow and rubble in the area around it was blasted away from the impact as well. It really is something worthy of being left behind by an immortal, Jiang Wei muttered. He actually knew about the Profundity Carving Shield and its origin. This was something that the immortal from the Sky Precept sect had left behind when he had descended in the past. The Sky Precept sect had been working to make it ever since then. If it's this good when it's only partially made, then how strong would it be in its true state? Jiang Wei wonders, knowing that the shield in front of him was not at complete form. Chapter 1183, The Potential of Allies is displayed. The Profundity Carving Shield, like its name, was truly profound. It was a tool that could be expanded modularly. The entire tool was composed of several palm-sized shields like what the Sky Precept sect members had used. Each of the shields had profound runes carved on them that were different from Dao script. These runes were said to have been originally created by a great existence in the immortal world. They could combine to grow in power and had many functions. The Profundity Carving Shield that could be seen right now was barely in its first form. But even in its first form, it was at the pseudo-immortal tool. and its maximum potential was said to be legendary, being able to even stop the falling skis. Though letting it reach that level was not an easy task, and even if the Sky Precepts sect was the top sect in the Zioofan world and had a ton of resources, it was not possible for them to do so. Simply letting it reach the first level had taken them several thousand years after all. Jingwei knew about the profundity carving shield because the Jiang clan had once been asked to take a look at the refinement method. The Sky Precepts sect had commissioned them to help a long time ago. This was long before Jiang Wei was even born, and the current conflicts were non-existent, with the relationship between the Sky Precepts sect and the Jiang clan being genial. But despite the assistance of the then Jiang clan, they didn't have much success. Due to the completely different runes being used in it, the Jiang clan had no basis to work on other than to start learning them from scratch. Many things happened back then, and the exact series of events were unknown. But at a certain point, the collaboration had simply stooped, and the sect had put the profundity carving shield on the back burner. The appearance of it was quite surprising to Jiang Wei, and if this was during the normal time, he would have liked to take a closer look at it. In fact, seeing the hybrid composite nature of the shield, Jiang Wei was sure that the war castle Jiang itself might have taken some inspiration from it. After all, War Castle Jiang was a composite spirit tool as well, and was also at the pseudo-immortal grade. Regardless of the origins of the profundity carving shield, now that it had appeared, the battle had become a lot more stable for them. Jing Wei used his immortal grade sword and continued to strike the ancestral bell, while the profundity carving shield blocked the attacks that came from it. The combination of a sword and shield was as old as history, and certainly proved its worth here. Still, a stalemate was achieved here, as neither party could gain an advantage right away. With the strongest parties occupied, the rest of the alliance was now free to act on their own and battle the foes. Even among the battlefield, several groups had formed. Each of these groups were none other than the different powers that composed the alliance. This included the top sects, the subordinates and middle-grade sects, the clans of the Fenlong Kingdom, the Honglin Kingdom, the Mercenary Union, and servant independent powers. Each of these groups displayed their unique powers and abilities against the foes. The Mu clan unleashed their puppets that scuttled through the battlefield, weaving around enemies and attacking them. There were many kinds of puppets too, with some looking like boxes that had legs attached to them and some that were shaped like various animals. The strongest among them, though, was none other than the large puppet being controlled by none other than Mu Tao, the current head of the Mu clan. The boy that Lin Mu had met a long time ago was no longer naive, and had become a young man at the peak of the nascent soul realm. But even if he was just at the peak of the nascent soul realm, his capabilities extended beyond that. He controlled a large puppet that had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its legs were like that of a monkey, while several weapons were held in its arms. It battled across the battlefield and contended against the Dao Shell realm experts of the northern tribe. And this wasn't just Mu Tao either. Almost all experts of the Mu clan could fight above their realm using their puppets. But this left their bodies vulnerable, which were then protected by another group. This was none other than the Fen clan, which had awakened its innate bloodline and gained greater power. They defended the Mu clan, while also attacking the northern tribes with Miss Fen, the head of the Fen clan taking the lead. She herself was also at the peak of the nascent soul realm and was actually very close to the Dao Shell realm. But when adding the power of her bloodline, she could contend with the Dao Shell realm cultivators as well. Then there was King Hong, who had been battling to his heart's desire. The undaunted ember physique was something that not only changed the body of a person, but also their personality. It turned them dauntless and made them a warrior that would never back down. Thus, King Hong was like a shark in the ocean, killing and fighting freely. Wu Haitu fought, unleashing all of his skills that had been hidden for long. The inheritance of the Taiji Celestial was profound and mysterious, and Wu Hai had obtained a part of it. Its effects were impressive, with each of his fists blasting back foes. They could even reflect attacks to a certain extent, and he could infuse his energy into weapons as well. Jiao Fang had also joined back after recovering a bit and used a myriad of skills, some that he had obtained himself, while some that originated from the northern tribes themselves, which greatly confused the people of the tribes. Chapter 11, 84 Duan Keys search still. While the many groups of the Alliance fought back against the northern tribes, there was a certain person missing. This being none other than Lin Mu, the leader of the Alliance himself. His disappearance had not gotten unnoticed either, as many people such as the patriarchs, Jiang Luo, Wu Hai, and even Jiang Wei had sensed it. And thus to find him, one person had set out. How could he just disappear randomly? Duan Qi wondered. She looked back to the west and saw little Shrubby battling against Master Kull Mountain along with the Rainbow Pill ancestor. Duan Qi was certainly surprised by little Shrubby's increase in power. I would have never imagined the small beast would turn out to be this large, Duan Qi thought to herself. But if he's there and battling with no issues, then Lin Mu should be fine. If he was not, the beast would have certainly not stayed on fighting, Duan Qi reckoned. She had seen the bond between Lin Mu and little Shrubby, and could tell that it was beyond anything that was recorded in their library. No beast tamer had ever reached that level of connection or understanding. The two could sense each other no matter how far they were, and even communicate that way. Little Shrubby was someone who only cared about Lin Mu, and would not take it if something happened to him. The whole reason little Shrubby had even participated in the Alliance's work, and become the savior beast during Lin Mu's own seclusion, was due to his master's words. If it were not for that, little Shrubby had no reason to fight at all. To him, his master's enemies were his enemies. And thus, if his master was hurt, he would stop and help him as the very first thing. This prompted Duan Qi to wonder if Lin Mu was occupied due to something. The first place Duan Qi decided to search was the location where Lin Mu was last seen. It didn't take her long to reach there, while also staying hidden under the effect of a skill. She certainly didn't want to attract the attention of a strong foe while she had her mind distracted. The location in question was a patch of broken trees and rocks that were originally part of a hill that had been smashed into fragments. This is definitely where the boundary of the barrier started to break from, Duan Qi said upon sensing the faint energy traces in the air. Her spirit sense was already scanning each and every location, but was unable to find Lin Mu. Narrowing her eyes, she took out a compass from her spatial storage tool. The compass was made out of wood and had 6 needles attached to the periphery. There was a spherical indent in the center, which was currently empty, and many runes were also inscribed on the compass. It was good that we kept some of his blood, Duan Qi muttered and took out a glass vial as well. The vial was filled with dark red blood and was under several preservative formations that kept it fresh. Tilda Shua Tilda. The wooden compass automatically floated in front of Duan Qi, and she was free to use her hands. Opening the vial of blood, she poured it out on the wooden compass. Once that was done, she took out a marble and placed it in the central indent of the compass. The blood covering the wooden compass started to sizzle and bubble. It flowed along the many runes that were carved on the compass and finally reached its center, covering the marble entirely. The transparent glass marble turned blood red, and the runes on the compass became active as well. Tilda hung tilde. A wave of energy was let out from the marble that spread through the compass before reaching the 6 needles. Tilda shing, tilda shing, tilda shing, tilda. The needles twitched and spun on the periphery of the needle, crazily before settling into specific positions. 3 of the needles came close and pointed in the same direction, while the remaining 3 randomly pointed in other directions. Duan Qi furrowed her brows, having not expected this result. Even with his own blood, the compass cannot find him accurately. How is it possible? Duan Qi wondered. Normally, the 6 needles reacted according to the significance of the tracking material used, and blood from a person was something that was relatively very accurate for tracking, Thus the compass should have had all 6 needles pointing in the same direction. I'll just have to take what I get now, Duan-Ki decided, and followed the unified direction the 3 needles were pointing. The location wasn't that far from where she was, and led her to the mountains bordering the north of the battlefield. Once she was here, the needles moved once more and tilted downwards. Down there, Duan-Ki let her spirit sense check it and discovered that there was actually rubble underneath the ice and snow. Duan-Ki slapped out with her palms stuck to the ground, blasting away all the snow and ice, revealing the rubble hidden underneath. Upon seeing it, her eyes noticed the runs carved on it, as well as the faint trace of spirit chi in the air. No wonder, these runes seem to be part of a sealing and isolating array. While it has been broken, they can still hide a limited number of presciences. Duan-Ki understood. She descended while monitoring the compass and saw that the needles were still pointing down. Waving her hand, she broke apart the rubble even more and excavated the ground, revealing a large tunnel that was hidden underneath. Isn't it the secret tunnel that the northern tribes had made? Duan-Ki identified. Continuing onwards, she illuminated the darkness and soon found what she was looking for. Lin Mu. Duan-Ki felt like she was dreaming at first, upon seeing the sight in front of her. Tilde Girrar tilde. Don't come close, a voice was heard. Duan-Ki observed the large being lying on the ground. This was none other than Lin Mu in his demonic form, but he didn't seem to be fine. Chapter 1185 Volatile State. Duan-Ki couldn't help but watch in shock. She had not seen this form of Lin Mu's ever before, but she was sure that it was not normal. If it were not for the fact that the wooden compass was pointing to him and confirmed his identity, she would have never believed her eyes. Lin Mu, what happened to you? Duan-Ki asked, taking a step forward. But just as she did, the red aura that was surrounding Lin Mu lashed out at her. Argh! Duan-Ki barely managed to block it with her sword, but even then she felt the impact and was knocked severe meters back. I said stay back, Lin Mu warned once more. This time, Duan-Ki heeded it and watched from afar. Taking a closer look at Lin Mu, she could see he was in a strange state. Even if she was unfamiliar with his demonic form, she could tell he was not fine. There were several injuries on his body, and they didn't seem to be inflicted by someone else. Then in front of Duan-Ki, a crack appeared on Lin Mu's body. More of the red aura escaped from the crack and joined the rest of it swirling around him. What's happening to you? Duan-Ki questioned, feeling nervous. I can't control it any longer. If I let this form stay, I might not be able to return to normal. I need to suppress it. Lin Mu replied, his voice hoarse and vastly different from normal. He had never expected that there would be such a change in the effects of the Burning Heart Sutra. While it certainly provided him with great strength and even gave him this form, it came with great disadvantages as well. Lin Mu only discovered them now that he was experiencing them. He had known that Burning Heart Sutra was not a chant he should use casually, since the power increase it offered came at an expense. Not only did it consume his vital essence rapidly, but it was also greatly taxing on his mind. Along with an increase in physical power, the Burning Heart Sutra also amplified Lin Mu's emotions, with the main one being anger. And now that he had maintained the form for this long, it wasn't just amplify the rightful anger, but the irrational anger that was ever present. Slowly Lin Mu realized he was losing control of his body and didn't know what would happen if he stayed like this for any longer. He had been trying to get a hold of himself, but found it very difficult. Even Zukong's link with him had been blocked, and they couldn't communicate right now. This was something that had happened before as well, and Lin Mu knew that the ring's skills could overwhelm his mind like that. Another thing that was happening was that Lin Mu felt like he was getting ravenous by the minute. He had already consumed several Tao-treading realm experts directly, and they were already digested by his body and converted into pure vitality that further fueled this form. But that gain was depleting rapidly. Even the many beast corpses and spirit herbs he had eaten before coming to the battle had been exhausted in this form. Just seeing Duan Qi was making him hungry as well, and he was doing his best to hold back. What can I do to help you? Duan Qi asked, knowing that the situation was dire. She didn't run away, as that was not something she would ever do. She owed Lin Mu a great debt, and there was no way she would abandon him here like this. I can suppress this form, but I need a way to hold back this wild aura. Lin Mu spoke with great difficult, beastly growls escaping between his words. Surpass that aura, Duan Qi muttered as she observed the red aura. Her spirit sense moved and tried to touch the red aura, but was quickly repelled by it. SSS tilde, she hissed in pain and held her head. Even using my spirit sense is not an option here. The red aura was far too volatile and injured her spirit sense with ease. Her mind worked quickly as she tried to figure out a method to help Lin Mu. Duan Qi had spent years on comprehending the information that had been passed on to her by Zukong. In doing that, she had improved her skills by many times and had the confidence to use abilities she had never attempted before. I have to try that. It has to work, Duan Qi muttered to herself as determination appeared in her eyes. In the next moment, she flicked her hands and threw out 8 stakes that were filled with densely carved runes. Shua tilde. The 8 stakes flew out and embedded themselves into the ground around Lin Mu. Thud tilde. The red aura around Lin Mu lashed out towards the stakes, but the stakes were durable enough to hold on. From this, one could tell that the aura was violent against everything that approached it and held no proper sentience. Once the stakes were embedded into the ground firmly, Duan Qi uttered several incomprehensible syllables before drawing out tens of runes with her hands. Her brain worked on multiple things as she kept on muttering and making runes with her hands. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead as the runes increased in number. Then, at a certain point, she gritted her teeth and brought her fingers together in a hand seal. Oral binding chains, Duan Qi uttered, executing the skill. Tilde. The runes turned into chain links and flew towards the 8 stakes, joining with them. The chain links latched onto each other before turning into long chains that swirled in the air. Bind, Duan Qi clenched her hands together. Shua tilde. The chains stabbed through the red aura and seemingly latched onto it. They then pulled back, stretching the aura thing such that it couldn't lash out anymore. Chapter 1186 reverting, and calmness. Duan Qi felt like a weight was put on her head as she struggled to maintain the oral blinding chains. Now I'll restrain them, Duan Qi shouted. Lin Mu closed his eyes the moment he heard her and started to chant something. At first no voice came from his lips, but soon esoteric chants were heard coming out from it. The chants were low, almost like a whisper, but grew louder bit by bit. And in less than 30 seconds, they were as loud as the chants of an entire monastery full of monks. Duan Qi, who heard the chants, felt the weight on her mind lighten up, and her heart felt a lot calmer as well. It wasn't the first time she had felt something like this before either, and Lin Mu had used it on her once before. Just like that back then too, Duan Qi recalled. She was soon brought out of her thoughts and saw a change in front of her. The red aura started to churn and was being sucked back into Lin Mu's body. The red aura entered through the very same cracks it had escaped, and when a certain amount entered, the cracks sealed up as well. What Lin Mu was chanting was none other than the Calming Heart Sutra, which was the counter to the Burning Heart Sutra. Earlier, he was unable to do this since the red aura that escaped from his body would interrupt him every time he did that. But now that it was restrained, he was free to chant it at full power. The effect of it, the Calming Heart Sutra, reversed the effects of the Burning Heart Sutra and started to revert Lin Mu's body. At first his body shrank and the upper layer of red skin turned into mist that surrounded him. Nothing could be seen underneath it, and only the esoteric chants could be heard. The chants continued for another minute before the mist dissipated, and along with it the chant. Clang tilde. The chains made out of runes fell to the ground, and Duan Qi dismissed them. The 8 stakes seemingly broke apart too, having exhausted all their durability. It was evident that this skill put a lot of strain on them. 8 binding stakes at the high grade were used up just like that, and it wasn't even used to suppress an actual being, just some aura. Duan Qi thought to herself, finding it all stunning. The binding stakes were a common type of resistive spirit tool that were used by cultivators. They could be used independently as weapons or in formations to make binding arrays. They were available right from the low grade to the peak grade. The ones that Duan Qi had used were at the high grade and were refined personally by Jiang Wei. They weren't normal binding stakes and were his own unique product, thus were stronger and much more versatile. But even then, they had been broken. And thous was when Duan Qi had used the oral binding chains. It was a skill that was originally used to restrain the aura of a person or an entire place to prevent others from detecting it. Duan Qi had guessed that since the volatile mist was also an aura, it should work on it. Her bet turned out to be correct, but even then the effort needed was massive. Duan Qi had ended up expending nearly a third of her entire spirit chi store. Tilda Haya Tilda. Snapping out of her thoughts, Duan Qi looked back at the young man, who had returned to his normal appearance. Lin Mu laid on the ground and took deep breaths, feeling exhausted. Step Tilda. Duan Qi approached Lin Mu and took out several pills from her storage. Eat them, they should help, she spoke. Lin Mu lightly nodded his head and shoved all the pills into his mouth, and he didn't stop there either. He took out several more pills from his own storage and started eating them as well. These were pills that were used for healing, but since they also had a lot of vital energy within them, they could technically be used as food rations. And that was what Lin Mu's body was desiring right now. His stocks of beast meat had been depleted a while back, thus he couldn't eat that either. And here I thought my stomach had enough energy stored in it. Just a single use of the Burning Heart Sutra, and the transformation used up a majority of it. Lin Mu was a bit lost too. He understood that the amount of energy that was used up this time was a lot more than the last time he used the Burning Heart Sutra against Ku Weiowen. Why did the energy consumption increase? Lin Mu wondered to himself. Finally, the connection works again. Zhu Kong's voice was heard once more. Senior, Lin Mu replied. Looks like the increase in your body cultivation directly affects the Burning Heart Sutra too. That demonic form of yours has changed accordingly as well, but I think you noticed that. Zhu Kong spoke. MMHMM? Yeah. The defenses were certainly a lot more higher, so the true gold body forging arts definitely modified the demonic form. Lin Mu replied, recalling the gold lines and the gold layer that was underneath the carapace-like surface. Even the toughness and sharpness of his claws had increased by a lot from what he had experienced. This gave Lin Mu a lot to think of, and he realized that the Burning Heart Sutra will need to be tested whenever he improved his body cultivation. Or if he used them at times like this, he might get caught off guard. He also understood that the only reason he started to lose control was because he spent too long in the demonic form and used up a lot of vitality. The more he lost, the more hungry he got and the weaker his control got. Duan Qi was unaware of the conversation that was ongoing in Lin Mu's mind and thought that he was just assimilating the pills. Chapter 11, 87 Toppling Battle. Lin Mu and Zhu Kong conversed for a few more minutes until he felt like his body was a bit more stable and the hunger wasn't as strong. Even after eating so many pills full of vitality, Lin Mu's body wasn't satisfied, and he would have to eat lots of meat to help replenish it all later. Until that was done, he was going to be feeling perpetually hungry. Lin Mu let out a breath and opened his eyes, prompting Duan Qi to look at him in concern. Are you okay now? She questioned. I'm stable. Lin Mu nodded his head. Then in the next second, a wave of spirit chi spread from him as his spirit sense extended rapidly. It scanned all over the area, observing all that was happening and that which had already happened. Seeing the current situation, Lin Mu took a breath of relief. So the battle has reached a tipping point for us, Lin Mu muttered. Yes, grandfather and the rest of the sects are holding up against the northern tribes right now, Duan Qi replied. Lin Mu had been worried for a bit and wondered if the battle had changed too much in his absence. And while it had, it was in their favor, which was good. Tilda stepped Tilda. Lin Mu stood up and gazed up at the hole in the roof. The cloudless sky could be seen clearly behind it. Let's join back. It's best to act now that we are holding the lead, Lin Mu stated. Yes, Duan Qi agreed and flew behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu sped up and appeared high up in the sky, Duan Qi at his side. Looking at him now, it didn't seem like he was in a serious condition at all, which in a way was true. After all, using the Burning Heart Sutra had only used up the stored vitality of his body. His actual spirit chi stores were still plentiful. Not to mention, his body cultivation made it so that he would stay powerful regardless of it all. Even with no chi, he would be able to hold back against several enemies. That was the greatest benefit of body cultivation, as crippling them was extremely difficult, and one couldn't just dissipate their cultivation base by destroying their meridians and danshan. Lin Mu looked around and picked the opponent to fight. The most dangerous were none other than the 3 immortal Ascension Realm experts, but they were currently occupied letting the rest of the Alliance to fight the Dao Treading Realm and other experts on their own. Boom Tilda. Then there was the myriad armament canopy abode in the sky that kept on raining down thousands of attacks per minute. Its attacks were greatly targeted as well and didn't affect the allies, providing the perfect support to them. In the time that Lin Mu was away from the battlefield, the army of the northern tribes had actually been whittled down to less than half. Let's take out the weaker ones first before getting rid of the stronger ones, Lin Mu said as a few targets appeared in his eyes. Then in the next moment, Lin Mu disappeared into thin air, while Duan Qi went on to join Jiang Luo in the myriad armament canopy abode. Once she joined him there, the attacks became even more intense. After all, the myriad armament canyon abode was meant to be controlled by several formation masters to be used at its full potential. Granted, with a talented formation master like Jiang Luo at the helm, the retirement of manpower wasn't as needed. But Duan Qi's support still made it more efficient for him. She took over the targeting part of the attack, while Jiang Luo controlled the abode to actually attack. Their pace of attacking doubled, and the northern tribes started to suffer even more. Tilda rumble tilde. Tilda clang tilde. Tilda dang tilde. While the battle was fought on the ground, the battle of the experts was in the sky. You Southerners will pay for everything, everything, Master Bell Mountain said as he witnessed the death of his people. The appearance of the top 3 sects and their ancestors, along with Jiang Wei and the myriad armament canopy abode, had already toppled the battle in their favor. Humph, the northern tribes have failed tens of times in the past and will fail once more. This time the grave sin of bringing forth an invader that event the world does not accept. Do you really think you would be able to live in peace even if you won? Jiang Wei scoffed. Hearing Jiang Wei state the truth only made Master Bell Mountain more furious, and he intensified his attacks. The ancestral bell rang nonstop, creating more and more attacks while the old man controlled it. The attacks were very strong, rocking the sky, and if it were not for the profundity carving shield blocking any stray attacks from reaching the battlefield, the allies would have probably died several times over. Still, Jiang Wei swung his sword nonstop, preventing Master Bell Mountain from coming closer. The immortal sword in his hand was simply too strong, and its abilities were also unique. It could extend and retreat at will, even being able to curve and bend without a change in its power. Tilda kaboom tilda. But as the battle continued, a large explosion was heard on the ground. What? Even the immortal Ascension Realm experts felt the energy fluctuations and had to look for what had happened. NOO. AHH. The cries of the northern tribes' experts were heard as they died one after the other. Flames and turbulent winds littered the ground as a large crater was created. Within the crater stood Lin Mu, holding the dead bodies of 3 Tao-treading realm experts in his hand. Or more like whatever was left of the bodies. 3 down, 19 to go, Lin Mu said as his gaze locked onto another Tao-treading realm expert in the distance, making the expert shiver. Chapter 1188, a breakthrough. Damn it! The 3 immortal ascension realm experts of the northern tribes cursed out in unison. They had felt their elders dying at once and knew that something must have changed once again. They were relatively fine with the lower-leveled soldiers dying, and even if Dao Shell Realm experts died, they could bear it with a pained heart. But Dao-treading realm experts were not the same. They took at least 1,000 years of nurturing and a lot of resources to raise. The current numbers they had were secretly grown under the combined effort of the 3 immortal ascension realm experts. But that wasn't all. Even with immortal ascension realm cultivators guiding the juniors, a Dao-treading realm expert was still too difficult to be created. Especially when they wanted a true Dao-treading realm expert, and not a mere pup like the ones Gu Yao had made. After all, in order to break through to the Dao-treading realm, one needed to grasp a part of the Dao traces and give birth to their Dao embryo. Reaching the Dao shell could be done by simply pouring in enough resources, but comprehending the Dao could only be done individually. The method that the northern tribes used to nurture was none other than the ancestral bell. It could be said that the ancestral bell was their lifeline for everything. The bell was how they gained access to the higher worlds and traded for resources. The ancestral bell could also impart a certain understanding of the Dao due to the many patterns carved into it. Each of the patterns carved into it weren't just for formations, they were also the representation of Dao traces. And with how many patterns there were on the bell, it was easy to tell that it was no simple immortal tool. It was a mystery as to how the northern tribes even managed to get the ancestral bell at all. Master Bell Mountain, we can't let this go on anymore. We have to stop them at all costs. Master Kull Mountain communicated with a jade slip. I can stop the Centennial Sword Ancestor for a short time and assist you in holding back Jiang Wei, but you need to act in that time. Master White Mountain spoke. He was the only one who was facing a single opponent right now, thus was in the best condition compared to the rest. Master Kull Mountain and Master Bell Mountain were both being held back by 2 foes each. ALRIGHD, Master Bell Mountain replied as he gathered his strength. Tilde crackle tilde. And just as he did that, a bone-chilling wind blew from the other side of the battlefield. Master White Mountain's eyes turned bloodshot as he conjured his Dao shell. The Centennial Sword Ancestor narrowed his eyes and retreated some distance after slashing out a few times. Tilde deng, tilde deng, tilde deng, tilde. But this time, his slashes were stopped by the chilly winds that blew from Master White Mountain and were dispelled into stray chi. H-A-A-A. Master White Mountain let out a cry as he released the power of his Dao embryo. Absolute whiteout domain, he chanted as the Dao embryo within his Dao shell lit up. The Dao embryo that Master White Mountain had was shaped like a snowflake and looked to be fragile, but it emitted a bone-chilling energy that made one feel like they would freeze just by looking at it. The snowflake-like Dao embryo shone in a bright light as pure energy of the Dao traces rose. A Dao skill was executed by an immortal ascension realm expert, and its power was earth-shaking. The entire area around him froze solid, and even the Centennial Sword Ancestor was frozen solid in the ice. He was stuck in the pose of slashing and looked like an immaculate sculpture. Now, Master White Mountain shouted. Tilde deng tilde. Master Bell Mountain commanded the ancestral bell, and a black pattern lit up on it. The pattern looked like a strange beast that had the head of a dog and the body of a crab. Fields of Decimation. Master Bell Mountain used a skill he had not used until now. Careful! The Sky Precept's ancestor warned Jiang Wei as the dark energy rushed towards them. The Profundity carving shield could still block the effects for the ancestor, but the same was not for Jiang Wei. Not to mention, the icy winds of the absolute whiteout domain had already reached them and were already slowing them down. The Sky Precept's ancestor controlled the Profundity carving shield and protected the allies below, but couldn't do the same for Jiang Wei. The dark energy combined with the chilly winds swept the area in the blink of an eye, making it look like a dense haze had descended. Jiang Wei, the Sky Precept's ancestor, called out anxiously. For a few seconds, no sound was heard and a pin-drop silence descended. Tilde ding tilde. Then all of a sudden, a sonorous hum was heard. A small dot of light appeared in the haze, which quickly expanded and turned into a star. But that was not all, as strong spirit chi waves also came after that, which stunned both the Sky Precept's ancestor and Master Bell Mountain. Impossible, Master Bell Mountain said in disbelief. Immortal Ascension Realm. Tilde shing tilde. A flash of a blade flickered before appearing right next to the ancestral bell. Tilde clang tilde. The ancestral bell was knocked back, and even Master Bell Mountain was forced to retreat. The Sky Precept's ancestor looked at the old man who had reappeared. A large Dao shell floated above his head, and a Dao embryo that looked like a hammer floated in it. You reached the Immortal Ascension Realm, the Sky Precept's ancestor asked, feeling shocked. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. I knew I needed the right battle to comprehend it, but now I know. Jiang Wei laughed out loud. Now I know what I shall name you. From now on, you shall be called the Ever-Reaching Blade, he declared as he gazed at the immortal sword in his hand. Chapter 1189 Flipped Odds. Jing Wei was someone who had always pursed to learn more about weapons and how to make them. It was the goal of the Jiang clan and what most of their people had inherited as well. His pursuit of weapon refinement and forging was so high that even his Dao embryo was in the form of a hammer. In order to perfect his understanding of weapons, he took them up, even going so far as to comprehend his own sword intent. For he knew, to make a good sword, he needed to first learn it. Jing Wei was no different from the many that had come before him, but he was the first one who had reached the level of making an immortal weapon. Reaching the Immortal Ascension Realm was a mystery for most. There was no single concrete method of reaching it, and most that did so was due to luck. There were many theories as to how one reached that realm. Some said that simply cultivating hard enough was the key to doing it, while some needed to look for fortunate encounters. But among these theories, there was one that was often considered as the key. This theory was none other than fulfilling one's goal and going beyond it. This goal could be anything, from revenge to becoming kings, to even something as simple as seeing some new place. And for Jiang Wei, it was this theory that proved to be true. For when he made the immortal sword, he knew he was close to a breakthrough, but he had not realized it. Only when he came close to death and the sword helps fight against it did he realize it. That was also when he deemed himself worthy of naming the sword. Names held power, and when something was named, it was given an aspect of existence. Immortal tools and weapons held consciousness and were sentient. Giving them names was the final step to completing them. Reaching his breakthrough with the sword was what Jiang Wei needed, and a name was thus made. The Ever-Reaching Blade. A blade that would reach as far as the wielder willed it. Tilde woon tilde. Stormy spirit chi churned around Jiang Wei as his power only increased more and more. Spirit chi in the air danced and gathered around him, fueling not only his own power, but also the ever-reaching blade. I shall consecrate this immortal blade with your blood, Jiang Wei said, while the ever-reaching blade hummed in excitement as well. It too desired the same, for it as it had inherited its creator's will. Master Bell Mountain was overwhelmed by it all, as he could feel that Jiang Wei was far too powerful than expected. The Immortal Association realm didn't have any sub-stages within it, and was said to be a complete realm in itself. The difference in power within them could be vastly different, and it was very hard to differentiate it. But there were always some people who went above and beyond their peers. When they reached the Immortal Ascension realm, they would be far stronger than other Immortal Ascension realm cultivators who had been in that realm for many years longer than them. Master Bell Mountain felt afraid that Jiang Wei was one of them. Tilda Xing Tilda. The ever-reaching blade extended in the blink of an eye and reached the man's head, almost cutting his ear off. Still, a small nick was left, and the man's earlobe was chopped off from the residual energy. Ugh, damn this. Master Bell Mountain could feel the energy of the immortal weapon lingering on in his ear. Even after injuring him, it had not faded and was still trying to enter his head, and he had to block it off using his own chi. Argh. But just as Master Bell Mountain was considering his own condition, another cry was heard. His eyes went wide as he looked to the other direction, only to find out Master White Mountain had just been hit with what looked like a long cortex of metal spirit chi. Now, Lin Mu called out. The ice that was trapping the Centennial Sword Ancestor was broken, and the man was freed. Continuing his earlier attack, during which he was frozen, the Centennial Sword Ancestor slashed out. The sword light emitted from his sword was different from normal. It was as if it held starlight within it and shimmered endlessly. Master White Mountain was too busy trying to get a hold of himself from the surprise attacks and couldn't defend in time. After all, he also had a mass of metal spirit chi trying to ravage his body at the same time. Normally, he should have been able to defend against an attack like this, but he was still reeling in from using his Dao skill, which had also been repelled by Jiang Wei earlier. Additionally, the turbulent spirit chi from Jiang Wei's breakthrough had also sent him in a tizzy. Master White Mountain felt his inferior cultivation base as compared to Jiang Wei. He was truly weaker than Jiang Wei, who had just reached the immortal ascension realm. In the hundreds of thoughts that littered his mind, the thought of dying appeared many times, and he soon got to experience it. Centennial Sword Ancestors reached Master White Mountain in the form of a sword light and split apart his body in half. His defenses were already wrecked by Lin Wu's metal devastator and left him vulnerable to the sword slash. N-O-O-O. Master Bell Mountain let out an unwilling cry which caught the attention of Master Cull Mountain too. The woman lost her focus upon seeing this and got struck by little Shrubby's claws. Her flesh sizzled under the flames powered by the Dao traces of fire, and the attack of the Rainbow Pill Ancestor followed soon after. Boom Tilda. Clouds of colorful smoke surrounded her in the next moment, arresting her energy. Tilda kaboom Tilda. A few seconds later, Master White Mountain's body exploded under the aftereffects of the metal devastator. Chapter 1192. Dead experts. The sound and force of the explosion rocked the entire battlefield. But this time around, the weaker cultivators had learned from the earlier experiences. They had already started to move to the back of the battlefield, seeing what had been happening. Besides, their part in the battle had already ended with over 90% of the cannon fodders of the northern tribes, dead under the bombardment of the myriad armament canopy abode. And because of their retreat, they had managed to stay awake to witness it all this time. They saw everything from the start to the end, carving it deep into their souls, for they would pass on their story to their descendants for eons to come. With the explosion of Master White Mountain's body, Lin Mu had already disappeared into the parallel world using fade. Even he wouldn't come out unscathed from the explosion of an immortal ascension realm expert's body, and had to do that. The Centennial Sword Ancestor, on the other hand, pulled out all the defensive talismans he had while getting back as well, preventing himself from getting injured in it. Ahha, the first one is dead. Jiang Luo's loud laughter could be heard in the sky, amplified by the myriad armament canopy abode's power. Lin Mu moved through the parallel world without stopping, heading towards Little Shrubby. He had originally intended to kill the Dao Treading Realm experts first, but Jiang Wei's breakthrough and the subsequent distraction from it gave him the best chance to act. Lin Mu's spirit sense had already been alert and scanning for everything, thus he knew the best opponent to attack. Master White Mountain was in the worst position and became his target, allowing the Centennial Sword Ancestor to finally finish him off. Additionally, the explosion of Master White Mountain's body also killed of the 4 Tao-treading realm experts of the northern tribes that were nearby. Those from the Alliance, on the other hand, were still under the protection of the Profundity carving shield. Albeit, even that was now cracking. Several cracks covered the Profundity carving shield, and some of its sub-shields were already broken. Its power was falling by the minute, and it wouldn't be long before it dissipated entirely. Back on the side of Little Shrubby, Master Cull Mountain felt her energy being blocked as a mass of multicolor smoke surrounded her. Haha, the oldest rule in the book is to never lose focus in battle, and you did that very thing. The Rainbow Pill ancestor couldn't help but mock. You! Master Cull Mountain gritted her teeth in fury as she stared daggers at the man in multicolored robes. Her own robes were scorched, and a long claw mark could be seen on her exposed back. It had been seared black, and faint embers could still be seen glowing in it, the Tao traces of fire still trying to reignite. Tilda. Master Cull Mountain bit her tongue forcefully and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion turned pale, but the restriction on her energy was lifted. Her body started to age, and within a few seconds, her hair turned snow white while her skin became wrinkled like an old tree's bark. If before she looked to be in her 50s, she now looked like she was in her 90s. Oh, you actually burned away your lifespan. It was the Rainbow Pill ancestor's turn to be shocked this time. By forcefully igniting her vitality, she created her own pulse of energy that broke the poison's shackles. The multicolored smoke was made by the pills that Rainbow Pill ancestor had thrown out. All of them were peak-grade pills that, on their own, were greatly beneficial to a cultivator. But when they were combined, their effect changed. From a medicine, they became a poison and worked to block the spirit chi and energy of an expert. Even an immortal Ascension Realm expert wouldn't be free from its effects. And if they wanted to dispel its effects, they would either need a peerless healing technique or the cure made by Rainbow Pill ancestor. No one would have expected for the old woman to burn away her precious lifespan for it. From the vast change in her appearance, it could be seen that she had burned away a large part of it too. This is all for the glory of the tribes, Master Cull Mountain said out loud as she gathered her power. The sacrifice in her lifespan had provided her with a boost in her strength too, and the energy fluctuations coming from here were creating cracks on the ground far below. Tilda. How? But then to her horror, a sword protruded through her chest. Little Shrubby, do it, Lin Mu ordered. Little Shrubby pounced towards the old woman and clamped his flaming jaws around her, and Lin Mu himself. Ahhhhhhh. The old woman cried out in pain and tried to struggle, but she was being held in place by Lin Mu. Lin Mu's robes had already turned to dust, but his gold skin could hold back against the flames. Additionally, Lin Mu had the affinity to the fire element too, and his resistance was good. Little Shrubby could have avoided burning Lin Mu even if he was in his mouth, but in the current situation, he needed to use all his power. Lin Mu had told him to do so as well, and that he would be fine. The old woman's cries continued for a few seconds before they died down, her tongue and vocal cords having been burned away. Fragments of black coke fell from the flaming jaws of Little Shrubby, being none other than the remains of an immortal Ascension Realm woman. Little Shrubby opened his jaws, and the flaming figure of Lin Mu walked out, the short sword in his hand. The burning figures struck a terrifying chord in the eyes of everyone that watched it. Even Master Bell Mountain felt like he had made a mistake in attacking the south now. The ancestral bell was right. The warning was far greater than I made it out to be. Chapter 1191, A Seed, and unending danger while regret and fear filled Master Bell Mountain's heart. Lin Mu and Little Shrubby stabilized themselves. Both of them had expended a lot of energy in killing Master Cull Mountain after all. Little Shrubby especially had to exhaust even more energy due to the fact that he was already in the 7 Beasts burst form and was directly using the power of his Tao embryo. Normally, killing an immortal Ascension Realm expert, even with the pure power of a Tao embryo like that, was not possible. It was actually little Shrubby's unique Tao embryo that allowed this to be possible. The Tao embryo erupted with flames that were like the flames of hell, directly burning away the old woman as well as her nascent soul, not letting her have a chance at escaping. The flames even used her own energy and spirit chi as the fuel. This left little Shrubby with no body nor soul to consume, but it was a cost that they had to accept. The large flaming body of little Shrubby started to shrink as the flames started to dissipate. "I'm exhausted, Master," little Shrubby said through their link. The flames soon disappeared entirely, and little Shrubby's true body was revealed. Several injuries such as cuts, tears, and open wounds could be seen on it. It was evident that while it looked like the beast was fine, it was only being masked by the flames. In reality, he had sustained a lot of injuries fighting against an immortal Ascension realm expert on his own. After all, the beast had won something that should have been deemed impossible by most others. But the change didn't just stop there. Little Shrubby's body kept on shrinking more and more until he turned into a small kitten. He was even smaller than his normal cat form and now looked like a newborn kitten. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed, as this change was a little too drastic, and he was worried if the beast was fine or not. "Little Shrubby, are you okay?" Lin Mu asked anxiously. But he received no answer. Little Shrubby had already fallen asleep. But then suddenly, a mass of green energy emitted from little Shrubby. The energy gave of a feeling of freshness and vibrancy. "This smells like flowers." Lin Mu was confused. The green energy coated little Shrubby's body and started to condense. And before Lin Mu could react, the energy solidified, turning into vines that tightly covered little Shrubby within. The ball of vines with little Shrubby, inside it started to fall, but Lin Mu quickly caught it. What happened? Lin Mu was afraid now. If it were not for the fact that he could still feel the link with little Shrubby in his mind, he would have assumed the worst. Using 7 Beasts Burst has exhausted a lot of his power and also taxed his bloodline. His ability from the Fume Wood Panther, the Vitality Reversal, is protecting him now, Zhukang explained. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief. He had almost forgotten about the Vitality Reversal, but this time around, the difference was also quite great, so it was obvious as to him not figuring it out quickly. After all, little Shrubby had never reverted to such an age before. And then the vines covering him were even more surprising. "Little Shrubby looks like a seed now that I think of it." Lin Mu spoke, recalling how the ability worked. "Send him to the ring, I'll watch over him," Zhukang suggested. "Yes, that'll be better," Lin Mu agreed. Since little Shrubby was now in a dormant state and was similar to a plant, storing him in the ring was no issue. Plus, if something did happen, Zhukang would be able to act to fix the situation. The large seed in Lin Mu's hand disappeared, and when it reappeared inside the ring, it was resting on a soft cushion. The seed wasn't alone either. There was a companion to it, a gray egg that was emitting rich vitality, looking as if it would be born soon. From time to time, faint flickers of light could even be seen on its surface, as if fireflies in the night. "Rest well, little Shrubby. You've done enough," Lin Mu said in his heart and looked towards the final enemy remaining. Master Bell Mountain was still being pressured by Jiang Wei while being supported by several others, including the Sky Precept's ancestor, the Rainbow Pill ancestor, and the Centennial Sword ancestor. Surrounded by 4 immortal Ascension experts, along with the immortal weapon, the ever-reaching sword, Master Bell Mountain knew it wouldn't be long before he lost. All the efforts of our ancestors, the cost of our descendants, and yet it was for naught. Master Bell Mountain felt regret. Though he didn't feel regret that they had chosen to attack the south, but rather that they had acted too quickly. He reckoned that they should have waited after hearing about the death of Gu Yao. Gu Yao was a man that even Master Bell Mountain had to take seriously. While Gu Yao wasn't as strong as him, his ability to scheme and plan was terrifying. After all, Gu Yao was the one who had accelerated their plans by several years due to his efforts. "Give up and be slaughtered. Perhaps then you might have the chance to pay for your sins." the centennial sword ancestor spoke. Your people have already fallen, and there is nothing left for you to do, Jiang Wei said. You really should have thought well. The taunting words of everyone sparked a strange anger within Master Bell Mountain's heart. Enough, he shouted. Careful, he might detonate, the Sky Precept's ancestor warned. Humph, even if he does, we can easily resist that. The juniors have already escaped anyway, the Rainbow Pill ancestor said. Jing Luo had used the myriad armament canopy, a bow to pick up the weaker members of the Alliance and those that were injured as well. Of course, the bombardment had not stopped either, and now barely 3 Dao-treading realm experts of the tribes were left. Their morale had already collapsed, and they were barely hanging on. The patriarchs on the ground, as well as the other Dao-treading realm elders, were ganging up on the 3, and it wouldn't be long before they died. Tilde hung tilde. But much to their surprise, Master Bell Mountain did not detonate. Instead, the ancestral bell started ringing in a deep tone. The vibrations from the bell made the very space tremble, and an ominous feeling filled everyone's hearts. Stop HIM, Jiang Wei's instincts told him that the man was up to no good. This feeling is just like back then. Jing Wei recalled the war that had happened over 1,000 years ago. He had fought on the front lines back then, and the northern tribes were on the losing side as well. But they had done something terrifying. They had used one of the ancient relic shrines and tried summoning a beast from beyond the worlds. Jing Wei and the others had barely managed to stop them back then, and the experience was still heavy in their hearts. Tilde rumble tilde. You all will pay for this. If the tribes can't have this world, then no one can. Master Bell Mountain yelled as he directly jumped, not the ancestral bell. The bell continued to ring as a strange fluctuation of energy spread from it. Master Bell Mountain started to bleed form his 7 orifices, and it became evident now that the man was sacrificing himself. Then, much to everyone's shock, the ancestral bell inverted, with its mouth pointing to the sky. A black dot appeared inside it, which soon expanded and filled the entire mouth of the bell. Swirling black aura poured out of it, and the surrounding space started to crack. He's summoning something, Jiang Wei warned, as he slashed out with the ever-reaching sword. Clack tilde. The others attacked as well, but their attacks never reached the ancestral bell. They froze a few meters away from the bell as if there was nothing beyond it. Spatial lock, the Sky Precept's ancestor realized. The ancestral bell had sealed up the space around itself, preventing anyone from disturbing it. There was no way Master Bell Mountain could do something like this, and only an immortal tool could achieve this. From the swirling black aura of the bell's mouth, a strange sound was heard. It felt like something was flailing around in waters, but at the same time it was different. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes as his spatial perception activated. He soon saw what was happening and was stunned. A portal. Lin Mu's eyes could see beyond the black aura and saw the spatial portal that had opened up there. He was familiar with them, having opened several himself after all, but this portal seemed different from the ones that he had opened. The spatial fluctuations coming from it were highly unstable and were eroding the space around the bell. Then a few moments later, something long and black rose from the portal. It looked like it was made out of black tar and was sticky. But that was merely the start as more and more such tentacles rose from it, before finally a large black blob was pulled out. There were many bones and skulls stuck inside it, while an ominous aura spread from it that shook everyone's heart. Lin Mu felt alarmed at this, and the mark of ordained shone on his forehead. The invader. Chapter 1192, Gu Yao's return. Lin Mu felt the mark of the ordained thrumming on his forehead. It was as if the world itself was warning him about who had just appeared. Lin Mu's eyes scanned the being standing on the ancestral bell and observed it closely. The invader had several tentacles that appeared from its tar-like glob body and also had many bones that moved around it. Sometimes these bones would disappear into the tar, and sometimes they would appear on the surface, but they never actually fell out of its body. A dark aura surrounded it that felt simply repulsive to Lin Mu and could be felt even from here. And when he tried to use his spirit sense to check further, it was simply repelled. Its defenses are too high, and this pressure too. Lin Mu thought as he started to feel something new from the invader. AHAHAHA. But just as he was analyzing the invader, a burst of laughter was heard coming from it. It can speak. The people were surprised, including Lin Mu. So far, all the avatars or fragments of the invader that Lin Mu and the others had encountered were simply acting on instinct and weren't really intelligent. Of course, Lin Mu knew that these fragments weren't the true form of the invader. The true invader had always been hiding somewhere in the void, but it was unknown where its exclude was. With its spatial abilities, the invader could easily swim around the void and hide its presence. Besides, the invader wasn't in the lesser void. Lin Mu didn't even know which upper layer of the void it was truly hidden in. Even Zukong couldn't really estimate it with his avatar, since its senses were limited too. Lin Mu's main goal had always been to eliminate the invader, and the Zaya-Offen had given him the same duty as well. But he had not encountered any traces of the invader after getting rid of Gu Yao. It made Lin Mu think that perhaps Gu Yao was the one who held the true access to the invader, and with him out of the picture, the invader was also unable to appear. The lack of invader during the fight also made him think the same as the tribes should have made use of the invader if it really was within their grasp. It simply made no sense to hold back at all. But soon, the people realized that the laughter didn't belong to the invader at all. A bulge appeared on the side of the invader and started to expand. Tilde pop tilde. Then once it reached a large enough size, it popped like a pustule. Black tar-like fluid sprayed everywhere and more dark aura appeared. But what was the most shocking was the person who had appeared out of the broken pustule. It was a bald man with a short black beard. His skin was tanned like he had been working in the harsh desert sun for ages. His pupils were deep red and glimmered like rubies. He was wearing robes that matched his character, having red inner robes and black outer robes with black boots. HOW, Lin Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Yao, you're alive, Master Bell Mountain spoke, his voice trembling. He had stopped bleeding from his 7 orifices now, but the blood was still there on his face. While he had not died yet, it was evident that he didn't have long to live now, as his cultivation base was falling like no tomorrow. It wouldn't be long before he became a common mortal. That's Gu Yao. Wasn't he killed by the Alliance leader? How's he still alive? A mass of confusion soon spread among the Alliance, along with a hint of fear as well. After all, one of their most dreadful enemies had turned out to be alive. Tilde, so you are the one who kicked my plans off course and destroyed my minor plane. Gu Yao spoke, his voice eerily deep. How are you alive? I'm sure the destruction of the plane killed you. Lin Mu questioned the man outright. Oh, that I did die, Gu Yao said, much to their shock, but in death I found my new master, he continued. That thing, the invader, Lin Mu guessed. Ha ha ha, indeed. I had experienced the abilities of my master several times before and had even adapted them as my own, but I never thought that they were merely a drop in the ocean. After my death, my master found me and revived me with his powers, giving me a part of them, Gu Yao proudly said. Lin Mu found it all to be strange, as Gu Yao's tone was a little too confident. Why is he not just attacking? Lin Mu wondered. Tilde rumble tilde. And just as he was thinking that, he felt the space shake once more. What in the... Lin Mu quickly found the source of the disturbance, finding it to be coming from right behind the invader. Tilde rip tilde. The tentacles of the invader moved like whips and struck the air, but they were actually aiming for something else entirely. They actually hit the fabric of the space or the boundary of the world itself. The tentacles had managed to poke a hole through it, and were now tearing it apart even more. We need to stop it, Jiang Wei shouted, knowing what the invader was trying to do. After years of experience, He knew how the invaders couldn't fully enter the world due to the restrictions it held. Not to mention a world would innately reject an invader that was too powerful for its residents. Thus, to overcome this, the invader had to take a different approach. It sent out weaker fragments of its avatars to taint the world's senses as well as its beings. After enough time, it grasped the restrictions of the world and figured out a way past them. The invader certainly had intelligence, and it was beyond what they had all thought. Chapter 1193, the invader's plan. The invader didn't just need raw power to get into the world, but to also adapt to it. After all, even if it could brute force his way into the world would also not just wait idly. In dire straits, a world could conjure a power that was beyond what any immortal could comprehend. It could call down storms that would blast apart an immortal, or even spew the flames of its core, burning down everything. But this was only when its baseline laws were violated. The invader overcame them all by becoming a part of a being that was originally a resident of the world. Now, even if the world wanted to expel the invader by any means, it couldn't, as it would mean harming one of its residents, which it could not do. This was a natural law that it was born with and simply could not be violated at all. The three immortal Ascension Realm ancestors of the top sex attacked, while Jiang Wei slashed at the invader. But the attacks didn't reach the invader at all. I stopped the attacks of the three ancestors before they even reached the invader by the spatial lock, while Jiang Wei's attack barely went a few inches deep before being stopped as well. Humph, you think being a mere immortal Ascension Realm expert is enough to go against my master? You are all fools, Gu Yao said before waving his hand. A dark red aura spread out from his body and expanded past the limits of the spatial lock. Retreat, Lin Mu ordered everyone. The experts of the Alliance that were still there all flew back and avoided the dark red aura. Lin Mu didn't know what it exactly was, but could tell that it was not good. Surprisingly, though, the dark red aura didn't seem to be targeting the Alliance members. What is he doing? Lin Mu wondered as he saw the red aura spread over the ground. But he couldn't pay attention to it, for long as the invader was still tearing open the space. What are you doing? Lin Mu questioned. You'll see soon, Gu Yao said and turned back to face the spatial crack that was being expanded. Lin Mu didn't stand there and moved towards Gu Yao and the invader fearlessly. If there was anyone who could battle against spatial abilities, then it was him. Lin Mu's eyes twitched as spatial perception activated at full power. He could now see the spatial lock around the invader, Gu Yao, and the entire ancestral bell. It was like a dense net that was directly embedded into the fabric of space. He came to stand next to it and placed his hand on it, trying to sense any flaws in it. Not finding any of them outright, Lin Mu tried to use his own abilities. Blink simply didn't work as the two spaces were technically separated, and neither did phase. Lin Mu even tried fade and went further according to the distance there was, but when he deactivated it, he found himself on the other side of the spatial lock instead. Those abilities won't work since the spatial lock has essentially isolated the two spaces, Zhu Kang explained. Hearing this, Lin Mu tried to use the ring's ability to open a portal, but even that didn't work. While it is separated, it's not actually in the void. I can't use the portal to access it. Then how? Lin Mu racked his brains to figure out a method while the invader continued its work. The crack had now expanded to become over 100 meters tall, and a smile was on Gu Yao's face. Won't be long now, Gu Yao thought. Tilde Wung tilde. Soon the crack started to widen, and its inside could now be seen. Upon seeing it, Lin Mu found it to be different than the void he had seen so many times now. Instead of just the darkness of shimmering spatial energy inside it, this spatial portal was different. There was an eerie green haze flickering inside it, along with the darkness and streaks of green lightning also pulsed by. This green haze even came out of the portal like an aura. And when it did, the spatial crack expanded as if it were some acid that was corroding it all. A few moments later, a large presence was felt inside the portal. The sound of something sticky wiggling and moving was heard, which Lin Mu first thought was the invader. But it was actually coming from the spatial portal. What in the... Soon, the appearance of the presence could be seen inside the spatial portal. It looked similar to the invader that was in front of them, but it was many times bigger. In addition to black tar, there were also masses of flesh and thick blood mixed in it, along with many kinds of bones and skulls. The bones and skulls didn't seem to belong to just humans either, and there were many other creatures mixed in it. That was not the invader, Lin Mu finally realized. It's summoning its true body, Jiang Wei and the Sky Precept's ancestor said in unison. Lin Mu had thought that the invader was already here, but this turned out to be a mere avatar in the end. Even though it was strong, he was unable to tell just how strong it exactly was. After all, his spirit sense was unable to get near it. Shit! But when Lin Mu felt the aura of tree being appearing from the spatial crack, he knew it was beyond anything he had felt before. An immortal, we are doomed, Patriarch Hua muttered in disbelief. While this was happening on the northern part of the Great Zhou continent, another chain of events had been triggered far to the east of the continent. Deep in the Great Ocean, where the storms churned endlessly, there was a dark hole. At the bottom of this dark hole, there was a coffin that was chained to the ocean bed. Upon the intrusion of the invader and its aura spreading, this coffin started to tremble. Chapter 1194, A Coffin in the Storm. The coffin was rather strange looking, and no one knew of its existence. It was about the right size for an average man and looked to be made out of wood. There was something written on it, but it could not be seen due to the many chains that were binding it. The chains themselves looked to be rusted and mottled, and yet they held a power that was simply unimaginable. The chains wrapped around the coffin several times, almost covering it in its entirety before attaching to the ocean bed. There, they were seemingly tied to 20 posts that were made out of solid rock. The posts had dense runes carved into them that seemed to be otherworldly. They weren't written in Dao script, and neither were they written in the common language of the Zioofan world. And if one gazed at them for too long, they would find a chill going down their body and their hearts would turn cold. It was simply too uncomfortable to watch the runes. Thankfully, they were hidden deep in the ocean, within a storm that not even an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator would be able to cross into. There was no life here, either. There were no aquatic beasts or plant life within 1,000 kilometers of the border of the storm, not to mention the area that was underneath it. The conditions were far too harsh for any kind of life to develop here, after all. Tilde clang tilde. The sound of chains being pulled was heard as the coffin trembled. It moved slightly at first, but soon it got louder. A clang. The sound of the chains was heard non-stop until finally, the first chain broke. A single chain link shattered, freeing one of the posts to which the coffin was attached to. This allowed the coffin a lot more freedom to act, and it continued to struggle, this time having a far greater power. A clang. The coffin moved in the direction of the broke chain and tugged at the rest of them a few times before another chain broke. With 2 chains in the opposite direction broken, the coffin moved even more vigorously until 4 chains snapped at the same time. Crack tilde. After this, the coffin got a lot more freedom of movement, and it broke the rest of the chains one after the other. In just a short while, all the chains had been broken, and the coffin let out a wave of energy. The chains wrapped around its lid and base crumbled like chalk, and it was now free. It directly flew up and shot out from the ocean. The massive storm surrounding it was dispelled from its force, and the ocean became eerily calm in a matter of seconds. It was as if the storm never existed there, and the large hole in the ocean wasn't there either. The coffin paused high up in the sky for a few minutes, as if sensing something, and then flew towards a certain direction to the northwest. Its speed was faster than anything in the Zioofan world, even exceeding that of Little Shrubby. A boom tilde. The sound of a sonic boom was heard as it tore apart the very air itself, and if one looked closer, they would see faint cracks appearing in the space wherever it passed. Back on the battlefield, Lin Mu and the rest were still struggling against Gu Yao and the invader, trying to get past the spatial lock. Damn it, even meld doesn't work, Lin Mu cursed. He had now tried all of his skills, but none of them were effective against the spatial lock. It wasn't that the skills didn't work, but that Lin Mu was simply against something that had a far greater comprehension of the space than him. If he had more time and a higher cultivation basis, he might have been able to overcome this, but this was not the time. Lin Mu, get ready to use that. Zhu Kong's voice rang in his head. Lin Mu's expression turned cold upon hearing that, and a trace of unwillingness also appeared on it. I don't want to abandon them, Senior, Lin Mu said. I'm not telling you to do that. There is another way to use the World Essence Crystal. Zhu Kong spoke something to Lin Mu, eliciting a new wave of shock in his mind. While Lin Mu and Zhu Kong conversed in his mind, the invader was seemingly appearing in the Xia world. Its tentacles extended from the portal and merged into the already existing avatar of the invader there. Like two drops of water merging, they were soon indistinguishable from each other. Tilde gong tilde. Then for the first time, Lin Mu heard a sound from the invader. It was strange and certainly didn't seem like a human or a beast for that matter. It was simply unworldly. Welcome, Master, Gu Yao spoke, a wide smile on his face. The invader seemingly wiggled in a receptive manner and gazed at everyone. The way it did so was also strange as the skulls floating in its body moved and watched at things for it. Everyone felt a chill going through their bodies at that moment, as a pressure greater than anything before was released. Heavens save us, Patriarchia muttered, his breath wavering. Many others felt the same, and since they couldn't even resist, they were feeling even more helpless. Gu Yao, what are you doing? Master Bell Mountain suddenly shouted. I'm simply doing what you wanted, Gu Yao replied. Then why are you? Before Master Bell Mountain could reply, the earth shook and everyone stumbled. Some fell, and some barely managed to hold on. Master has already begun his work, Gu Yao said as he nodded his head. Tilde rumble tilde. Then under the invader, a large fissure appeared. The fissure was at least a few hundred meters deep, as its bottom was pitch black and nothing could be seen at all. Chapter 1195, The Shadow Gloom Bone Lord, what's that thing doing? Patriarch Shandian questioned. The others had the same question as well, and even Lin Mu wondered. All of you should feel honored that my master has chosen this world and has deemed it worthy, Gu Yao said in a fanatic tone. Just what are you intending to do, Gu Yao? The Sky Precept's ancestor demanded. Me, I'm not doing anything. I'm simply here to serve as my master's voice. Everything shall be done by my master, Gu Yao replied casually. And what might that be? The centennial sword ancestor said as he pulled his sword back and slashed again. TCH tilde TCH tilde TCH tilde you should just give up and sit down from now. All of you will serve as the perfect appetizer for the master before he eats this world, Gu Yao stated. Eat this world, Jiang Wei was surprised. You aren't destroying it, the rainbow pill ancestor was surprised. Destroy it, why do that? It would be such a waste, Gu Yao chuckled. This world has been nurtured for such a long time and even has the best kind of resources that my master needs. Why throw away a perfectly good meal? Silence descends on the battlefield as no one had expected for this to be the case. All of them were sure that the invader wanted the world's resources and perhaps destroy it. But not only did the invader want to consume all the resources in the world, but also the world itself. Another quake was felt as the earth shook. The fissure under the invader grew wider, and it was unknown just how deep it had become now. The invader's body was still coming in from the spatial portal and going into the fissure. The invader's body above the fissure was still the same mass, but the fissure was slowly being filled. In a couple of minutes, though an entire 3-kilometer wide area of the fissure was filled with the body of the invader. All that could be seen inside it was a mass of wiggling tar and bones that floated in it. What is the name of your master? Lin Mu spoke after a bout of silence. Gu Yao, who was focused on his master's work, looked towards Lin Mu and raised his brows. You are certainly an enigma, a little familiar too," Gu Yao said instead. "You killed me once, but that aura, now that I sense it, I have felt it before." He continued and didn't answer Lin Mu. "How about you tell me your master's name, and I'll remind you who I am," Lin Mu suggested. The patriarch and ancestors were a little confused as to why Lin Mu was asking this, but reckoned that he must have some plan. Jiang Wei glanced at him and understood his actions. "So we are to buy time. Will that being be acting?" Jiang Wei recalled a terrifying memory. Wanting to support Lin Mu, Jiang Wei withdrew the ever-reaching blade and started to gather power in it secretly. "You shall erupt with the greatest power I've ever mustered." Jiang Wei spoke to the sword in his heart. Tilde hum tilde. The sword lightly hummed in his hand, but could only be heard by those that had comprehended sword intent. The centennial sword ancestor looked towards the immortal weapon and instinctively understood it as well. The level of communication was something on an entirely different level. It was like a language that only those that had comprehended sword intent could use. "Perhaps today's the day for it. Time for my end. A worthy end," the centennial sword ancestor said in his mind, and a determined expression appeared on his face. Gu Yao watched Lin Mu for a few seconds after he had spoken, and suddenly started laughing. "Hha, do you think you are even worthy of that?" Gu Yao said out loud. "I shall speak first then. Perhaps then you will realize if I'm worthy," Lin Mu said confidently. "Go on then, tell me about you. You might have killed me before and have some ability, but you are nothing in front of my master," Gu Yao said in a prideful tone. "You are right that I foiled your plan and killed you, but that wasn't the only time I did that. Rather, it was the second time I did it directly. We fought before too, and I defeated you as well, forced you to change everything," Lin Mu taunted. As soon as Lin Mu finished his words, Gu Yao felt his memories turn, and a certain memory appeared in his mind. It was still vivid in his mind, and the 10 glowing eyes still made him shudder. "So it's you, Lin Mu. I never thought it would be the same kid as back then," Gu Yao said, as a hint of anger appeared on his face. "Good. Good, good, good," Gu Yao exclaimed loudly. "Now I'll get to pay back the debt. Your master humiliate me before, and now I shall do it to you." "Because you know what? And my master is stronger than yours," Gu Yao said as he raised his hands. "For he is the Shadow Gloom Bone Lord." Tilde rumble tilde. The name seemingly made the very skis shake and the earth tremble. The invader even let out a screech that could be heard everywhere in the Zaya-Offen world. The screech was something that was heard within the minds of every being in the world, striking a level of fear that was never existing before. At that moment, everyone came to know of the Shadow Gloom Bone Lord as it announced its presence. "Now that you know of my master, time to die," Gu Yao said, and sent out a palm attack towards Lin Mu. A red and black aura gathered around Gu Yao's palm and shot forth, making the space shake. Lin Mu flickered and dodged it with blink, though, irking the man. "Humph, so you have some capabilities, but it won't allow you to live low." Just as Gu Yao was threatening, though, an object appeared in the sky. A coffin. Chapter 1196. A strange skeleton. The appearance of the coffin was the most unexpected for everyone. Not only because it was a coffin, but due to the fact that no one had sensed it appearing. One must know that the battlefield was filled with the strongest cultivators in this world, and their senses would know everything around them. Thus, the appearance of the coffin was highly suspicious. Even Gu Yao furrowed his brows and held back his words as he saw the coffin. On the lid of the coffin, a few words were also written, but could not be read by anyone here. What ploy is this? Gu Yao guessed that it was the work of Lin Mu and the Alliance, no doubt. Tilde creak tilde. He didn't get to think long as the sound of the coffin opening was heard. It felt like someone was prying apart the lid, and the body of the coffin with a crowbar and the nails holding down the lid were being forcefully pulled out. "Is this your work, Lin Mu?" The patriarchs asked Lin Mu through the jade slips. "No, Lin Mu replied, feeling confused. Then what is it? They asked. I have no idea. I can't sense it. It's as if it doesn't exist at all, Lin Mu said, finding it all too alarming. He was about to do what Senior Zukong had told him to do, but had to do a double take when the coffin appeared. Just like Gu Yao thought this was Lin Mu's work, he thought it was Gu Yao's work. Just as they all wondered about the mystery of the coffin, it moved once more. Tilde thwack tilde. 20 rusty nails were pulled out along with the lid of the coffin as it started to slide to the side. Hee tilde. A long wispy breath was heard coming from the coffin. It was strange, as if someone was trying hard to breathe, but could not. It could even be said to be closer to a wheeze rather than a breath. Clack tilde clack tilde. The sound of bones could be heard as a hand peered out from the side of the coffin. The hand was just bones, having no flesh or skin on it. The skeleton fingers clasped onto the edge of the lid and pushed it aside completely. This revealed the inhabitant of the coffin. A skeleton. Everyone was stunned upon seeing it. The skeleton was dressed in unique white robes that had gold endorsement on its sleeves, shoulders, and waist. It even had a strange golden talisman hanging from the top of its skull. The talisman had runes written on it that were far too small for one to read. But the most eye-catching part was the intricate ornament that it was wearing on its torso. It looked like a long necklace that had 5 golden and silver discs. There were 2 discs near its neck, 2 below those around its chest, and then one final large disc that was near its abdomen. The 4 upper discs were cross-linked with the same golden thread that strung the entire ornament. Tilde clack tilde clack tilde. The bones of its legs made sounds as the skeleton moved forward and came out of the coffin. It moved around its neck and gazed at the people on the battlefield. But in the end, its gaze came to settle on 3 people, Gu Yao and the invader, as well as Lin Mu. And when it looked at Gu Yao, the man felt fear. It was a strange fear that came from the depths of his soul. Attack! Gu Yao struck out without a thought in the next moment. A wave of red energy sprayed out at the skeleton and everything that was behind it. But much to everyone's shock, the skeleton merely put his palm up front. Tilde hung tilde. The red energy wave that was coming towards it was dispersed, as if it were nothing. What? Gu Yao was extremely alarmed. Then the skeleton moved its hand and pointed at Gu Yao with its forefinger. Eliminate, the skeleton spoke. A dot of light appeared on the tip of its bony finger and soon turned nearly a meter wide. Immortal Qi, Gu Yao shouted in fear. What? Even Lin Mu and the other Immortal Ascension Realm experts were stunned. Get back, Lin Mu, Zukong urged. Tilde shua tilde, shua tilde. Lin Mu directly used blink several times in a row and retreated half a kilometer away. The Immortal Ascension Realm ancestors did the same, and Jiang Wei retreated as well. All of them could tell that the qi fluctuations coming from the skeleton were not spirit qi at all. The qi seemed far more powerful than spirit qi and gave one a feeling of pressure just by existing. It even went so far as to directly pull in all the spirit qi around it and consume it. Or rather, it could be said that the spirit qi moved into the immortal qi of its own volition. It was like 2 magnets being attracted due to having opposite poles. The ball of light on the skeleton finger reached a critical point and exploded. A beam of light shot forth from the ball and struck Gu Yao. AHH, Gu Yao shouted in pain. Everyone watched on in a mix of confusion and fear as the skeleton attacked Gu Yao, completely suppressing him. A few seconds later, the attack faded away, and the skeleton lowered its hand. Ha, 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 you, how dare you? Surprisingly, Gu Yao was still alive. Lin Mu and the rest looked at him, finding that his lower half of his body had been melted away, and even his torso was greatly damaged. Being alive in this state was very unnatural, and when Lin Mu watched Gu Yao closely, he realized why. His body wasn't really made out of flesh and blood, but rather the same substance the invader's body was made out of. It was merely imitating the appearance of a human body, and how its anatomy was. Gu Yao had long since given up on being human. Chapter 1197, The Immortal of the Western Continent, the revelation of Gu Yao's body, as well as the immortal qi of the skeleton, was too much for everyone. Immortal qi was something that only immortals could use and would not exist in a low-leveled world like the Zaya-Offen world. After all, it was directly against the natural laws of the world, and if immortal qi appeared here, it would directly pull in all the ambient spirit qi towards it. While this might be fine, if there was a small amount of immortal qi, it would be like that for long. If enough time was given to it, the immortal qi would absorb more spirit qi and increase in quantity, thereby absorbing even more spirit qi. Then there would come a time where there would be simply no spirit qi left in the world. This was the same as the growth of the world being halted directly. It was unacceptable, and thus against the natural laws. If a world's natural laws were to change to accommodate immortal qi, the world would have to steadily grow step by step. Only by doing this would it reach a point of allowing the coexistence of spirit qi and immortal qi. But all this meant that the skeleton in front of them was simply an anomaly. The invader didn't feel pleased by the appearance and attack of the skeleton and swung a tentacle at it. The tentacle moved with the power to shatter mountains and struck the skeleton. The skeleton blocked it with its left hand, but was still pushed back several steps. "My master will not let you off, whatever you are," Gu Yao said as he retreated a little. The red energy he had spread around the area started to gather back toward him and clung to his fragmented body. It slowly started to repair, and the flesh regrew. While the skeleton and the invader battled, Lin Mu was analyzing the situation. "What even is that, Senior? How can a skeleton like that move? And why does it have immortal qi?" Lin Mu questioned nonstop. "There are many ways to make a skeleton, of course, a lot more than I can list right now. But looking at this particular skeleton and the level of sentience it has, it seems like a puppet," Zhukang answered. "A puppet?" Lin Mu furrowed his brows. "Like those of the Mu clan?" he asked. "It is similar to that in concept, but a lot more power. Considering the fact that it is using immortal qi to attack, it was made from the body of an immortal realm cultivator. And if I add the other things such as the coffin and the talisman on its head, I am sure that it is an immortal puppet," Zhukang explained. "How can it exist in the Zaya-Offen world? Did it come from a higher world too? But then I don't feel the same rejection from the world's will," Lin Mu said in confusion. "There can only be one reason for that. That skeleton, or whoever it belonged to, used to be a resident of this world and was born in it," Zhukang replied. "The only time a world would not fully reject an immortal expert was if they originally belonged to the world and had left it after their ascension. They could technically return to their home worlds, but only temporarily. Seems like there were many restrictive seals added to the skeleton puppet to allow it to exist in Zaya-Offen world without it being rejected," Zhukang added. "I see," Lin Mu said as a few ideas appeared in his mind. With the information that Zhukang provided, he could come up with a few scenarios of his own as to why the skeleton puppet appeared now. "I recognize that." Just as Lin Mu was thinking to himself, someone exclaimed. Looking at the source, Lin Mu found it to be the Sky Precept's ancestor. What did you recognize?" Jiang Wei and the others inquired. "The robes that the skeleton is wearing. Do you all recall the story of the four immortals?" The Sky Precept's ancestor replied. And when he said this, Jiang Wei had an expression of realization. "How can this be? Didn't they all leave the world?" Jiang Wei said in confusion. "Only 3 of them did. One did something else, remember? The immortal from the Western continent." The Sky Precept's ancestor spoke. "We never got to know for sure what happened to him. We simply know that he disappeared. We just assumed that he must have left like the others," he added. When Lin Mu heard this, he correlated it with Zhukang's words and felt it all linking up. Could it be the immortal of the former Western continent turned himself into a puppet? Lin Mu found it absurd. But wouldn't it mean he killed himself to do this? Why would an immortal do that? Attachments can force oneself to do a lot of things that are often against logic and hard to comprehend. We don't know what kind of a state he was in, so there is no way to confirm it all. Perhaps it was even possible that he was close to death and did this to preserve himself in a manner, and even protect his home world, Zhu Kang suggested. Lin Mu thought it over, and it did seem somewhat reasonable to him. But even then, it was a little confusing overall. Everyone's focus was pulled back to the battle as the dust settled. The skeleton and the invader were in a strange stalemate now. A strange barrier surrounded the invader, and the attacks of the skeleton were being blocked by it. Should we assist it somehow? Lin Mu asked. But just as he said that, the skeleton looked towards him. Threat to be eliminated. The skeleton spoke all of a sudden and pointed at Lin Mu. Tilde wound tilde. Immortal chi gathered on its forefinger, and the same attack as before was readied. Shit, Lin Mu cursed. Why's it targeting me? I'm of this world. It might be because of your abilities. They don't exactly fit the level of this world. The skeleton puppet probably considered them as a threat to this world, which it is supposed to protect as well, and it attacking you now. Zhu Kang said, his tone a little worried as well. The ball of energy exploded on the skeleton's finger and shot toward Lin Mu. Fade. Lin Mu directly used Fade to enter the parallel world. Even he wasn't confident to tank the attack made with immortal chi. Lin Mu's body might be strong enough to go against an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator, but it certainly wasn't strong enough to go against an immoral realm expert. Even if the expert was dead and was a mere puppet, it could still use immortal chi, which Lin Mu's body and skills won't block. The only way he could survive was to evade it entirely. Tilde kaboom tilde. The beam of energy struck the place Lin Mu was in moments ago and created a 20-meter deep crater. Lin Mu returned some distance away and took a breath of shock. You can't do this on your own. Not anymore, Zhu Kang spoke. You need to do that now. Use the World Essence Crystal. Chapter 1198, the world comes to a stand. It would have been the best if the immortal skeleton had taken care of Gu Yao and the invader, but it was evident that it was no longer safe. The skeleton had deemed Lin Mu as a threat as well, and was trying to attack him as well. With the first attack dodged, Lin Mu knew there was no way he could take the risk. We were going to do this before anyway, so it doesn't change it much. The number of targets has increased by one at most. Lin Mu thought to himself as he continued to retreat. Another attack came towards Lin Mu as the skeleton targeted him again. Lin Mu barely dodged it using Fade. While retreating, a crystal appeared in his hand. It was clear, but prismatic light could be seen coming from it time to time. A strange energy also swirled around it that was different from any kind of chi. If one observed it for a while, they would realize that the power exuding form it was even greater than that of the immortal chi that the skeleton was using. It was simply unfathomable. This was, of course, nothing but the World Essence Crystal. It was something desired by nearly every great power in the world and was always in short supply. And when it appeared in his hand, nearly everyone could feel its presence. What is that? The patriarchs felt their hearts shake. Even Gu Yao looked towards Lin Mu and felt the strange energy coming from him. The invader let out an angry cry and gave out orders to Gu Yao. Die! Gu Yao was urged by his master to kill Lin Mu, or that something terrifying would happen. But before Gu Yao's attack could even be released, the crystal in Lin Mu's hand was broken. The World Essence Crystal crumbled into fine dust that flew into the air and disappeared. At that very moment, it was as if the world stood still and time came to a stop. The ancestors watched with wide eyes as their bodies became frozen. The same was experienced by others. But the most shocked was Gu Yao, who felt the very space tremble. This isn't like what the master just said. Gu Yao understood. His master had told him that the crystal that Lin Mu just took out would push them out of the world. But that didn't happen at all. Instead, it felt like the target of the crystal wasn't them, but the entire Zioofan world, which didn't make sense to him. After all, Lin Mu was supposed to be protecting the world as the world's ordained, and not trying to harm it. While he wondered about this, a fine crack appeared high up in the sky. The crack was barely the thickness of a hair, but soon started to expand. Its size increased to cover the entire sky, from the horizon in the east all the way to the horizon in the west. It was almost as if someone had split the sky in half. Everyone across the world could see the crack, and wondered if this was the end of the world. Then wind started to move, and stormy clouds formed. Tilde rumble tilde. Peals of thunder raged across the sky, as if angry about something. Are those tribulation clouds? The cultivators were confused and scared. Boom tilde. But instead of striking the earths, the tribulation lighting went towards the crack in the sky. All of it seemed absurd to them, and it was as if their understanding of the world had been flipped on their head. They always thought that the lightning only fell to the ground, but this time it was hitting the skies. Ancestors save us. The peasants in villages huddled around their loved ones, watching the sky break apart and the thunder rage. In the Sky Precepts sect, several complex formation arrays, including the start-catching formation array which had newly been repaired, were broken. They all broke apart under an unknown force, but the people running them were strangely unharmed. Strange phenomenon occurred all over the world, and people didn't know what to do. Even the animals were left in a tizzy as they ran around randomly, unable to comprehend anything. All their instincts were screaming at them, telling them that a calamity was approaching. But where could they run when the very world itself seemed to be breaking? Tilde gong tilde. Suddenly, the lightning bolts that were striking the sky let out a strange sound. It was like a bell had been struck, but it was not so. A layer of light appeared around the entire Zioofan world and could be seen from the space. The barrier was translucent at first, and countless runes swam in it. The runes were mystical and were a mix of Tao script as well as several other runes. The complexity of them was beyond anything that the people of this world could do, and it was certainly made by immortals. Havns, the world barrier, the Sky Precepts ancestor exclaimed. The people of the Sky Precepts sect were quaking in their boots upon seeing the scene. After all, they had a close relation to the world barrier and had been given a duty to maintain and protect it. One of the creators of the world barrier was none other than the immortal from the Sky Precepts sect. They had watched over it all these centuries, ensuring nothing happened to it. The world barrier itself was invisible and shouldn't appear even if it was attacked or something passed through it. But today they saw it reveal its true appearance for the first time ever. It is marvelous, High Elder Han couldn't help but say. Similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of everyone as they saw the marvel that had protected their world for thousands of years. But all of it turned to despair when the barrier shattered apart. No, the ancestors of the sects cried out. Even if the Sky Precepts sect was in charge of the world barrier, all of them knew that without the world barrier, they wouldn't be able to be safe for long. If this one invader was this troublesome to deal with, what would they do when tens of such invaders arrive without the barrier to protect them? And while all of them feared for their world, the crack in the sky started to expand. Pitch-black darkness could be seen behind the crack, and no one could tell what was hidden there. The mortals couldn't even see till that distance anyway. The only ones who could were strong experts and cultivators. The clouds and lightning that were striking the sky disappeared in that moment, sucked into the crack. It was as if someone had used a vacuum to suck it all away, but this was merely the start as the crack continued to expand. In a short time, the crack covered the entire sky, making one feel as if it was night time. The sun disappeared, while the blue sky was no more. Only pitch-black darkness was witnessed above them. All this felt even more terrifying than the invader that was in front of them. "Master, what is this?" Gu Yao questioned, feeling lost but received no answer. Instead, he could feel a stream of fear coming from the link he had with his master. Master is afraid, Gu Yao thought. Clack tilde clack tilde. Threat, world barrier is broken. Eliminate. The immortal skeleton, on the other hand, knew no fear. It changed its target from Lin Mu to the crack in the sky. Boom tilde. Several blasts of pure immortal chi were shot out by the skeleton. They were even more powerful than when it had attacked the invader or Lin Mu. It was clearly taking this as the greatest threat. Tilde poof tilde. But the result of it was anticlimactic, as the blasts of immortal chi simply disappeared into the dark sky. Tilde wang tilde. This was soon changed, though, as the sky shook once more. 10 golden yellow lights appeared in the darkness, as if new suns adorning it, but the humans who saw it all turned horrified. Are those eyes? The 10 golden yellow lights were clearly not just lights, since they had pupils inside them. They were eyes. The eyes glanced upon the people of the world, making them feel as if they were mere insects before it. What is this? The ancestors of the sects felt completely lost. But there were a few that found it all to be familiar. I can't believe it. He did it. He really did it, Jiang Wei muttered and stammered. He recalled the fearful memory of the past, when he was warned by these very eyes. Gu Yao was the same, as he too experienced it, but it was far too strong this time. Finally, a voice was heard in the heavens. Lin Mu, I can only do this once, observe. Chapter 1199, Pull of the Weaver. The dark sky looked ominous, and the voice that came from it was even more ominous. But when it spoke to Lin Mu, the people of the Xia world were left stunned. Why is that being speaking to Lin Mu? Why does it know him? The Sky Precept's ancestor questioned. The others had similar thoughts, and wondered why something so powerful and otherworldly would talk to Lin Mu, that too something that had destroyed the world's barrier and even shattered the skis. Lin Mu was supposed to be protecting the world, and now he was acquainted with someone that was destroying it. This only made everyone confused. What is happening in this world? First the invader, then the immortal skeleton, and now the 10 golden eyes. What secrets are hidden in this world? Master Bell Mountain, who was lying on the ground, thought. His cultivation base had basically been dispelled, and his body had aged greatly. Even now, he was only holding on through sheer will. If it were not for the fact that he was still within the range of the ancestral bell and was being protected by it, he would have died from the mere appearance of the invader and the great being in the sky. That thing you all see in the sky, that is Lin Mu's backing, that is his master, Jiang Wei answered. His master, each and everyone was left speechless. To them, an immortal realm expert was already something beyond their understanding, but now there was a new being that could easily exceed the immortal realm. Just from the mere pressure it was exuding on the world, it was evident that it was strong beyond the limits of this world. Observe and learn Lin Mu, Zhukang instructed. Lin Mu nodded his head, knowing that this was an opportunity that was very hard to find. Tilde hung tilde. The 10 golden eyes that reigned in the dark void shone brightly and illuminated the expanse. Soon, the surroundings of the golden eyes became visible. The first to appear were massive white pillars that flickered in and out of existence. They even shone with a prismatic light, looking beautiful. The white pillars were of various sizes, some looking like mere hair compared to the larger ones that were like mountains. These pillars were seemingly holding up the very void itself. Covering these pillars and attaching them at the base were intricately woven threads. Only those at the immortal ascension realm could even see them somewhat clearly, since they were too far. Once the entire background became visible, the people realized that the vast and dark expanse in the sky wasn't just empty. It was actually a giant temple. And within that temple stood a being bigger than the entire Xia world. Bit by bit, the body of Zhukang was revealed. His massive head with 10 golden yellow eyes and long fangs that alone were enough to pierce through the world. His colossal body that could eclipse the sun and the moon, and long bony white legs that were like the legendary pillars that held up the heavens. Each and everything was awe-inspiring, and at the same time struck a fear that was carved into the souls of everyone that watched. Gu Yao trembled nonstop, feeling twice the amount of fear that others were. Not only did he feel his own fear, but the fear that came from his master. The worst part of it all was that his master, the Shadow Gloom Bone Lord, seemed to be even more scared than him. "What realm is that being in, master?" Gu Yao couldn't help but ask. Unfortunately, he received no answer at all. Or even if he did, there was a great chance he simply might not be able to comprehend it at all. While everyone trembled in fear, and the immortal skeleton continued its attacks, Zhukang made his move. One of his legs moved slightly and pointed towards the Zaya-Offen world. A thin thread detached from one of the pillars and shot towards the world. It seemed to be coming from very far, and yet covered the distance in the blink of an eye. And when it passed from the void into the border of the Zaya-Offen world, it suddenly enlarged by several times. It was like a hair had turned into a bamboo. But that was simply an illusion. It wasn't that the thread had enlarged, but rather it was always this size. It was simply looking small due to how far it was compared to the Zaya-Offen world, just like how a sun seemed small, even though it was exponentially bigger than a planet. The large thread looked like it would fall upon the Zaya-Offen world, but when it got close, it seemed to have passed through everything. It turned ethereal and directly passed through the immortal skeleton, as well as the large body of the invader, even going beyond that and reaching into the forbidden continent. An ominous feeling filled the minds of Gu Yao and the invader, while Lin Mu's eyes turned sharp as they observed everything. Merely the movement of the thread from the void into the Zaya-Offen world had already taught Lin Mu a lot more than he had comprehended on his own. He could sense the changes in the space as well as the movement of the void. The fabric of space reacted differently too, and the fine intricacies of the space were shown to him. His eyes continued to track the thread until it could no longer be seen. Millions of fine threads spread out from the main thread and covered the area. They directly entered the spatial fabric and wove themselves into it. It was at this point that it felt like the thread had come to a stop, but then Zhukang's voice was heard once again. Pull of the weaver, unraveling the void. The main thread suddenly retracted and disappeared at a moment's notice. Tilda screeched Tilda. Then it happened. The space around the immortal skeleton and the invader started to unfurl. Chapter 1200, The Final Push. Whoa! Lin Mu let out a voice of sheer awe at the act of Zhukang. The immortal skeleton was still in its place and was in the motions of attacking again, but its attack never activated. Instead, its body started to fragment and dissipate. As if old straw had started to fray, the skeleton's bones turned into thin filaments and broke apart. Its robes suffered a similar fate, and in less than 5 seconds, it had been erased from existence. The same thing happened to the area around it, and the ground, trees, and rocks were all erased, leaving behind a dark void. The large body of the invader let out an unwilling scream and forcefully cut off itself from the base. The top part of the body met a similar fate as the immortal skeleton and turned into fine filaments before disappearing in the dark void as well. The mountains behind it and a large tract of area all the way to the forbidden continent suffered the same damage. It was as if everything was being erased from reality. Lin Mu's spatial perception worked at full power, and he saw each and everything. While it seemed like everything that met the power of Zhukang turned into filaments and disappeared, Lin Mu knew that it was not so. His eyes could see what others didn't, and saw the profundities of space, and the Tao of space being demonstrated to the greatest extent. For example, when the skeleton turned into filaments, Lin Mu saw that the filaments were actually individual units of the spatial fabric. It was this fabric which contained the matter of the world and kept it together. What Zhukang's attack had done was simply removing the bindings that kept these units together. With nothing to hold the basic fabric of space together, how can anything continue to exist in it? It was like removing all electrons from a body. It would no longer stay together and fly apart, turning into fine particles that would continue to wither until they reached a very small, stable state. The way Zhukang had interacted with the fabric of space was enlightening to Lin Mu. After all, One of the skills he had did the same too. Meld was similar in this aspect, that it could directly cut apart the spatial fabric. But the comparison between Meld and Zukong's skill was far too wide. It was like comparing the cut made by a butcher's knife to nuclear cleaving done by a laser. While Meld too cut the spatial fabric, it couldn't maintain that state. The spatial fabric wasn't weak either, after all. If it was weak, then nothing would ever exist in the world. After Meld cut the spatial fabric, it would mend itself moments later. But Zukong's attack went many steps further. If Meld was like a scissor creating a cut in the middle of a cotton sheet, then Zukong's skill was pulling at the free edge of the sheet, unraveling it. It was basically revering the existence of the sheet, returning it to its original form of a cotton thread. Tilde. While Lin Mu and the rest watched the aftermath of Zukong's actions, the being in question started to disappear. His large body faded away and large white pillars did the same. The dark expanse in the skis also closed up, letting the blue skis return. It was as if nothing had happened at all, and even the sun had reappeared, casting its light over everything. But the silence was soon broken by a loud screech that came from the large fissure. A large blob of black tar filled with skulls and bones rose again, letting out an angry screech. "It's still alive. How?" Lin Mu and many others were confused. "Ahhha, I'm alive." Gu Yao laughed in joy and rose from the black tar pool. He had forcefully hid in the deep fissure, with the hopes of avoiding the attack, and he really had. But the truth was, Zukong had never targeted him from the start. Or rather, he couldn't do that without violating more rules of the world. The ones that he had targeted were the invader and the immortal skeleton, both of which who weren't the beings of the Zaya-Offen world. This was the leeway that the Zaya-Offen world allowed him after the use of the world essence crystal. "The rest is up to you, Lin Mu. You need to get rid of Gu Yao." Zukong's voice was heard in his mind. This time, the voice had come from Zukong's avatar in the ring rather than the main body directly. "Yes, Senior," Lin Mu replied as a determined expression appeared on his face. He knew that even if Zukong had personally attacked, there were limits to it. He couldn't go beyond a certain level or the Zaya-Offen world would suffer. And while Zukong's attack had surely injured the invader, it hadn't killed it entirely. The invader had tenacious and stubborn vitality, and could live on even when torn into shreds. It was at this moment that Lin Mu spoke to everyone. "Everyone, the only way to defeat the invader is to kill Gu Yao. He is the link that is allowing the invader to exist in this world, but he is also being kept alive and will be revived continually by the invader's powers," Lin Mu explained. "We shall kill him together then," Jiang Luo said with confidence. "Yeah. We shall defend until our last breaths." Everyone replied, having gathered their wits after seeing everything earlier. "No, I can't let you all do that. As we speak, the invader is draining the world of its energy. Gu Yao and the invader will stay alive due to this loop. The only way to stop it all is to remove Gu Yao from this world once and for all," Lin Mu stated. "How will we do that?" Patriarchia questioned. A bad feeling rose in the hearts of several people, as they felt that Lin Mu's tone was different this time. I have to bid you all farewell now. I don't know when we will meet again, but I promise you I will return one day," Lin Mu said, filling everyone with dread. "What are you doing, Lin Mu?" Patriarch Hua and several others questioned in fear. But Lin Mu didn't answer them, instead flying towards Gu Yao at great speed. "Humph, with your master gone, do you think you are my match? Think you can kill me?" Gu Yao taunted with newfound spirit. He understood that Zukong had held back to prevent the world from being destroyed. But Lin Mu couldn't kill him here either. "I don't have to kill you to defeat you," Lin Mu replied as he stretched his right hand and activated the ring with all his power. Tilde. The ancestral bell that had become silent suddenly rang once again and activated. "What are you doing? How can you control the bell?" Gu Yao questioned. Lin Mu didn't care for it, though, and simply grabbed onto Gu Yao in a crushing grip. Tilda woong tilde. A portal opened up with the ability of the ancestral bell and the power of the mysterious ring, its destination unknown. A. Lin Mu cried out as he pushed forth with all his power while Gu Yao continued to struggle. Finally, he pushed Gu Yao into the portal along with himself, disappearing from the sights of everyone. Lin Mu.